Hello, and welcome to part 2 of episode 3 of season 4 of The Sausage Factory. As you know, The Sausage Factory, just a bunch of guys sitting around talking about movies. I'm your moderator, Pizzow. With me tonight, I've got the Professor B Movie Mike. What's going on, Mike?
What's up, fellas? Get this rocking and rolling. Let's do it up. I'd like to say happy birthday to Mr. Stingray. He's got one coming up in a couple of days.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Hope you have a good one, sir.
Yes. And, of course, after a week-long hiatus, Jay the Stingray, the soon-to-be birthday boy, has joined us. How's it going, Stingray?
It's going good, guys. How's it going?
Whoa!
Glad to be back.
Whoa!
Hey,
My God! That's coffee, my friend.
Oh,
What kind of
coffee.
coffee you drinking tonight?
One of these is actually made in the French press. So I was getting fancy with it, so I made this in the French press, and the other one is just some regular old garden variety Keurig.
well, in his defense, whenever you're involved in anything that has to do with Stephen King, you better have a lot of caffeine on your side.
This is the only coffee I've had today, so it's not like I've been drinking coffee all day, and now I'm doing this. So.
Also with us tonight is OCP Communications. What's going on, buddy?
Doing good. I'm glad to be here for the second week, for the second time. I had a really good time the first time around, so I hope I can make this a regular thing. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to have you here. I'm a big fan of your stuff. I've been watching your videos for years now.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us again. I know Orc can be a lot to take, so but you handled it pretty well, and you decided to return for a second week. So.
Oh, he's fine. I've dealt with worse trolls on YouTube, seriously.
Oh, shots fired.
Well, see, those trolls were probably Orc. They were probably Orc.
30 Smith accounts. Funny.
Also with us tonight is the legendary Rambo Ralph. What's going on, Rambo?
Doing well. Looking forward to talking more about Stephen King. About 100 more movies to go. So if we're not done tonight, maybe we'll be done by next month. I look forward to it.
I think we could have made the entire month of October just Stephen King month.
Just a Stephen King month.
No, guys, we're getting into the bad shit now. I missed all the good shit last week. Now we're getting into the bad movies.
Yeah, some of the bad stuff I think we can kind of gloss over a little bit. So, but I don't think we'll be spending half an hour talking about the Langoliers. So, but anyway. And also with me tonight is Orc. What's going on, Orc?
What's up, players? Yo, I'm drinking that Pepsi Max, son. Get on my level. Beast in the boot.
Pinky in the air.
Yeah, son. Again, for P-Movie Mike.
We get some of that Pepsi Perfect, which is coming out this month later.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Gonna have to try it.
Happy birthday soon to Jay the Stingray. He's turning 69.
Yeah.
Yep. Congrats.
It's a big one.
He looks good for his age, though, people. He looks
Yeah,
good for his
he's
age.
excellent.
Got in shape, you know?
Lots of coffee.
The coffee's the secret. It's the
It
elixir of
keeps you
life.
cold
that
and
coffee.
clean, keeps you healthy. Yeah.
I seriously doubt that would be a key to living long at all.
I saw a clip on YouTube of like this. I think she was like 100-year-old woman or 101-year-old woman, and they said, "Well, what's your secret?" And she goes, "I drink a Dr. Pepper every day." She goes, "My doctors told me that if I kept drinking Dr. Pepper, it'd kill me. Well, they're all dead now."
That's awesome.
I remember there was like this one lady, who lived like really long, and she was just a hard drinker and smoker. It was like the craziest thing ever. Right? She lived to over 100, and it was just like chain smoking and drinking, and it was like.
Well, look at Keith Richards. Look at Mickey Rourke. I mean, Mickey Rourke has been smoking since he was like 4, and I mean he's still alive. Keith Richards looks like, I mean, my God, Keith Richards has got to be like 80 years old. I know he looks awful, but I mean, he's still alive, man. You know, his secret is like Marlboro Reds, cocaine, and straight vodka or something. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's keeping him alive.
There's some heroin in there somewhere as well.
They're probably
Sure,
feeding it
sure.
to himself intravenously. Yeah.
While
sure.
in his mom's stomach before he's born.
I mean, there's Ozzy Osbourne who survived, I don't know how many countless overdoses and
He bit a bat's head
strokes and
off.
shit. You know, he's still going. Lemmy's not doing too good, but he's still hanging in there.
I still
So, have you guys
remember
been?
that
Have you seen any good things?
Pepsi commercial where he was it was like with Osborne's, it was like Pepsi Lemon or something.
Oh yeah.
And it was like Pepsi Twist, and like they were somebody else or something. That was really weird. I think they were like the Brady's or something, or the Osmonds or some shit.
I seem to remember that.
Yeah, the Osmonds.
Have you guys seen any good movies lately?
I've seen an awesome movie. It is not The House by Steve Miner, but the house previous to that. Japanese film that was made in 1977. Amazing movie. Check it out. Such
Heard
a
of that
good movie.
one? Hasu. I think it's called Hasu.
Yes. Now, I saw that a long time ago. I remember it being out there. But I don't remember very much about it specifically, other than it was a trip.
Or gives it 2 sodas up.
Okay. That's the official seal of Orc. It's 2 sodas.
I saw
sodas
Shocker again. I watched Shocker again. I love that movie.
Cool.
Finger looking good. And watched the special features on the Scream Factory release. That was cool. And I also watched an obscure Wes Craven TV movie called Night Visions. And then I watched Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge. So
I sense a pattern.
I'm doing Wes Craven reviews and then Nightmare on Elm Street stuff for Freddy month, so it's all over the place.
Has anybody gone out to see The Green Inferno yet?
Not unless you pay me.
Yeah.
To watch an
I'm not
Eli
touching-
Roth cannibal movie in the theater, I would either have to be paid, or you can have a hooker suck me.
Yeah.
Or
I'm gonna have to pay and I'm gonna have to get paid and laid. That's what's gonna have to happen.
no, instead I sat home and watched Horns, which Pizzal mentioned. Pretty
Oh, I love that
decent
movie.
flick. Danny Radcliffe, he did a good job acting. And then I saw a film called Cooties, which I liked, a horror comedy with Elijah Wood and Rainn Wilson.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one too.
That was
Looking
kind of
forward to
ballsy with the way nowadays, the fact that it's the kids going after teachers in an elementary school. And I enjoyed it.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And
So I think it gets away with that because it's very tongue-in-cheek.
It's tongue-in-cheek,
Yeah.
and there's no guns either, which
Yeah.
makes sense in the way nowadays. But I thought it was well done. It was a lot of fun. Not everyone's cup of tea, but I liked it.
I'm looking forward to it. I haven't seen it yet. But I do want to see Deathgasm. That's another one I really do want to see.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of heavy metal horror if it's done right. Most of the time it isn't. So, I like Trick or Treat, the other Trick or Treat movie that not the one with not the anthology film, it's the one with Gene Simmons and the guy from Family Ties and Sammy Kerr, and it's got a great soundtrack.
Sammy Kerr, yeah.
That's a great one.
Love that movie. Yeah, love that movie. Love that flick.
But Deathgasm looks a lot of fun, practical gore, fast pace. I also want to see The Final Girls. I like the trailer for that. I think that's what it's called, The Final Girls. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Yeah, it's called The Final Girls, yeah.
It's PG-13, but it still looks like it looks like a better version of Cabin in the Woods to me, because I wasn't impressed with that film, but it's just me personally.
I want to see that the Boy Scouts movie. Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah. I'm curious about that too.
Yeah.
It's got a combination of practical, but then CGI, which is kind of like, the whole scene where the CGI head explodes, I'm like, that's some bad CGI blood. But
Yeah.
the other elements were pretty cool. It looked like a fun movie. I love the poster they just reposted. They just released. It's got traditional artwork, like it's an old school movie poster, which is really nice to see. It wasn't some photoshopped, lazy ass poster like pretty much every
Yeah.
poster is nowadays.
I
Yeah.
messed it up.
Have any of you guys heard of The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension?
Of course.
Yeah. I recently got the Arrow Blu-ray of it, and it
Oh, they
is-
have a Blu-ray? Arrow
Hey.
has a Blu-ray of Buckaroo Banzai?
Doesn't that star the late great Peter Weller?
It does star the late great
Rest in
Peter
peace.
Weller.
Yeah, rest in peace. Yeah.
May he rest in peace.
Dead?
Yes, he is. But the movie, I'd never seen the movie. I'd heard things about it, like it's just a trip, it's crazy. But I mean, it totally exceeded any kind of crazy expectations I had for it. I loved it, man. It was fun as hell. It was fun as
Yeah,
hell.
Peter Weller, he really had a good time with that, but he has a problem with MGM, and then the people who ended up releasing it, he really thinks they did a terrible job advertising it. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. This is gonna be a hard sell. It's gonna be a hard sell anyway.
Yeah, how do you? Yeah, it's not the kind of movie that you can put the synopsis in one simple little sentence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It defies genre, and it just kind of defines.
The sequel the sequel ended up evolving into Big Trouble in Little China, because W.D. Richter ended up writing the sequel treatment, and then it just ended up evolving into Big Trouble. So
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
What's on the Arrow Blu-ray?
yeah, what's on there?
Oh man, it's loaded. It's loaded down. It's got tons of stuff on it.
Cool.
It's got a brand new interview with Peter Weller, a brand new
Oh, a
interview
new
with
interview
John
with Peter
Lithgow.
Weller. All right. Well, I gotta get my
it's got
hands
a
on it
rich-
now.
It's got an original featurette on the making of the film. It's got a really awesome Q&A session.
Yeah.
With that's like moderated by Kevin Smith. He's a huge fan of the movie. But
Well, I hope it's a better Q&A session than The Rocketeer, which I don't think Disney ever released, because he was so terrible with the Q&A, where it was a reunion of all the cast and crew, and like Disney was planning on releasing that for a feature on the 25th anniversary, I think 25th or 20th anniversary Blu-ray, and they didn't release it because he's like swearing and like he's terrible as a moderator, because he's not even really that big of a fan of the film. So I'm like, why did you get Kevin Smith to be a moderator for The Rocketeer? If he's not
well,
even
he's a huge fan of Buckaroo Banzai, clearly.
well, that's
He loves
good.
that movie.
That's great.
He's a huge fan of hearing himself talk as well.
There's a point in the Q&A where they're just talking blah blah blah, and Peter Weller, something draws Peter Weller's attention, and he goes, "Hey, somebody wake that guy up! You don't sleep." He goes, "You don't sleep during when I talk."
Nice.
and like they have to wake him up, and Kevin Smith is like, "Whoa, you just got RoboCop."
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised Peter Weller isn't like, your move, creep.
Yeah, but he was like, whoa, wake that guy up. He's like,
I
would
would love to meet Peter Weller, and if I was in that with that Q&A, like I would be riveted, man. There would be no sleeping.
That you need a region-free Blu-ray player, right? For that, it's one of those regions.
Yeah, it's
region
B. It's region B.
Okay.
Stupid region locking. Fuck region locking. And I have a region-free
Well,
Blu-ray.
Yeah.
It's just
They probably
bullshit.
Yeah,
they
go ahead.
probably did that. They probably did that because if this is an MGM library release, Scream Factory might be doing something with this.
I hope
for the
they
States.
do.
So
I hope they do in the States, because it kind of makes sense. I mean, because it is an MGM film, and Scream Factory's been doing a lot of MGM movies. But it probably won't be
So
Scream
that's-
Factory, it would be Shout Factory, because I don't really think
well, right.
fits a
Right.
Scream Factory. But I didn't think Swamp Thing did either, but I'm still in
I didn't think Garbage Pail Kids either, but they're doing that. So
Give me that.
God, it sucks. One of the worst films I've ever
I
seen.
mean, if it was like $6, I'd buy it for sure, but I'm not paying $35 for it.
Yeah.
That's like Code Red Blu-rays lately. Not paying $35 for that.
Well, there's no special features on their stuff either.
Let me just. Movie Man 95 just made an excellent point in the comment section of the video. He said, and I quote, "I'd rather go down on Courtney Love than pay to see Green Inferno."
You'd rather go down in her hole. Yeah, alright.
Hell,
That should be on the poster for Green Inferno.
I'll do
know.
that for free. So
I think I'm getting a ticket to Green Inferno. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't want to see another Cannibal Holocaust. I don't want to see another Cannibal Ferox. I already saw those movies.
I'll go down to
Yeah.
Courtney Love for free, and you can pay me to see Pat Cannibal. What the fuck this called?
I guess we'll get you some Valtrex. It'll be good to go.
There you go. Some
I just don't
Xanax
think
and
that
shit.
his movie would be more psychologically disturbing than seeing Courtney Love's special area.
Seeing a homo? Yeah.
I think that the experience would be overall more traumatic. So I would just go there.
Yeah, the flick will be over in an hour and a half, and you can just forget about it.
Well, you can even take a nap during the flick and just act like you watched it.
Exactly.
I'm fine with swimming.
Dude, her shit probably looks like a grenade went off in there, man. It's a fucking mess, man. You know it does.
Are you saying
beer bottles in there lying around?
Well, once again,
drug paraphernalia.
So you're saying it's a better horror movie then?
Roger here, 6. I'm going in.
It's a better horror film. So there you go. Courtney Love made a better horror
That
film
is
than
true.
Eli Roth.
Oh God.
Her life,
I
her
said I'd do
whole
it for
life
free.
is a
So.
better horror film than anything Eli Roth has ever done. I mean, have you seen
That's
how
probably
she
true.
looks? I mean,
But, hey, if Courtney Love, if you see this, give me a call. I'm fine. I said I'd do it for free. So. There you go. Courtney Love.
Oh Lord.
I mean, at least Eli Roth can fill the void left by Wes Craven.
Well, that's true. God, that's true. God bless him.
I forgot.
God bless him.
no.
God bless.
Well, let's
him.
go ahead. Let's go ahead and dive into. Let's go ahead and continue our discussion of film adaptations of Stephen King. Let's
Number
get the ball
52.
rolling here. We've got a lot still to cover.
Wait. Can I get a real talk?
Oh
Really?
God. Okay.
Real talk. All right. McDonald's now serves breakfast all day. How fucking awesome is that?
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys aren't
pretty good.
excited?
They probably did that because
That's cool.
the rest of their food sucks. The only
Well,
good
yeah.
food is their
That-
breakfast food.
That's
Actually, I like
They
the
probably-
breakfast food.
That's a cool guy. Yeah.
I'm actually a bit
They
McDonald's.
probably did that because
That's just
they
me
probably did that
personally.
because
I'm
some
just
maniac
not a
like
big
Ork
fan.
went there and destroyed the place
I
because
went
he
in there
got there
like
at
Samuel Jackson,
10:31.
He's gonna
McDonald's.
be like Michael Douglas in Falling Down, you know.
But see, it's not legit though, because you can't get a McGriddle. You know, it's
Oh,
very limited
no.
menu.
All right, fuck, I didn't bring it up. Let's keep going. Go. Let's
They
Yeah,
got
you
rid of
know-
McGriddles?
It's lame.
There's no McGriddle on it, yeah.
Oh, that's
There's
nice.
sausage,
That's
just sausage. I mean, biscuit and
Fun
muffin.
fact for TSF Nation, B-Movie Mike actually is the champion of the world in the McGriddles eating contest. He's come first many times. I've trained him, but you know, hopefully we can get a few more. But now we can't obviously train at night, which really sucks. Throws a monkey wrench into the whole situation, but we're still gonna bring it home for America. Okay, that's all I gotta say. Yeah.
America,
Okay.
fuck yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now that that's over, let's. Thank you, Orc. That's a mini Orc's corner right there, people. That's a mini Orc's corner right there. All right, let's see. We stopped last week talking about Stand By Me, and actually somebody in the comment section said that they didn't get to hear of last week's video, that they didn't get to hear what Rambo thinks of Stand By Me. So do you want to enlighten us, Rambo?
No, I mean, I left him a response that I haven't seen the film in forever. But I saw the film like once, and that was like 10 years ago, so I would have to see it again to refresh my memory on it.
Okay.
It's just not a film I grew up with. I grew up more with the... actually, one of the films coming up in 1990 is one of them. We'll get to that, but I have to see it again. I have to buy it sometime.
And I remember the first time I saw some of Stand By Me, my sister brought it home, and the whole family sat down to watch it. And we watched like 10 minutes of it. My parents turned it off. So it was like 7 or some shit, and these kids are just cussing like crazy and smoking cigarettes and stuff. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're too young for that.
great movie. Though.
But as with last week, what we'll do is like some of the bigger Stephen King adaptations we'll spend a pretty good amount of time talking about. Some of the more middle-of-the-road ones we'll spend a lesser time talking about, and some of the lesser ones we'll just kind of discuss briefly to kind of keep things flowing. So if you guys want to share with us any questions or comments or thoughts about your favorite Stephen King adaptations, please do so either in the comment section of the video, by tweeting with us at TSF Nation. Hop over to the website, join us in our very own live chat over there at thesausagefactoryshow.com, and we'll read them during the show at some point. So let's go ahead and we'll start with 1987's The Lawnmower Man, based on a short. Or wait a minute, wait. No, I'm sorry.
Creepshow 2, I think.
Lawnmower Man.
No, actually, we're on The Lawnmower Man
2.
Yeah, actually, it's Apt Pupil. I'm sorry, it's Apt Pupil. I'm sorry.
Oh
Came
yeah.
out in 19.
No, this is a different one. This is one.
Oh.
This is one with Rich Schroeder. And
Hold on a second.
Ashley Lawrence.
Silver Spizzoons.
I think we cut off at the
There
running.
was actually
Running Man Senior
a
87.
Yeah. Well, there was an Apt Pupil that came out in '87. I don't think any of us have seen it. Skip over that. Sorry about that, people. But yeah, we've got Creepshow 2 that Stephen King wrote the stories for. I'm not sure if it's based on any of his short stories.
The Raft
but,
is. The Raft was
okay.
in a magazine before, published in a magazine. I don't know about some of the other ones. Creepshow 2, I like it. I think it's definitely better than Creepshow 3. Anything's better than Creepshow 3, but Creepshow 2, I've warmed up to some of the certain segments, like Old Chief Woodenhead. I always thought was kind of originally, but like I've warmed up to it. Pretty much what I remember is just quotes like "one more step and blam," and then of course
His hair's
gonna get paid and laid.
I hate the last story though. I hate that. Thanks for the ride, lady.
I like that story.
Oh, yeah.
I like the hitchhiker.
Never cared for it.
Like
The Raft. I like the Raft though, but
The Raft,
The Raft is the best one.
The Raft
is
saves
the
that
best
film.
Yeah, The Raft is the best one.
I beat you. It's like run, you dumbass. What are you doing staying there?
I like it. I like the scene where like the girl's like he thinks the girl's asleep and he's like doing stuff to her and he rolls her over.
Up, yeah.
All over. Yeah, it's all over her face and it's eating her and
She's
yeah.
like, ah, ah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good makeup effects there and
Yeah. The thing that was what sold me on that movie when I was a kid, and I went to rent it. On the back of the box was somebody covered in the black sludge, like reaching out for it.
Yeah.
And I thought that just looked so cool.
Pretty much, if you're a fan of
That's
the
why I
Blob, the 1988 remake, you probably will enjoy the Raft segment.
although the monster kind of looks like a garbage bag.
It is a garbage bag.
Yeah,
Yes,
For the most
yeah.
part.
I know. I just
Yeah.
kind of funky.
Yeah. I mean, one thing about Creepshow 2, I don't like the animated segments. I just think they're really awful, to be honest. The animation is pretty ugly and it's just cheap and.
I like Creepshow 2 overall, but I agree with Stingray. I think the Raft really saves Creepshow 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah.
I honestly like Tales from the Dark Side of the movie a little bit more, which is the unofficial Creepshow 3.
Yeah.
I like that a lot more, actually.
I just watched that one last night. It's really good.
So that's what I was saying when I met Ray Don Chong. She didn't have anything from Tales from the Dark Side to sign, unfortunately. That's really what I wanted. I guess I should have brought something.
Lover's Vow, yeah, the gargoyle. Yeah.
Love it, man. Good stuff.
Did you ask her why she didn't have stuff from Tales from the Dark Side?
I think she just said she didn't bring it. She didn't think anybody would be interested.
Or maybe that's based on a true story. You can't talk about it. You can't talk about the gargoyle.
That and Soul Man are really, my favorite things she's done. And she didn't have either one of those, so.
Wow.
Just a bunch of shit I didn't care about, basically, for her to sign.
Yeah.
Wasn't she in Commando?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Tales from the Dark Side of the movie is supposed to have. I think Creepshow 2 is meant to have a couple more stories. I think originally, but then it dropped them because of budget constraints, if I remember correctly. I think there was one that involved like a bowling segment that was just sounded really lame. And
Well,
then
what's
the Cat
sad-
from Hell, I think, was
Yeah, the
supposed
Cat
to be
from Hell.
Creepshow 2.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What's sad is that Creepshow 2 has a better DVD release
Yeah.
than Creepshow. That's what's kind of
Max
sad.
edition, yeah, with the featurette Nightmares and Foam Rubber
Yeah.
with Greg Nicotero and company, yeah.
Yeah. Anybody have anything else they want to add about Creepshow 2?
Yeah, well, the other tale that Mike was talking about, it was about a zombie bowling team.
Wow.
And the reason, for folks, just in case if you're interested in Stephen King, there's a Stephen King book called Creepshows, the illustrated Stephen King movie guide,
It is a great book. I
which
also
I'm
have a
looking
copy of it
to,
as
which
well.
has a lot of good info and pictures and stuff for a lot of Stephen King. So, for anyone who's a fan of Stephen King movies.
Oh, and Tom Savini, of course, he also played the creep in Creepshow 2. He played the guy who he narrated the opening, the live action segments, and the makeup.
Cool.
I miss the skeleton guy though. I miss the creep from Creepshow, the one where he looked like a skeleton.
Yeah. Well, let's move on and let's talk about the very first Richard Bachman film adaptation. This is for The Running Man, which I actually got reacquainted with just the other day, and I'd kind of forgotten how much of a satire that movie is.
It is.
How much of a really strong,
Yeah.
I think, satire that movie is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because my memories of it were just of kind of a dumb, cheap action movie. But watching it again, I was like, wow, this movie was kind of ahead of its time, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed
with the whole reality TV aspect, which the shitty DVD from Lionsgate decides that we'd rather talk about that than the actual movie.
I did not care for the original story. That's just me. But I love the movie The Running Man. It's one of my favorite Schwarzenegger films. I just have such a fun time watching it repeatedly. There's so many memorable lines of dialogue. Did you eat the contract? But it makes you room for my fist. Bro, jump to his stomach to break your goddamn spine. Or here's Sub-Zero. Now playing Zero.
Lane Zero.
I love the part where I love the part where he's like signing the contract before he goes in on like the lawyer's back, and he stabs the pen in the lawyer's back, and he goes, "Don't forget your copy."
Maybe your copy.
And just your copy.
You have to go school some steroids.
Richard Dawson, I thought was a great choice. He was a game show host, so perfect choice.
I love Richard Dawson.
So good.
And when
He was
Arnold,
so good.
The infamous, Arnold says his famous line, "I'll be back." Only in a rerun.
And in a weird way, it's sort of a good video game movie in a way too, because it's like a video game. Because it's going through levels. Here's one boss. Here's another boss. Here's Sub-Zero. Here's Dynamo. Here's all these
Fireball.
These colorful villains.
Yeah.
Which was entertaining to watch, and great score by Harold Faltermeyer. Very memorable score. I love the film to death.
I love the song at the end credits by John Parr, Restless Heart. No more lonely nights with the restless heart.
And of course you got like Jesse the Body Ventura, you got Jim Brown, you got Yaphet Kotto.
Yaphet Kotto, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Yaphet Kotto, He's good at everything, man.
You have the nerdy guy who kind of reminds me of myself, in a way, so that's kind of... he dies, I think,
Yeah.
And like you said, it's a satire to it as well.
Yeah, I was really taken by how smart the movie was, really.
Yeah.
And like I said, it felt very much ahead of its time.
It's like American Gladiator, but with actual consequences.
Exactly. And I mean, movies like Hunger Games definitely, I think, took a page from Running Man.
I would rather watch
took a page from Running Man.
Yeah, I mean, Rollerball.
Over and over again to watch any of the Hunger Games movies. Hunger Pains.
And especially good considering there was a bit of trouble in the production. I know George B. Cosmatos was going to direct it, but he wanted to shoot the whole movie in a mall, the whole thing. They said that's too crazy to shoot everything in one location.
Yeah.
So they
Wasn't
got
there
the
also
guy,
different actors for the lead?
maybe.
Or that's Total. Maybe I'm getting confused with Total Recall because I know Patrick Swayze was involved possibly with Total Recall and stuff like that.
And then they got the guy who was, I think, one of the either Starsky or Hutch.
Yeah.
Directed.
Paul Michael Glaser.
But I love the film to death, and it's cool. I mean, I know people say it's cheesy, but I never cared for the word cheesy. I think it's a fun, badass movie. I wish they made movies like this again.
But I like cheesy.
Have you?
I do too, but I just don't like it when it's used for movies because I think it's just a cheap insult. I hear it way too often now, and I'm like, is it? Are we talking about mac and cheese? If we're not talking about mac and cheese,
it reminds me of Velveeta. I don't know. It's like, it's so cheesy. I'm like, all right, there's me right now.
Have you read the book, Rambo?
What's up?
Have you read the book, Rambo?
Yeah, I mean, it's very different. I mean, like, the ending is completely different.
The ending's hard to read now, considering how it ends.
It's more of a down where you find out that his wife and kid are dead, and he pretty much flies a plane right into the building in a kamikaze.
Yeah.
Like, it's much different. And
never get away with that.
Maybe that's why Stephen King wasn't a fan, because it wasn't like his book. But for me, I thought it was an improvement over the book. If someone wants to do their own version and based on the book, feel free. But I prefer the way the plot went in the movie, because I thought it was just a much more colorful entertainment factor. Plus, like you said, it still has that smart satire, but it's still. I also want a fun popcorn action movie as well. And I thought The Running Man blended that, and the book seemed much more of a serious, more downbeat, almost like something you would see more in the 70s movie, maybe.
Yeah.
That sort of downbeat flick. I mean, but
more
like
if
Escape from New York was even more depressing. Yeah.
Kind of like rollerballish, kind of.
Yeah, but it was more like the character was just in the city, and they were looking for him in the city. From what I remember, I could be wrong at points, but just them. Here's a city, you're trying to run, and these people are chasing you. And this one is much more the game show type.
Because I remember getting the book, and it had the poster art with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I thought it was a novelization because I love collecting novelizations, and I love The Running Man. So then I was reading it, I'm like, wait, this isn't The Running Man. What is this? I don't like. This sucks.
Well, technically it is, but
I know, technically it is. But The Running Man, it's one of my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger films. I remember watching it at my aunt's place. She had it on VHS. I remember watching it there for the first time and just having a blast with it. And it deserves a better DVD or Blu-ray. For fuck's sake, please get something out there with actual, genuine special features. Because Lionsgate released one of the worst special editions I think I've honestly ever seen. That second disc is so useless, you might as well just throw it in the trash.
Like a coaster.
Well,
Stingray or Mike, what are you guys' thoughts on The Running Man?
Oh, it's great. I love Schwarzenegger. He was at the peak of his career around that time. He was just hitting his stride before T2 and after Conan and all that, and that's when he was like at the height of his power at the box office. So I love the colorful characters, the actors. You guys have already brought up pretty much every reason why I like it. Richard Dawson, music. I mean, it's a fun watch. Like I saw it in the theater, and of course, I loved it.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Lucky.
Yeah, I mean, Richard casting Richard Dawson was just. I mean, whoever cast him, that was just a stroke of brilliance. Yeah. He was so freaking good.
And that's why it's too bad with the features. It's like no one got to talk to him, about the film, before. I believe he's no longer with us, so.
Well, if he's not, he's in the place of Peter Weller.
But yeah, great quotes. I mean, I just love how absurd some of them are. Where Arnold's running from the dynamo, and he's like, "Hey, light bulb! Hey, Christmas tree!"
How you feel about it, Jay?
I love it, man. like around that period of time, Arnold could do no wrong for me. I love all his stuff from back then. It's a classic in my opinion.
And unfortunately, I think it bombed. I don't think it.
Yeah, it did.
Was it ahead of its time, or did people think it was, like you said, a dumb movie, and then people didn't think it had a little bit of brains to it or something?
I don't know. It's kind of like we talk about the slasher films. Their heyday, there was like one new one every weekend. Well, with the action films with guys like Schwarzenegger, it's kind of the same syndrome. There was a new action film every week too, and maybe that one just fell between the cracks.
87 was a great year. I mean, you had RoboCop, you had The Running Man, you had Predator, Lethal Weapon.
They released
for action films
in the fall too, like.
Well, that's a bad release date. Should have been in the summer.
Yeah.
Well, Predator was in the summer. That's why.
Yeah.
Maybe it just got lost in the shuffle, really. You know, and they were like, you know, too much. I'm on Arnold Schwarzenegger at overload, and you know, this looks like too sci-fi kind of silly. Nah. You know.
Yeah.
Could have been.
What about you? Seen it? Orc?
What's up? What's up? Yeah, it's
seen
one
it.
of the strongest movies of all time. You know, you can't really be a Schwarzenegger fan without seeing this movie. You know, it's like that good. You know, it's almost as good as Terminator 2, but not quite. You know, it's like T2, T1 are like right there. Running Man down here.
I'd honestly rather watch The Running Man over T2, but that's just me personally.
On the Schwarzenegger scale.
Orc's favorite is Junior.
Thought it was twins.
That was Junior, but it changes so often.
Classic. It's a definite classic. Jesse Ventura was fun too with his, you know, his workout tape. That was pretty funny.
I think if Cole was here, he'd be saying how much it sucks.
Yeah.
The show's kind of lopsided. We're missing some heat.
I know. Yeah. Okay, let me play the Cole part here. I don't care. I just think it's dull and repetitive. And Richard Dawson is no Pat Sajak. So.
I was asking.
I mean, even
coming to eating everybody's cornflakes tonight.
The stalkers
wherever you are,
themselves
Cole,
are
we love you.
You know, like the buzzsaw guy. You know, I love the saw. I want to make it a part of you. You know. And then Arnold's like, then keep it.
But yeah, wherever you are, Cole, we love you. So bring the hate back. Bring the hate back. Let's move on and let's talk about 1989's Pet Sematary, in which Stephen King also wrote the screenplay for Pet Sematary, and I heard that Pet Sematary is one of the only novels that he wrote that actually scared him. So,
scared him.
What are your guys' thoughts?
Oh,
Speaking of the devil.
He has arrived.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Balance has returned to the force.
Yeah.
You see, I mentioned Cole, and then he arrives. So there you go.
That's true. That's like Cole?
It's like Candyman. You have to say his name 3 times.
Or Beetlejuice.
Cole?
I think you're muted, buddy.
I think you're. There we go.
Me?
Oh, we hear you.
How's it going?
Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good. Like that flannel.
Yeah, well, it's cooling off out there.
It's good look. Before we move on, what's your thoughts on The Running Man?
Oh man. That's the territory where like the divide between book and movie is just ridiculous. It's basically the title. You know. Everything else is different, you know. I don't think it's another book that he has no memory of writing. He like wrote it in like a week when he was like drunk. And it's still a pretty good book. I enjoy it. I own it. I have a fondness for all the Bachman books because they do sort of have a different feel to them, which I do appreciate. It's not just him changing the name for the sake of it. They do if you're familiar with his writing, they do feel a little bit different. It's a pretty bare bones book. They fill in a lot of gaps and blanks and stuff, although not the way I would have in the movie, by making the future very flashy and strange instead of like. It's a very bleak book, and it's very bleak. The idea of the game is actually very bleak. There's nothing flashy or over the top about it. But in this, they were just like, let's play up the game show angle. Let's, and I get that. It makes for an okay movie in that way, but I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's just at the height of his fame, so they're just like, here's a movie you can do, I guess, even though, again, nothing like the character in the book, but as far as you can get, from this everyman to like Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I enjoy the movie because it's fun and silly and stuff. I mean, it's just full of wacky characters and over-the-top humor and stuff. I mean, it's so far that I don't even think of it as a Stephen King. Like, I'm surprised he didn't want to have his name taken off it, to tell you the truth, because it is nothing like Stephen King at all. So, I mean, I enjoy the movie. It's fun. I think of it as an Arnold movie. I don't think of it as a Stephen King movie, because it's really, I mean, it's nothing like what he wrote in the slightest. Not that Running Man is this great novel, and he wouldn't say that either. But I mean, it's a pretty good book, and I'm not saying it's a travesty what they did or anything like that. I don't know, but the movie.
Well, I mentioned the book was kind of like a movie that would be in the 70s, like a much more bleaker. Like even the ending is pretty downbeat.
Yeah.
The kamikaze, like.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's how it ends, with a kamikaze attack, where obviously the hero does not survive, and yeah, exactly. It is a much more bleak thing, and I think that would be a good movie too. Really, they could have done it that way, and maybe they still will someday. Because I don't know. Like I said, I'm fine with Running Man as a movie. I really don't associate it with other like Stephen King things. Even though lots of Stephen King adaptations are changed and weird, I don't know if any are as changed and weird as Running Man. It is that different. I mean, again, it's a title, and it's a somewhat similar concept in that, that he goes and people chase him and stuff, but after that, everything is different. Yeah, so I just think of it more as a silly Arnold movie back when Arnold was really catching fire and stuff. I mean, this came like a year or two after Commando and stuff like that. So
we were all bathing the movie in praise, and it just felt weird that there wasn't that one dissenter. And then you showed up, and we were like, it's meant to be. So.
Well, I don't have anything really negative to say about the movie. I just don't really have any praise for it either. I can't really think of anything specifically good about it, except that yes, it's a good example of Arnold and where he was at in his career then. Apart from that, no, I don't think of anything good about it. But I'm not gonna tear it down. It is what it is. But no, I certainly don't have any praise for Running Man. To me, it's wholly forgettable. Except the only things that aren't forgettable about it are the things that are too silly to be ignored. Like some of those guys that go after him in their weird pro wrestling sort of style and stuff like that.
That's sort of its charm.
And that's fair enough. And that's fair enough. A lot of people will feel that way. I'm just more indifferent. It's fine. Whatever.
I mean, is it as removed from its source material as the Lawnmower Man?
Yeah.
No. The Lawnmower Man, he did take it.
The short story is terrible.
I mean, it's a pretty dumb short story.
Okay.
That one literally is just the title. He did have his name taken off it. It's a pretty stupid short story, but
we'll get to that one. Let's talk about Pet Sematary.
The remote.
Dead is better.
And the thing that's always amazed me about Pet Sematary is, and I touched on this last week, in that Stephen King was like the first rock star author who his name alone could sell a movie. Because I mean, look at Pet Sematary. There's no stars in it.
It was directed Dale Midkiff.
Dale Midkiff.
Tasha Yar.
Yeah. It was directed by Mary Lambert.
Hey, Herman
Munster's
in
by Mary Lambert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horror Monster, yeah.
Yeah, Fred
And
Gwynn.
you know that movie was sold by Stephen King, and Stephen King, I mentioned this before you joined Cole. Pet Sematary, he says, is one of his only books that actually scared him.
Yeah, he actually had one of his few periods of sort of inactivity, you know, since he was obviously very prolific. He actually couldn't focus and write for, I think, a few months afterwards because he was sort of disturbed by what he'd written. And, yeah, so it's rare for that.
Well, the concept of the film and the story is very, I think, very engaging anyway. It's something that a lot of people can relate to. If you've ever lost somebody or lost something in your life, the urge to bring it back is something that everybody, you know, kind of has. And what happens when you do it? You know, you're not bringing back the same person that you once knew.
What happens when you have that opportunity available to you, even though it might not be exactly what you want? Would you still do it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know one thing. This was a film that George Romero wanted to direct for a long while, but then
I heard that.
Cool.
I think Murray Lambert did a good job, but I really would have been curious to see what Romero would have done with Pet Sematary.
I heard it was also offered to Tom Savini to direct. At one point.
Wow.
Well, I really liked his Night of the Living Dead remake, but, you know, in the Tales from the Dark Side episode, Inside the Closet, but, yeah.
Yeah. The thing that I've always liked about Pet Sematary is it's not shot for, like, style. It's not shot to be, you know, like, flashy. But it's got this kind of almost nightmarish look and feel to the movie that just, even now, kind of just creeps me out. And when I was a kid, it definitely gets under your skin. And when I was a kid, right around the time the movie was coming out on video, and I was seeing it on video, there were some friends of the family who had a little boy that looked just like Miko Hughes. Was like the same age, everything. That was freaky as hell. The little kid freaked me out, but what freaked me out even more was the sister with spina bifida.
Oh yeah, that was one of the scariest parts of the film for me too. That really would made me I was very unsettled. It was unnerving. Like I couldn't sit straight, you know, or sit still watching that sequence.
Now, this is a dumb question, I know, but why was that in the movie? Was it just to freak us out? Or did it seem like a big part of the story? It seemed like it's kind of out of place.
I think it was supposed to be some character development for one of the leads.
Oh, okay.
I think it's for Crosby. I think for that actor, Denise Crosby.
Like her sister or something.
All right.
Yeah. And
for being embarrassed by it.
Yeah, and it is creepy as hell. And when they bring back the little boy, the little boy is supposed to be her as a child. Because if you notice, there's a painting outside of her bedroom, and it's the little boy in his outfit when he comes back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him coming back from the grave. It was also her coming back to get revenge because she had let her die.
Like her soul, kind of like her soul into the kid.
I guess.
I don't know. I've never put that together before.
Exactly.
I didn't put that together like that before either.
Really? Oh.
That's why I was like, I'm like, wow, that's kind of weird, but I guess that makes sense why you would establish her, deleted that. I just never noticed the painting and the stuff, and I never read the original novel if that's in it either.
That was actually played by a guy. That was a guy playing that character.
Or they just say, okay,
yeah. But that was so freaky. I remember seeing that the first time as a kid. Oh my God, just freaked me the hell out. That whole movie just freaked me the hell out.
So it has an ethereal quality to it, like you're saying. It has this dreamlike sort of feel to it, a definitely nightmarish quality. Definitely the sequences where the ghost, you know, the zombie guy keeps showing up and talks to him and stuff like that. The sequences of Miko Hughes where he goes after Fred Gwynn and slices his ankle. That's
what I was going to say. That's what gets me, man.
Right there. Just think about it. I mean, this little kid hiding underneath their bed, you know, with a scalpel. I mean, and that's a really painful part. You know. I know.
Yeah, that's one of the most cringe-inducing moments I've ever seen in a movie.
Yeah.
When he cuts through like his Achilles. Oh my God. Ugh.
See, I go from seeing little Miko in like Full House and Kindergarten Cop, and then I see him in that shit. Ugh. Fuck that. That gets spooky, man.
Yeah.
You felt for him a little bit at the end too, where the father ends up killing him, with the syringe.
Yeah.
I really like the film a lot. The ending I don't like. I do not like that shock ending. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Why after he went through all of that, he would then all of a sudden be like, "Oh, let's bring my dead wife back," and then. Well, of course it's not going to end well. And then the end credits song, which I like the song by the Ramones, but it doesn't really fit the film, the whole tone of the film. Yeah, I remember watching it the first time, and his wife comes back to life, kills him, and then it's like, I don't want to be living in a cemetery.
I love that song.
It's just like...
It's like the movie's like... Fuck yourself. Now dance.
Yeah, exactly.
Now get on dance.
It seems to fit in a little better with the sequel, but I don't mind it because I love the Ramones.
I love the song. For the tone of the film, it's kind of like the ending of American Werewolf in London for me, where it ends in like people die. It's pretty downbeat, and then it's like Oh, bop, 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 did you bop, 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 do 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 do.
I like that. I don't know. I kind of like that. I think that's kind of cool. But has anybody read the book for Pet Sematary? I'm sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm a sucker for really bleak endings. So I like it. I do get that it really means the entire film was just meaningless, basically.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, it's like. He lost everything that was important to him, so he was like, fuck it, I'm just going to welcome death, I guess.
Yeah, but didn't he still have his daughter?
Yeah. I guess not everything, but most everything.
How does the book differ from
he didn't like her, so he said fuck
her.
He's like, fuck that bitch.
Well, it's
with the grandparents.
It's been quite a few years since I read it, so I can't be 100% if people want to point out differences. But, I mean, for the most part, I don't remember any differences except that it was more standard in that certain subplots and stuff had to be left out just for the sake of time to make a movie. But I don't remember them really changing very much. It was just simply that again. It's probably why it's another one of my favorite of the movies because they didn't go around making sweeping changes. The stuff that was changed was just more condensed than changed. I think the stuff with the sister is really important because it's just a big part of King's writing that a lot of his characters are haunted by their past. They have something in their past that haunts them. And, I think the movie carries across a lot of the themes really well, as it was said, both that you deal with in childhood and then again, if you're a parent, sort of like the sort of a full circle type thing of how you deal with loss when you're a kid and maybe your first loss is a pet instead of like a relative or something like that and how that feels. And then years later, if you yourself become a parent, to watch your own child go through it, and want to be able to be there for them and help them, but you can't really. There's not very much you can do. They're going to be sad, and that's that type thing. I think that's carried across pretty well in the movie as well as the book. Even like down to the misspelling of the word cemetery and stuff shows a little bit of that innocence lost type stuff. I mean. I always thought it was a really daring book because it talks about innocence loss and stuff like that, but then it just pushes the envelope so much further because so much, seriously bad stuff happens, and some of it is so twisted and stuff, and I've always sort of admired the book for that. And again, the reason I like the movie is because I think it carries that across pretty well. It's just a very memorable movie for me. So much about it stands out. The road with the trucks. Just the locations and stuff. I think it's nice that it was sort of an unknown cast because sometimes that can be distracting. I love that character actor who's the older guy. He's so memorable that he's like parodied all the time. Like you see him.
Yeah.
Like they love him on South Park. They've used him like 3 times.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking with South Park. You don't want to go down that road.
Yeah,
That's a bad road.
A lot of history on that mountain and stuff like that. But And it is genuinely scary. A lot of scary moments. You know, a lot of these movies have scary ideas, but I don't think really translate to the screen as that scary for whatever reason. And I think this is one of the few ones that does. Again, using kids is always a good creepy way, but there's creepy stuff in that. Even besides that, even the cat is frightening. You have this cat from hell coming back and stuff like that. So yeah, I like the movie a lot. It's definitely one of my favorites. I really should read the book again because maybe there's some more differences that I can't remember because I might have been like 14 the last time I read that book. I had a copy that I lost, and I've actually never replaced it and stuff. Obviously, it would be easy enough to find anywhere, as most King's books are, at a used bookstore or whatever.
The same?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Never read the book because it just was. I remember seeing the how many pages it was, and I was like,
I think this is one of the few movies that Stephen King. Did he write any other strips for his movies? Because again, I know he did the screenplay for this.
He wrote write stuff for Creepshow, but that's not really
Well, I
necessarily.
mean, like the other, his other adaptations. And
this is the first one he wrote, I think. Yeah, it was Pet Sematary.
So maybe that's why there wasn't a lot of change.
Did he do Maximum Overdrive too?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, he wrote the script for that. Yes.
But that's yeah.
This is much better though.
I'd say so.
For a horror film.
I don't see many, that he's adapted to himself.
Yeah.
This is one of the few ones that he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
And it's kind of a challenging watch. I mean, I have to be in a certain mood if I'm gonna watch it. It's not just one I can just pop in, just for the hell of it. It's not like background noise or whatever.
I mean, the kid gets run over by a truck,
Watch it.
And there's a little cute.
Yeah.
There's a
That'll be a bad day
intro
movie.
me and Matt have with each other when it comes to the kid. Like, man, that kid was cute before he got ran over.
That's not. No, it was
That's
me,
a friend of mine. Yeah,
me, you, and a good friend.
A good friend of yours.
We were talking, and I said he was creepy, and someone asked, "What? Before he got run over?" I said, "No, after he got ran over. He's evil." So he wasn't creepy after he got run over.
Yeah.
But I think that's a effective.
I got it mixed up, but
I also like it because Stephen King obviously uses supernatural forces and stuff, and sometimes brings that into certain mysticism. And I think a lot of the time he does that. It's sort of really hit or miss. I think this is one of the times where I'm satisfied with the mysticism. I like the Indian legend and stuff like that. We're going to get into it in later films. There hasn't been as much in the earlier ones, but one thing I think the King's really has a penchant for, and he even does it in one of my favorite books and adaptations, The Stand, which is probably my favorite thing. Is that he'll have characters that are, maybe they're mentally challenged and stuff, and he'll always give them sort of like some sort of like stronger link to the supernatural or God or something. Mm-hmm. And I get that, but I don't think he ever really does it well, and it usually comes across as borderline offensive because it just seems like, oh, okay, by the time like you're seeing like Dreamcatcher, I think it's really bad, and stuff like that. This is one of the times
it was handled much better in the book than it was in the film. It was handled much better in the book.
But I mean, he just keeps going back to it. I mean, there's even a character in the Dark Tower series in flashbacks and stuff. This, like sort of like not messed up cancer. I don't want to use offensive terminology, stuff like that. Like he just uses it over and over again, and I don't know. I'm much happier with the way he handled it in this sort of story and stuff, where we don't always need some some mentally retarded or challenged person or something being some sort of bridge between the mystical world and that. I mean, he does it once, that's okay, but he's done it like 5 or 6 times, and I think it seems to get progressively worse each time he does it. So I like this movie for not having any sort of like character like that or in between. It's kind of, I like it when stuff is complicated and weird, but I kind of enjoy the simplicity of this, where it's just like, okay, this has something to do with like the Indians back when they lived here and their mysticism and religion and stuff. That's clear enough. It doesn't need an overly long explanation. It's not the type of thing that people are going to get bogged down or confused with, they can just sort of, absorb it and move on.
Yeah.
And I think it's done pretty well in the book and the movie.
It is one of the more mainstream, probably, Stephen King adaptations, because it is something that I think a lot of people are able to understand and relate to in a lot of ways that they can't really do with some of the other films.
Right.
There's a human factor to it.
Sorry. Yeah. Sometimes he has,
human factor to it.
Sometimes he has very, specific ideas or something, which is fine, and it's okay to explore in a book, but it's much harder to come across in a movie. And that's, I think, why this is one of the more successful adaptations, is because you don't really have to worry about that as much. Like I said, it's more cut and dried. And, it's understood, and you don't have to.
Yeah.
Like I said, in some of those books, that's what's interesting. Like reading into that, like some of the stuff, like in the vague, weird stuff, like that's in Desperation or something like that. I mean, that's cool, but you can understand why that could pose problems if you're trying to make a movie out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think another thing I think Pet Sematary does very well is it conveys, when you're a kid, what is your biggest fear if you're a kid?
Death.
Losing a pet.
Losing someone, your pet or
losing
your
a
parents.
Death,
Right.
yeah.
But if you're a parent, what's your greatest fear? Losing a kid.
Yeah.
And I mean, both of those things happen in this movie. So I mean, there's shock on sort of both ends, and it's like I said, it's always
intense.
struck me as it's very intense. Yes, that's a good word. It's very intense. You mix that with the nightmarish quality of the movie, and it definitely. A lot of movies don't age well. I think this one is still just as creepy and still just.
Yeah, that's why when I heard the remake being announced, I was like, we don't need a remake of this. We really don't.
Well, yeah.
There's plenty of ones where I'd accept a remake. This one, actually,
And I don't think you really need to remake this at all. And it's just, it's a really intense film that really sticks with you afterwards.
And for those interested, there is a new documentary being made on this film.
I meant to mention that, but go ahead, Matt.
No, I mean, that was it. I mean, there's a new documentary being made of this film.
I've been working on that thing forever, man. I would love to see it when it comes out.
There's a trailer on YouTube, and I just saw some recent news that there's supposed to be an announced release date of sometime next year. So they finally moved, I think, forward with it, and it should have it out. I forgot the title of it, though. I think it's something...
I think it's called "I Don't Want to Be Buried in the Pet Cemetery."
I thought
it's got a picture. It's got a picture of Joey Ramone on the cover. I'm joking.
I know it's called something else.
I know it's not called that.
They actually, the filmmakers of that doc actually reached out to me when I recorded some footage of Denise Crosby.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think they told me it's going to be in there, so interesting to see my shitty camcorder footage.
Stingray making it big in Hollywood.
Oh,
yeah. Was it from a Q&A?
Yeah. 3-4 years ago now, so.
Right.
But hey, that's really cool.
It was a Pet Cemetery retrospective, I believe is what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. That's really cool. I was going to say, how cool are the Ramones? They have a song about Pet Sematary. They have a song about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
They've got a song about Spider-Man. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
One of the best bands ever. Closing thoughts on Rock and Roll High School, of course. Oh, my God. Let's see. Let's
Return to Salem lot around '89 as well, or we briefly talked about that already, I think. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, we kind of talked about it.
Yeah.
I think let's see, where is Return to Salem's lot? I think we may have.
Yeah,
we can skip that one. We talked about it a little bit. But let's move on, and you guys want to talk a little bit about Graveyard Shift from 1990?
I guess I will, because I'm guarantee I'm either the biggest or only fan of this movie.
Hey, I like the movie.
I love it.
But
I like the film.
This is one of those. I know it's based on a short story, and it's a very, very short story. So they had a hard time to develop a movie out of a very short story. And at one point, Tom Savini was going to direct it, but at the time, no one wanted to do it. It's directed by Ralph S. Singleton, who I don't think ever directed again. And this is one of those monster movies that I watched as a kid and grew up with. Like, you hear a lot of the older people, they grew up with monsters of Universal, Dracula. Well, when I was a kid, I was watching movies like this, Graveyard Shift. And the reason I liked it, I mean, from an outside perspective, it could be a very cliche movie. But, again, it imprinted me on a kid because, first off, I really liked the atmosphere, the mood. I mean, the location of the textile mill, it was gritty. It looked like a hell of a place to work at.
Yeah.
It had an asshole boss, Stephen Mott, or as I told my friend Mike, evil Fred Ward. Because it looks like Fred Ward from Tremors, but if he's
That's
evil.
exactly what I thought.
And he had a weird accent that you couldn't place. So, like, some guy's trying to mimic him, and he's going, "Bravo! Next time we'll teach you sausage!" And he did such a over-the-top way that it was fun to watch, but at the same time, he was a son of a bitch that you wanted to hate, which made it a nice human villain.
Mocked, yeah.
You had Brad Dourif as an exterminator. I mean, he's getting rid of these rats, and he's like, "Adios, motherfuckers!" And he tells his great, like, Vietnam flashback.
Oh, it's an excellent story.
Great speech.
Yeah.
And it shows that Brad Dourif is a really great, talented, underrated actor. But I really like the mood and atmosphere of the film, just from the opening, from the titles. They drip down like they're blood, and just a slow pan of a cemetery, and this really quiet, eerie, almost soft choir music. I'm doing a shitty job of it, but I thought it set up a nice mood for the film, and throughout it, it's nice moments. For example, Andrew Divoff, who will later be the Wishmaster, has a sequence with a lighter and revealing on the monster, and I love the look of the monster, which I think is different from the short story. It could be wrong, but it was like part rat, part bat. I thought it was a cool-looking creature because I didn't see many designs of that, and they kept it in the background, kind of like in the original Alien. They would keep it, and they showed just teeny tiny spurts. And what I like about the cast is it's a really blue-collar mentality, which I just, maybe because I live in Iowa and I see a lot of blue-collar people, those are people I can relate to in factories and such. So nowadays, you never see a blue-collar folks. So when I look back and watch a movie like this, I can relate to these people and just, you know, getting this cotton with all these rats, whoever trained them, pissing on everything, and, you know, just being pissed and smacking getting a little tack out of the hand, and even the finale, you have this like big old labyrinth in the tunnels, and I just really like the location. I thought it had a nice atmosphere to it. There's a little bit of blood, so it's definitely R-rated. And I also enjoyed the finale, even to the point of they even use I think what was it, a Coke can, Diet Coke can,
Pepsi,
or whichever one with the slingshot.
I know it wasn't Pepsi.
And a nice demise of the monster, and it's one of those things. When the monster's dead, the movie's over.
Pepsi.
Even have a fun, I don't know what to call a rap song at the end. It's Graveyard Shift.
Yeah. That's like all I remember.
But it's one of those films that I know some people may say that I like it for nostalgia, but I don't really believe in that because I can separate myself and be like, yeah, it's not the most original, but I thought for a short story that, again, was maybe 20 pages, if that, maybe even lower. I mean, I know it wasn't that many. I thought for a director who's never directed again, I thought he made a film that had a nice mood atmosphere to it. I like the blue-collar mentality, folks of it. Stephen Mott and Brad Dourif were personalities that I remember ever since I saw it when I was a kid. And again, the score was never overbearing. It fit the film like a glove. And I thought it was a nice little monster movie in the vein of Alien, where you get a group of people in one setting, and the reveals in the monster covers one guy, and you just see the face coming out of the wing of the bat. I always thought it was a creepy image when I was a kid, and when it kills Stephen Mott in that way, just right between his legs, it just almost like he's ripping them apart. It's just satisfying. I've always enjoyed it. It's always been one of my personal favorite Stephen King films, because not only because I grew up with it, because I can pop in any time, and it's less than 90 minutes long, and I've always enjoyed it to this day. I always remember the cover with the skull and the mining hat with the flashlight, and definitely one of those films I watched a lot when it was on video and have it on DVD. And thanks to a good friend Mike, he printed this out because it was a shitty cover that they have now with a bunch of stupid rats photoshopped, but he was able to print off the original cover, which was much better.
Yeah.
No features, not on Blu-ray, unfortunately, but I can understand why people don't like it, but I've always enjoyed the film, and I've loved it ever since I was a kid.
Well, this is a movie that I watched for the first time, I think last year sometime or whatever, and mainly because Matt's a big fan of it. We've been friends for a long time. And by the way, I'm the guy who sent him that DVD cover there. But I was glad to send it to him. But I really liked the film. I thought it was a lot of fun. I remember watching it with Matt. I think we watched it together just one night because I made him sit through like a bad movie, and then it was like, do you want to watch a good movie? Because make up for it. And so we watched Graveyard Shift, and I had a lot of fun with it. I like Stephen Mocht and the Graveyard Shift, and such an asshole in this movie. The type of guy you love to hate. I like the supporting. I liked Andrew. I think it's Andrew. It's not Andrew Stevens. That's another actor. David Andrews. David Andrews who plays the lead. Very blue collar guy. I liked his performance. I liked how the film had this very grimy look to it. It didn't look clean. It wasn't. It definitely did look as dirty, just like the location that they're in. This textile mill.
Work has a question.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, I got good news for you guys. This is awesome. Screen Factory is releasing Graveyard Shift. Yep.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm just fucking.
Is that MGM? I was just curious because they might.
No.
They got nothing.
I knew.
So it'll never
knew
do
There's nothing left in the vault of MGM.
I knew that.
Yeah, no,
That'll never
That's a Paramount film. That's not an MGM movie.
That's the best you'll ever get is that DVD you're holding there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that MGM well has been running dry for Screen Factory for a while now.
Yeah. So,
for me,
going back to what I was talking about Graveyard Shift. It's got some good characters. I like the characters in it. I like the look of the film. I like the creature. It's like a rat bat. It's actually pretty cool looking. I thought this was a good practical effect. Brad Dourif is excellent. I wish he didn't die. I think that was kind of lame. I wish he would have lived and fought the creature, maybe near the end. But the little bit he was in was fantastic, and especially this speech. Oh, sorry, my bad. The speech that he has when he's talking about Vietnam is really excellent. A bit of acting by Brad Dourif, where he's talking about how these rats would get into these people's bodies and eat through their hearts and stuff like that. It was pretty intense. And Brad Dourif sells it as usual. I mean, he's such a great actor. I mean, there's been really shitty movies like Rob Zombie's Halloween and Halloween 2, and he's really good. Usually he's a constant in some of these really shitty movies. So it's really nice to see Brad Dourif in the film. And I also really like the score. I like the direction by Ralph S. Singleton. I don't understand why he didn't get another chance to direct. He definitely showed that he was definitely capable. And yeah, it doesn't have Pepsi in it, so that means it's automatically better. I mean, I think he uses a Coke can, which is all that, if it was Pepsi, we're fucked because, it's just a little in-joke I have with there's Pepsi is always in some of these really bad horror films, like The Outing, where this Pepsi.
Yeah, just a little joke between me and Mike as we watch this film. One of the first times we ever watched a film together called The Outing, and then there's this noise that you think it's the monster and it's a fucking Pepsi machine. I'll go, okay, this is the evil Pepsi.
Yeah, it's a Pepsi truck.
It's fucking evil Pepsi, I guess.
The Pepsi truck.
Pepsi's a bad omen in horror movies.
It's
only in horror though, because in Wayne's World it's badass, and the choice of a new generation.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
It works for
Graveyard
comedy.
Shift is underrated. It's fun. It's got a good atmosphere to it. It's got some good characters. You really feel for them with this whole thing. Or Stephen Mock is forcing them to work overtime to clean up this shitty textile mill. And yeah, I like it's a good old-fashioned creature feature. I also like the use of the matte paintings in the film as well that they show in certain shots near the end. It's definitely a type of film you don't see nowadays. It's sort of old-fashioned, old-school creature feature. I definitely would say it's one of the most underrated Stephen King films, for me personally.
It's been years since I last saw that, and I actually forgot it existed until I just read it off the IMDb page. But yeah, I do need to check it out again. If you guys like it so much, I'll definitely check it out.
I mean, the ending is awesome. I mean,
You never know.
shots a can, and knocks the
I remember that. I remember that part. I remember that part. I just
Good
don't
bits of
remember very
gore,
much
too.
else about it.
Well, you never know. I mean, just because we like it doesn't mean other people like
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Well, for me,
Not
it's
everybody.
been so long since I've seen it. I do remember liking it when I watched it, but it's been so long that I really can't remember what it is I liked about it.
Right.
I finally picked it up on DVD, and I got a VHS recently too. So I'll definitely check it out again. It's been a while since I've seen it as well, but practical effects are great. That's the main thing I remember about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think definitely OCP and Rambo. They sold it. They sold it. So if you haven't seen Graveyard Shift, give it a look. Give it a day for it.
So they'll see it
also-
go, fuck you, this piece of shit.
I also
Fuck
don't.
you guys, recommendation.
I know I saw it, but
That's what I
I
would say. I watched it, didn't like it. I was fuck you.
I'll be sure to catch one of
Unsubscribe.
I look forward to
I was just always surprised they bothered to make it into a movie because, as Rambo said, it's a pretty short story.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
also really old. Like I think
was
he
in
wrote
Night
it in like
Shift, I
19.
think.
Yeah, but he wrote it way before that. Like it got collected in Night Shift like 7 or 8 years later. He wrote it in like 1970. So even though I know like obviously lots of his stuff gets made and stuff, I'm still surprised that something that old and really that didn't have much to it was adapted into a movie.
Sounds like it would have been more suited for maybe like an anthology, but
It
an
appeared
anthology.
in 1970.
There you go. Yeah, I knew it
Like
was
a Dark Room. That show with
1970.
James Coburn that I'm pretty sure I don't know if anybody remembers that show, Dark Room, which is a short-lived early 80s horror anthology type show hosted by James Coburn. It lasted like 6 episodes, I think. And so it would be at home in something like that, the horror anthology. But I still like the movie, the way they adapted from the short story. They took enough of the elements of it, with these guys doing this really dirty job and then having to deal with this monster. So.
Well, let's move on and let's talk about 1990s. It. What do you guys think about it? I'm rocking some It on my wardrobe tonight. So, what do you guys think about
film
it?
in years? Been a long time.
Weeks ago.
seems to come on Spike a lot, at least where I live.
It does.
I like the
it
movie.
does.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rambo.
I said I like the movie. I hate the ending. I don't know if that's the ending in the book, but I hated the ending. I went, it's a giant fucking spider. This is Wild Wild West again.
Damn Joel Silver.
I'm like, okay, it's a spider, and it's like,
Not Joel Silver, Peter.
it's just like all this build up. It just seemed like sort of a lame ending. But I don't know if that's the way it was in the book, and that's what they could deal with. And
That's part of what's in the book. What's in the book gets really mystical and
John Peters,
metaphysical
that's
and
who it is.
stuff
John
that
Peters.
really can't be represented. There's all this thing about the universe and the turtle that you might have heard mentioned in the Dark Tower series and stuff.
oh, okay.
So it's all, yeah. I don't.
Tower.
I'm sure. Didn't you read any of that in the Dark Tower stuff about the turtle or?
I know nothing about the turtle.
Well, what is-
Okay.
about
Well,
the turtle,
also,
but
it
I
comes
don't know
from. I'm
about-
sure you've heard that like certain. I can't even remember which ones, but there's a couple ancient cultures that believed, that the Earth is on the back of a turtle swimming through the universe.
Taurus or something.
Yeah, so it's sort of taken from that, and the stuff at it, at first, it's one of my favorite of his books, but it was like he wrote all this really great stuff, and then all the stuff that was behind it is kind of stupid, and he should have. It's true. It's kind of like the movie should have ended a different way. He made it too big. I wish it wasn't as big, because it's all about this happening in the small town, but he turns it into this thing about, evil going back to, the beginning of time and creation, and again, you have the turtle, and you have the forces of good and evil and all this stuff.
Too much. Sounds like way too much.
Because I love 90% of the book. It's one of my favorite books, and then I don't hate the ending. It doesn't ruin it for me. But it's just you didn't need to pull everything back and have it be all this. It could have been something.
Should have been more like Stand By Me, more straightforward, type thing.
It's like, how the hell do you do that on a TV miniseries?
But I have a lot of fondness for the adaptation, even though it's heavily flawed, like so many of those things are. It could have used just like The Stand, which we'll get to. It could have used better actors. It could have used a better budget. It could have used, maybe an 18 rating and stuff like that. But I mean, there's too many things in it that I like to make me dislike, especially Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
Tim Curry.
I actually do remember I did see it when it first came out on ABC, and it creeping the fuck out of me. Just the opening of a little kid being pulled down by some crazy, creepy clown, saying we all float down here, and just certain images, especially in the first half of that story. It's like I was like 7. So yeah, there's certain things like, oh, yeah, that's pretty creepy.
I know it scared the shit out of my cousin. She's really terrified of that book, and she's terrified of the show, and she's deathly afraid of clowns. So that didn't help.
Yeah, I'm also afraid of clowns.
Like I said, I haven't seen the film in years. I like what I saw. I like the cast. I liked it more when it dealt with the kids, where you had the kids at first.
D-list.
And then when it got to the older ones, I mean, some of the cast members are all right, but I don't know. I just remember Tim Curry for the most part. I always remember a lot of when it comes to it. I remember Tim Curry. So as
definitely enjoying himself in that role, you can tell.
And decent direction here and there, but it could have used a little bit better production values, a little bit more, but. There are definitely some. I can see why people really like the film. I just haven't seen it in a long time. I mean, it's a really long movie. It's a miniseries.
I've really not spoken to many people who don't have fond memories of it.
Yeah.
Like Rambo, I remember seeing it when it first came out on television, and I was a kid who I was watching Friday the 13th, and I was just freaking inundated with all these horror movies that I was constantly watching, and I'm sitting here going, this is just a TV movie. This isn't going to be scary. Oh, a clown. Ooh, a clown. And then being freaked out. It was a TV movie that freaked me out.
It still was pretty violent. I remember there being a decent amount of blood in it for a TV miniseries on, basic cable. So it definitely did have that element. I always remember the VHS cover art, where it's just like a sewer grill, and then there's like what looks like a lizard hand coming through it, and I was like, what the hell is this about? The
only thing I didn't like about it, and that's kind of been echoed too, is I love it. Everything with Tim Curry as Pennywise the Clown, I loved. I love those moments, and I don't mind the cast. I really don't mind the cast at all, the kids or the adults, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I mean, Pennywise, Tim Curry is the star of it. There's no doubt about it. So there was a level of disappointment later on in the film when it was revealed that he was like this spider with this glowing belly. I'm going, what the hell? What? How do you go from this awesome Tim Curry clown to some kind of spider glowing monster? I don't get it. Did they? I mean, what kind of creature or entity was it? Did they ever try to explain it in the book? I know you talked about it a little bit, Cole,
but over-explained in the book. Really.
It's always been here.
It's
been here
over-explained, yeah. I mean, which I'm fine with. Like, I don't mind the idea of, like, this weird eternal evil that's been setting up shop in this town, and the ideas, all these bad things. I don't know if it's hard to remember how much they talk about in the show or whatever, but in the book, you know, there's, like, a timeline of all these terrible events that happened in the town well before any of the stuff with our characters happened and stuff, and I'm all for that, but yeah, it's really over-explained in the book. He goes too far with it again. It's this weird, eternal, elemental force of evil, which sounds okay, but
it's just this ancient evil, more or less.
Right, and which is okay, but one of the main problems, even as much as I love the book, is like it gets into one of those things where King can't really quite explain his idea, so in the trying, he becomes really vague about certain things. And one of the things, and this gets done by a lot of writers, it's like the writer knows there's a problem with something he's presented, and he can't actually figure a way out of it. So he figures the best thing he can do is point it out himself by like having like the characters comment on it. And in this, it's where like the kids figure out that there's something special about when they're all together and how they have the power and all this, and how they can just do things when they're together. Which, I don't know if it bothered anybody else. It bothers me in the book, and it bothers me in the show, that it's just, like, not explained why, and they're just like, well, we don't know why, but we won't question it. When we're together, we have the power, and blah, 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 blah. I don't know, it just comes across as weak and lazy, which is something that I really don't think King is.
It sounds like you're describing Captain Planet for a second.
Yeah, right?
All powers combined.
I mean,
Captain
Planet. But in Captain Planet...
Those are things that would be repeated.
And the problem here is, in Captain Planet, you understand exactly why, though.
Yeah,
because Captain Planet gave them the rings that just have an element. Captain Planet is actually better explained than this. In this, you're just sort of like, they're all just like, okay, we all have it, just go with it, type thing. I don't know, I still do have a lot of fondness for the movie. I have a lot of fondness for the book and movie. Still one of my favorite books.
When it comes to it was initially developed as a television miniseries by ABC and Lorimar Productions. Giorgio Romero was set to direct. However, in an echo of his frustrating experience at Pet Sematary, after working very closely with the script and creating numerous storyboards and notes, a scheduling conflict forced Romero to bow out. So yeah, so I just thought it was kind of interesting.
Another George Romero that went in the dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they could have gotten better actors if he'd been attached. I don't know. I'm really disappointed by the actors, the kids and the adults.
Tommy Lee Wallace got, a chance to direct, again after I believe he's the director of Halloween 3, right? So
yeah.
It was nice to see.
Well, I thought the production qualities on it were pretty high. And I thought it had that
TV movie.
Yeah, it had that cinematic feel to it that you don't get with television. I thought it had that cinematic feel to it.
Yeah.
And that's thanks to Tommy Lee Wallace. Yeah.
I don't know. I had never seen it actually until a couple of weeks ago. That one just kind of passed me by. I was at a different point in my life at that time. But having watched it, I liked it, but there were a lot of things about it that could have been better. I grew up, maybe I saw Rocky Horror Picture Show maybe one too many times, but Tim Curry is always Frankenfurter to me. He's a great actor, don't get me wrong.
He's always darkness to me.
But in I could have used a little more evil clown and a little less Frankenfurter, because there was a couple of times there when the line was pushed. And he was the best thing about the movie, but I didn't find him scary. And I thought it was supposed to be, it could appear to you as your worst fear. But he spent like 90% of the time as a clown. Right. That part I didn't really understand.
Well, I guess because most kids have a fear of clowns.
He spent it also because like Pennywise the clown again was something that like at least was, like people could see, because the idea was he could be out in public that way. Again, it's probably better explained in the book that like they have like some old photographs of like stuff that happened in the town.
Did you hear about
Pennywise
that
the clown is
true
like
life story of that guy who was dressed like Pennywise, who like showed up in like neighborhoods somewhere in like the UK or something like that? I think. Yeah, there was this guy who just.
That would freak me out.
Yeah, that's the guy. Like, there's this crazy news story where this guy like Pennywise, John.
But anyway, the reason he used Pennywise was because he could use it to walk among people. Like he liked the idea that and again, it's in the book. Like they'll find like old photographs of like town events, and Pennywise the clown might be somewhere off to the side or in the background. So that's kind of why he used it, because it was like his character that he used in the town, because adults actually did see him, but they just thought there's a clown, I guess.
Also, he used it to lure kids. I mean, even just
that's what he did with the brother at the start, right?
He could be capable of more forms than just the clown. But I enjoyed it.
Maybe they try and do it with the budget of a TV.
Yeah,
and that's one thing I agree.
Forms. He even turns into a mummy at one point, I think.
I would have to agree with Cole.
TV sort of aspect.
Well,
go ahead.
What was that B-movie, Mike?
I have to agree with Cole. I think the television budget definitely limited the scope of the film. It did look good. They tried to do the best they could with what they had, but a lot of the special effects are kind of hokey. It's really not that special, and I also have to agree that I think it's kind of a second-rate cast. The guy who was John Boy.
John Ritter's there.
He was terrible, man. He was horrible, and I don't know the guy. I don't know. It just the kids were okay. I didn't like the kids. The adult actors were horrible.
Yeah, like I really like.
I like John Ritter though. I like John Ritter in almost anything. So I love Stay Tuned.
I didn't think he was. He didn't seem like he was the right match for the kid that he was supposed to be.
I didn't.
That was another thing I had a problem with. And it was like you see the fat kid or whatever he was supposed to be, and then you see John Ritter, and you just don't put those two together. I don't know. And then all the flashbacks. I mean, holy shit! There was like 7 in a row. It's telling it, from the perspective as a child. I'm like, well, this is what we're on flashback number 5. Okay, well, I got 1, 2 more to go.
See, that's another thing that works.
And then
much
when they
better
get caught
in
up to the timeline, they start flashing back again. I'm like, holy shit!
Yeah.
Stop it!
How do you guys?
The flashbacks work a lot better in a book than a movie.
Never bothered me. Never bothered.
How do you guys feel about the remake that they were that was kind of announced, and then the director dropped out, and I think it was James Wan. Was it James Wan or was some other guy? It was
I'd be all for it.
It was what's his name? I don't remember the guy's name. He's a very weird.
Eli Roth.
No, it's not Eli Roth. No, it's not Eli Roth.
I don't remember the guy's name, but I think I think an R-rated theatrical It movie would probably be
Cary Fukunaga. That's who it was. Cary Fukunaga, I think that's. And he had a really crazy idea for it that sounded somewhat interesting that he was wanting to do, but the studios didn't really.
What were you saying?
Weren't happy with it.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I was saying I'm with Cole. I mean, I think like an R-rated, theatrical movie for it would be pretty cool. I think, if they do it right, it could be really cool. But I think I wanted to add one thing about
my favorite thing Stephen King has done, and again, you have to remember that like Stephen King, he's not writing for movies and stuff like that. And I mean, there's stuff all over his books that you can't put in movies, and some of it's like really weird in a way that I like. Like for instance, it's totally it's not just inferred, but it's totally like said that like during the events of like when they're kids. The flashbacks or whatever like that, the girl basically has sex with all the boys because she thinks that's important. You can't put that in the movie, and I'm not saying you're missing anything from that, but it was important enough for Stephen King to mention it, which is kind of funny. But I mean, I think one of the strengths of the book is I really like the characters. Like almost all, it's about several main characters, and I find them all good. And in the TV movie, they're just kind of lame. Like, I don't hate any of them. They don't bother me, but they're not what I want them to be. They're just, it's like, again, because you have to go fast, it's just like, okay, he's the creative kid, he's the fat kid. So all they could do, instead of making three-dimensional, was just, like, play on their stereotypes, which just made them kind of suck. It's like, oh, this kid, he can't go out and do physical things. This kid is, And, I mean, that's in the book, too, but again,
it's kind of like a generic Stand By Me. And it had I didn't like the narration. There was too much narration, and it just didn't work in this one for me.
I did flash for this.
Richard Thomas, or whatever, John Boy, whatever his freaking name is. He just irritated me to the point where it really.
Richard Thomas.
That was the mole.
Or John Boy.
Dick Thomas, whatever.
But
Battlefield on the Stars.
Battlefield on the Stars driving the tit shit. Yeah.
Like the 1990 It. For all its shortcomings, I still can get a kick out of it. I can still enjoy it. It has generally creepy moments, but the problem is they're offset by moments that are supposed to be creepy that aren't, like balloons. Balloons just aren't scary. I mean,
I think it
I
should
understand
be,
what the balloons
Yeah.
signify and why it would be scary, but it just doesn't really translate or work. You're just like, oh, there's some balloons. Like, we get what it means, but it's actually not very scary. But I mean, some of it, like when the book starts, you got the book start to bleed and the girl trying to wash her hands in the blood. That's all pretty cool and stuff like
But
that.
nobody can see the blood, but the parents can't see the blood, but her friends can. And I don't know. I just yeah.
I think it would work out. I would honestly rather see a bigger budget TV miniseries from like a cable network, like Showtime or Stars or HBO, rather than a feature film, because there's so many different characters.
I would I would have to disagree with everybody. I actually really like the miniseries, so I don't really. I like the cast, and no, for folks out there, it's not just nostalgia. You saw when you were 7. No, it's just it's all subjective. But I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the cast. But do you think if they make a movie, could you fit all that book in one movie?
No, I don't think so.
No.
That's why I think it would be better
even
to
for
do
Stephen
another
King, it's one of his longer
miniseries. Because there's just too much. The book is too long.
That's what I was curious. If you did a movie, would it be like what they do with these 100?
Well, they'd have to do it right. I mean, it would have to be like a 2+ hour movie, and I just don't.
Or they could do 2 movies. They could do 2 movies.
Yeah.
One based on when they were kids, and one when they were adults. That would be fun.
I don't think a studio would do that.
I know.
It's only like 3 hours long.
I'm just saying what would actually work. I don't give a fuck what studios would do.
3 hour long movies are pretty complex now with the epics.
I think they should do definitely. I think they should go the route of doing it. If they want to do it again, they should do something like what I think it's Stars is doing Ash versus Evil Dead. Do something like that with it instead of doing because I haven't seen that many really good horror films that come from major studios lately. Maybe The Conjuring. I mean, the rest of them I've seen have been mostly independent films that I really like. So I don't really trust. For example, I think it was Warner Brothers or somebody who was going to do the remake maybe. I don't really trust the studios and their ability to deliver a really good movie of it.
I don't think
at the moment.
I don't think it needs to be remade. But if they're gonna do it, they could do it right. But they're not gonna do it right. They're gonna do a 90-minute A to B to C horror movie.
That's why Kerry Fukunaga left. He left the project because he wanted to do something different with it that wasn't a 90-minute just simple, been there, done that type film.
Because it is not simple. It's not a simple book, and it even if you try to strip it bare bones, it's still the stuff that makes it work. It requires a certain interplay between flashback and present. It has a lot of major characters, not just 1 or 2. So these are all things that make it. It would just be disasters like some 90-minute movie. You'd have to just take everything about it that makes it good. And pretty much
like the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. It would just be lame. They try to make Pennywise even darker.
Just
gritty.
I was gonna say I haven't read
Pennywise just a slasher.
That movie's a classic. What are you talking about? Nightmare on Rape Street.
Did he do a good job of representing it? Was it the same as the book, or did he kind of just run with it?
It kind of varies from scene to scene, if you ask me. Like sometimes right on, other times you know he's going too far. But there's at least a handful of scenes where I think he's pretty much dead on.
He's chewing the scenery like a stoner at a buffet, man. I mean,
right. And honestly, he is kind of written that way. Like some of it, like if you're reading it, like so much of his stuff is in italics because he's saying it like this and stuff like that, and
he's savoring every word. They float.
Right.
And he's just moving his lips and just chewing.
That's a problem too with a remake or another. Is how you can replace Tim Curry? Like it's like the same thing with replacing Robert Englund with somebody else as Freddy.
Somebody's gonna be doing a Tim Curry impression.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Probably.
Well, one thing I wanted to add was about the whole clown thing was I think it was a smart move making it a clown because there's so many people out there, both kids and adults, who have a serious clown phobia.
I do.
And I think this movie helped create a lot of kids with clown
Yeah.
phobias.
I was going to say that too.
My
generation
girlfriend
grew up with the serial killer
John Wayne Gacy, who
Yeah, John Wayne
Gacy.
was a clown, and I was only about an hour and a half away from that neighborhood when I was growing up. So yeah,
that's
clowns
pretty
were
close.
definitely a thing with me for a while. I'm over it now.
But
I was never afraid of clowns.
Phobia.
Never really that scared of
Afraid
clowns.
of clowns. The only thing that scares more than clowns are ventriloquist dummies.
I think my thing with clowns,
Those are
between
true.
John Wayne Gacy, every time I go stay at my grandmother's farm, she had a room that was full of clown paintings and little bobblehead clown dolls.
Oh, good
And
lord.
like on the farm, it got so dark, and I had to sleep in that room with all those freaking clowns and bobbleheads. And the
Oh, like that clown from Poltergeist, the one where that it comes to life and
Oh,
strangles the kid.
Yeah. So clowns were with me when I was a kid.
It created a clown phobia for my girlfriend. My girlfriend saw it as a kid, and she's had a petrifying clown phobia ever since. And she
Thanks a
blamed
lot.
it on it. So when we went to a convention and met Tommy Lee Wallace, and I was like, "Honey, here he is. Here's the man that ruined your childhood." And his response was, "Where were your parents? Why were your parents letting you watch that as a child?" So,
That's on television, bro.
yeah.
But I
It
don't
was
want
on ABC's 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
That's how I watched it originally. I watched it as it was coming on, and I think it really
Same here,
plays a lot better like that than it does trying to sit down and watch it in one sitting, because it does drag quite a bit in parts.
Because I was doing it multiple nights.
Yeah. It was what, like 4 nights or something like that?
I think so.
They showed it in.
Maybe that was a 2-nighter. I think that was a 2-nighter.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Like the
I think
stand
it
was a
2-nighter.
4-nighter. Like the stand was a 4-nighter, I think, and then it was like 2-nighter or something. Because I think they showed the kids portion, then the next one is the adults with the second night.
The first
Which is
part
basically how the book
really.
is.
The first part is my favorite. I mean, I can really do without the whole second part of the movie.
I really like the first part
The
as
book is
well.
the
It's been a
same
long time.
Flashbacks.
Like I said, it's been so long since I've seen it that I can't really go off the top of my head. Really, I don't really remember as much as I should, but I really like the first half with the kids. I really like that. Like I said, it reminded me of Stand By Me a little bit, but it added more of the horror element to it, even more than there was a little bit there with the dead body, but this really took that element and went further with it. And plus, I'm a big fan of stuff like the Monster Squad and the Goonies, so to have that sort of dynamic.
The stuff with the kids is better in the book as well. And I know I've kind of been picking it apart and stuff, but I don't want to understate the effect that the movie had on me, because it was a big deal when I saw it, because it was like one of the first sort of like longish type things I saw. Like it was like kind of an epic. And I remember going over Ryaho's house to watch it with him and stuff, and we were both had maybe 1 or 2 Stephen King books under our belt at the time, and seen a few of the horror movies. This is like the one movie I can think of where immediately after seeing it, I really wanted to read the book because I saw the movie, and I just remember the movie just sort of impressed me with its length and its scope. So it's actually a kind of a defining moment for me in Stephen King, because I was really seeing. Yes, I know, Jay. That's a very funny comment you could have made there. But but anyway, so it actually for all the problems I have with it, I still enjoy it, and it had an impact on me. And if you can't remember it and haven't seen it in a while, I'd recommend seeking it out to watch it this month if you can, because I think you'll at least find it enjoyable, even though it's got its flaws and
I'm
stuff.
surprised it doesn't have a DVD or Blu-ray with more features, considering how much of a fan base it has. It's just completely bare bones. It has nothing.
Or commentary.
Or a commentary track,
commentary,
but
And the one I got, you got to flip over to watch the second half. What the fuck's up with that?
It's like a laser disc. That's what it is. But you don't have the
OG.
player that scans the second side automatically.
That sucks.
It was. I'm looking at the trivia on IMDb, and it says that Tommy Lee Wallace was disappointed with the ending, basically because of the budget constraints. They couldn't quite do what they had storyboarded out. So, he's not pleased with it either. So, kind of
But I mean, if they had tried to do the ending like kind of is in the book, it would have been like the ending of like 2001 or something.
The Star Child.
It gets kind of that weird in the book. We're just reading several pages, and you're just like, what is happening? Like everything about the kids and stuff is like the characters are gone, and it's just this
That's a change of pace.
of forces and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I guess Stephen King laid off the cocaine there and started taking some acid or some other drugs there.
But I really like it when King writes about childhood. I like it when he writes about kids. I like it when he writes about that period of like the 50s, early 60s. I think he does a great job of that, and I like seeing it on screen too. Even in this, even though I'm not entirely happy, because I like that he's got the balls to like have these kids face a serious situation. And I like it's sort of explained in the book that like how like kids have a quality that adults have, like that this is an ongoing thing for them that summer. So summer they're all 10, and like they would actually go home and have meals with their family and do normal things, even though this is in the back of their mind. And he would explain like how kids sort of reconcile things differently, so they were actually able to put aside the horror they were dealing with and still be somewhat normal with their family and stuff like that, which I always thought was pretty interesting. I don't know, and I liked how they bonded because they were a bunch of outcasts. And again, we had some. It doesn't come across as much in the show as in the book, but like you know how dangerous the world of the kid can still be sometimes. Like they're menaced by these bullies. One of them is like full on insane and wants to like stab them all to death and stuff like that. And you know, this is back like then where you know they didn't do much with discipline. Well, their discipline might have been they'll hit the kid, but they won't send him to a place where he can get help, right? So you have a lot of these like maladjusted kids that are out there that are a serious threat to hurt or even kill other kids and stuff like that. Like it doesn't come across as well, but the whole thing where they throw rocks to get rid of him is very well done in the book. It's very gripping and dramatic, and it's it's like kids throwing rocks, but I really like that scene. So it's another reason why it has always been one of my favorite movies and the books. Is I like the way he handles kids and stuff. At least kids like from his own, it's his own childhood era and stuff like that. I'm not saying if he made a one about kids who were like my age, who were like kids in like the 80s, 90s, he would do a good job. But I mean, that's just sort of outside of his wheelhouse anyway. But I really enjoy that stuff and all the great little references he has to the time. He talks about what it was like at their little drugstore and the products that were there, and how the kid would say "Hi-ho Silver" on his bike for the Lone Ranger and all that stuff. All that stuff goes far with somebody like me. I enjoy that.
Well, let's see what's going on out in Sausage Factory Nation. Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken's
Christopher Walken's watching tonight.
I'm a big fan. A big fan, sir.
We love the Dead Zone.
Work, sir.
We said we like the Dead Zone.
King of New York is awesome.
Love you, Max. Shrek.
Christopher Walker, via the Sausage Factory Google Plus account, says, my favorite King adaptations are Silver Bullet, Graveyard Shift, Christine, Misery, and the Dead Zone. Via the Sausage Factory Facebook page, Corey Daniel Foster says, my favorite ones are It, The Mangler, Silver Bullet,
nice.
Thinner, and Stand By Me. All right.
Thinner.
Let's see what's going on out in the comment section of the video. Let's see. Little Rocker Cuties were with us tonight. How's it going, Little Rocker? It's been a while since we've seen you. He says he first saw it when it came on TV in 1990. And some of his other favorite Stephen King adaptations are The Running Man, Stand By Me, and The Mangler. So we've got some love for The Mangler out there.
That's nice.
In Sausage
Didn't
Factory
expect
Nation.
that.
No. John Avenger says the flannel shirt is nice, Cole. So, got some love for the flannel shirt.
Thank you.
John Avenger also says Pizdale tells the best stories about conventions and things. Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Wait. Can I get a real talk?
Real talk.
If you must.
Oh, wait for it. Continue, sir.
This about McDonald's breakfast again.
That costs us a real talk.
Zombie Fun
Real
100.
What?
Zombie Fun 100 says if the Sausage Factory were
Oh, they go
Stephen
real
King
fun.
characters,
Oh, Jesus.
Kizal would be Moochie Wells from Christine.
Uh-huh.
Cole would be Andy Dufresne from the Shawshank Redemption.
I'll take that. That's good.
Yeah.
He's a smart guy.
Riho would be Jordy Verrill from Creepshow. Orc would be Cujo the dog from Cujo.
Nice.
Jay the Stingray would be Jack Torrance from The Shining.
I'll take it.
Cool.
James
Talented
DVD
yet
Collector
unstable.
would be Brian T. Hadley, prison guard from The Shawshank Redemption. B. Jr. would be Judd Crandall from Pet Sematary. Awesome. B-Movie Mike would be Tom Cullen from The Stand.
Oh.
Rambo.
Is he saying Mike has mental issues? He's calling you developmentally challenged there.
I don't know.
M-O-O-N. That spells Mike.
Rambo
There's
Wrath.
Patrick on SpongeBob. Isn't that the same guy that does the voice of Patrick on SpongeBob? I think it is. He was in
on
some other
Coach.
shit too.
Kenny.
He's the big dumb guy.
Yeah,
Kenny,
he's a
whatever.
dumb guy.
Yeah, that's funny.
He's on Coach. Yeah.
Sorry about
Is that
that.
Dauber? That's fucking Dauber, man.
But
You know
But-
what? My mama thinks I'm pretty smart.
he is the heart and soul of The Stand, and Mike is the heart and soul of the Sausage Factory.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It
there you
makes
go.
sense.
Exactly.
Rambo
Good
Raff
save.
would be Boggs. Rambo Raff would be Boggs the rapist from The Shawshank Redemption.
Dang!
Oh, what?
Shots fired.
They totally called me a
Come
retard.
on.
Wow.
That's messed up.
And OCP would be Bob the rapist lackey.
I don't know
Wow,
who that guy
He doesn't
is.
seem to like you
Honest.
guys. There's a couple of prison rapists.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Well,
Prison
how about
rapist?
this?
I'm not a rapist.
Say
We
Oh my God.
we do have a reoccurring theme here on the show, which is prison rape. So I mean, maybe
Yeah.
That's true.
Apparently, I'm the guy doing it.
Yeah.
Hey, we're doing it together, I guess.
I'd
Well,
rather
at
do
least you're
that
not
than
on
the
the-
letter.
Yeah. At least you're not on the receiving end. So.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can
I
say.
am.
Yeah, great.
Please don't bring up the dark times, please. Thank you.
I look more I look more like Keith Gordon than anything else, really. So the guy from Justine.
But you're just a
Evan
lackey.
Cox-
I'm the rapist.
Yeah, there you go.
Bad.
You're just
I don't know who
That'd
the
be like-
lackey is. What does the lackey do? Is he just like some guy who just fucking
You follow my orders, I guess. I guess if I need to rape people, you bring them to me, I guess.
go rape that guy?
Go rape that guy.
Pull this guy down.
Hey, there's a dog, go rape it.
Get them panties off.
Go rape Cujo.
Here's a car, go rape that car.
Don't
Christine.
don't Google image search Bob the rapist in case you guys are curious.
Good
Not,
tip.
not a good idea.
That's a hot
good idea,
tip.
Pete.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's
a hot
okay.
tip.
I never browse the
It's a
web
hot
without
tip.
saying search on. It's okay. We're gonna be fine.
For some reason, I just have Bill Murray in my head from What About Bob right now, doing that kind of stuff.
That's my new nickname, Rambo Raff the Rapist.
I'll be right back. I gotta write my name 10 times in a row so I don't forget what it is.
Let's see. Evan Costain says, I got Maximum Overdrive. It's my favorite. And it
Yeah.
features hard rock band AC/DC. So got some love for Maximum Overdrive.
We made you.
We did. Jason Lama's watching us again this week. How's it going, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. DJ Donnelly says, welcome back, OCP.
Good to be
DJ
here
Donnelly
again.
also DJ Donnelly also commends Mike on his Halloween decorations, and John Avenger says it's good to see Jay the Stingray back. So
Thank you, sir.
very cool. Well, let's move on and let's talk about Misery. What do you guys think about Misery?
Bear the weight of the world. Sorry, Metallica song. Sorry.
What?
God, I fucking thought. Okay, never mind.
I raped Pete. I like
big fan of-
Misery.
Okay.
I think it's a good movie. I think it's well acted by Kathy Bates and James
She
Caan.
deserved the Oscar. She was really great as Ann Wilkes.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
The Misery gets the rapist seal of approval, I guess.
Despite its lack of rape scenes. Could use some rape scenes, but you know.
It would have won the Oscar.
It gets
for
the lackey's
for
approval as
Best
well,
Picture.
so it gets both our approval.
But the scene where she breaks his legs is a very cringeworthy scene.
In the book, it was different. In the book, it was like way over the top. It was like a blowtorch.
I thought he just cut it
saying.
off.
I think it's better in the movie than the book. In the book, he saws off one of his feet.
Yeah.
There's something to do with the blowtorch. I remember reading somewhere. Maybe I'm
She
completely.
might use that to cauterize the wound. I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
But
Alright.
she cuts off one of his feet in the
Yeah,
book.
the way in the movie I like better.
The sledgehammer, yeah, good practical effect there
Cringeworthy.
too. Definitely makes me wince.
Because she has to do it twice, right? She hits him
Yeah.
once, and then she's like, almost over. Like,
It's like, oh.
Yeah.
You're like, what's gonna happen here? And then it's just brutal as fuck, man. I love it.
it's like you can't be
Yeah.
trusted.
Good cast.
It's what you get for walking,
But,
boy.
I think it's arguably the best adaptation. It's right up there.
It's a good choice, Rob Reiner. I mean, Rob Reiner's a great director. I mean, it's kind of. I think he's the same guy. Isn't he the same guy who
Stand
directed?
by me.
He did Stand By Me.
And he did
did
Spinal
both of them.
Tap as well.
Yeah.
So it's just funny, the director of this is Spinal Tap, because of his Misery.
The cyber flicks you mentioned there.
But, yeah, those are probably the ones I think are the best, are Stand By Me and Misery.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to get my hands on the collector's edition DVD for the longest time. I just always keep finding the bare bones release, and I just like to add that to my collection. Just haven't been able to find it. I haven't seen the film the longest time. I remember when I first saw it on VHS. I liked it, and it's definitely a film that got. I think it's one of the first few Stephen King films that really got the critics really impressed.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the
so,
one
too.
that was like, all right, it isn't just horror, cheap, gore, and all that kind of stuff. This.
It's very psychological, too, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
how a
psychological
thriller can get an
thriller.
Oscar nod,
Yeah.
or a horror movie, whatever.
I mean, the book is actually more violent.
Hmm.
She runs over a guy with a fucking lawnmower in the book.
Plus, the concept.
I gotta start reading.
The concept is cool. I mean, the idea of a super fan that really, goes too far is something that I think is interesting. There was a
Was this
recent
based
prank
on-
someone did where they had this woman. She did the quote from Ann Wilkes, her whole speech, and in a bookstore, and she's talking about the book, the Misery books and everything. And there were people just looking at her like, what the fuck? Like, the people didn't get the joke.
Yeah, I think I
And
saw
then
that.
she eventually had to be like, Misery! It was awesome, but at the same time kind of sad because there was like so many people in the store that didn't get it.
Wasn't she like asking for the new Paul Sheldon release?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody know was Misery based on any uncomfortable fan encounters that Stephen King had?
He's been asked that, and he's just said, no, not really. It's just sort of his worst fear.
I think he has had some crazy stalker fans before, if I remember correctly. Either that, him or Dean Koontz. Maybe it was Dean Koontz too.
Well, maybe he has since. I just remember this could have been, this information's a few years old, obviously, but he had said, like, it wasn't anything specific that really happened. It was just more like an amalgamation of fears, like, that could happen.
Pretty funny is like the books, the covers for the Misery books. One of them is Stephen King, like all ripped, muscular, and holding the girl. So
Yeah.
he's like he's on the cover, like a romance novel.
Yeah, 'cause it's supposed to be, it's romance novels. So that's what the Misery books were.
James Caan is also a really great casting choice.
Yeah, that was another one of those sort of brilliant casting choices. Because who would have thought? Okay, so we're casting a Stephen King type character. See what Caan's doing. That's I think that was a nice little casting choice there.
Yeah.
But
Plus, Caan's a great actor, so it was nice to see him, get a role like that.
I mean, King likes to write about writers. A lot of his main characters are writers. Like in, obviously,
The Dark Half.
Dark Half and Salem's Lot and lots of
Yeah.
The Shining, stuff like that. So this might be one of his best ones about a writer. And it's also good because it really does sort of explain the writing process. Doesn't come across as much, obviously, in the movie, but still pretty good. Like how crazy it would be to like have to write something under those circumstances. Where she's like, I don't like your ending. Change your ending, and he has to like just type it all up there. Like,
It's like maybe Anne is like a representation of the producers, for the guys who are behind the scenes, with the writers. They're trying to get the editors, they're trying to get the book a certain way, and it's like, no, you got to change that.
Plus, like, it's an interesting character that I think even people who like haven't really been there can still sort of relate to just because of the idea. The idea was, he got into a certain industry because he wanted to do stuff, and then he basically got popular because of something he didn't even really like. He didn't even really like the Misery books, but they were popular. They were what made him rich and famous.
Yeah.
And, and he'd finally been able to, end it and write something he was truly proud of, and then like this ultimate fan comes along, trashes that, and forces him to revive the character he thought he was going to be free of and stuff. So again, there's a lot of psychological stuff going on there, even besides the very real threat of her like killing him or whatever. That's what I like. There's just all this fear on all these multiple levels, which I think is really well done.
Kathy Bates was a very inspired casting choice as well, because you look at her and you see her previous work, and it doesn't really seem like an actress that you really would ever pinpoint as being this crazy, woman, this absolutely insane fan. And it really worked because she looks like hey, she could be your aunt, or she could be like some friendly person you know, and then she has this dark side that you normally do not see. She's probably a really pillar of her community. She's probably like loved by everyone around her type thing, and she's secretly this absolutely insane individual. So. Better keep an eye out on those teacher conferences. There might be one of those Ann Wilkes, living,
That's what
hanging out
really
over
put
there.
her on the map. That's what she's really known for.
I'm not really familiar with her work before that, so
After really,
The star-making role.
I mean, she's a great actress, but she hasn't really set the world on fire with her, performances. Like Dolores Claiborne, Waterboy. That's pretty much it.
Waterboy. I am electricity. Benjamin Franklin is the devil. I remember.
You ain't playing no more foosball, boy.
You guys mentioned James Caan. I thought that was pretty cool that they cast him kind of against type. He's always the tough guy.
Yeah.
And in this movie, he's really vulnerable and actually afraid. And if he was like a normal James Caan character, he would have just got out of bed, knocked her ass out, and walked out.
Yeah, he would have been like his character in Alien Nation,
So between Kathy Bates' Oscar-winning performance, and then you have Rob Reiner did a great job directing, and James Caan, who did an awesome job playing against type. I wonder how hard it was for him to hold back from being the normal James Caan, because that
be the role of girl James Caan, just be like.
Well, could you imagine like the thief or Godfather James Caan? Like she'd break his leg and he'd be like, "Is that all you got, bitch? I got another one."
I'd see that movie though, really. If you had like some guy's kidnapped, and then he acts like that, he's like, better try harder than that.
You've got to change the ending. Change it yourself, bitch. Any closing thoughts on Misery, and we'll move on.
Probably the best Stephen King film, I would say. Stephen King adaptation. In my opinion, not necessarily my favorite, but probably the best. It's just a great film from start to finish. I don't really have any complaints about it at all.
I thought it was kind of the first adaptation that surpassed Stand By Me.
Did Carter Burwell do the score? I'm just going to confuse with Fargo. I'm probably just going to confuse Fargo.
No, I think it was like Mark Shaman or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, it gets the rapist seal of approval.
I like it because it shows King's versatility, because he scared us with like monsters and death and stuff. This is a more down-to-earth, conventional thing, but it's still very frightening, and the movie's done very well. I mean, it has lots of good tension in it, like, you know, where he's out, he managed to get out of the room, and he's looking around the house, then she's coming back, and he's trying his best to get back in. Like, there's a lot of suspense there, I think.
Yeah.
You really feel like, oh, is he
thriller.
gonna make it in time and stuff. And like, so it can take some really simple situations like that and really inject a lot of suspense into them.
Yeah, it's kind of a two-person show too. It's
really
nice to see that too, where it's just two people for the most part, and they're isolated, and it's Kathy Bates and James Caan, and there's not a lot of these other characters like Needful Things, for example, which is just too many characters. But I think Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, I think that came out in 1990 as well. I believe Stephen King did a story called, I think it was Lot 231? Could be wrong with the name of it.
Lot something.
He wrote the...
Yeah.
Are you talking about Tales from the Dark Side?
Yeah.
249.
Okay. It says his segment, according to IMDb, was Cat from Hell.
Oh, it's Cat from Hell, yeah. Not 249 was based on another short story. Cat from Hell is great. I was supposed to be in Creepshow 2, but they ended up going and using it for Tales from the Dark Side of the movie. I really like Tales from the Dark Side of the movie. I think it's honestly fairly underrated when it comes to horror anthologies. So definitely think it's a lot better than Creepshow 3, which I fucking hate that movie. And even Tom Savini, the guys involved with Creepshow and the series, they're all like, fuck Creepshow, that's the 3, that's not Tales from the Dark Side the movie, that's the official, the unofficial Creepshow 3. They wanted Tales from the Dark Side the series, which was originally supposed to be Creepshow the series, but they couldn't get the rights to the name, I think from Warner Brothers or somebody, or the production company, so they ended up calling Tales from the Dark Side, they called it Tales from the Dark Side. But originally, Tales from the Dark Side was going to be called Creepshow the series. So that's how it sort of ties in the things that Tales from the Dark Side of the movie. I've always enjoyed. I first saw it like on, of all places, the WB or the CW, like on like near Halloween or something on TV, and it was pretty almost close to uncut. And like they said, like TV PG on the top of the screen, and I'm like, I see blood, I see gore, I see all of these crazy like. It was like almost completely uncut, and they called it like TV PG. Like, oh, I guess they're showing it late at night, so I guess they think nobody's gonna pay attention. I even like the bookend story stuff with I think it's Blondie, the actress who plays her. I think that's who it is. I mean the singer Blondie, and Deborah Harry, and I think you have Joey Lawrence, I think, who plays the kid, and Christian Slater is in the first segment with the Mummy, as well as Steve Buscemi, and another actress is it Susan Sarandon or
no? It's she was in Boogie Nights and Lost World.
Oh yeah, Julianne Moore.
Julianne
Moore.
Oh yeah.
And so that was a fun one. I like the song too that's from the soundtrack in that segment that Christian Slater wakes up to. And then you get I think the Cat from Hell was the second segment. I really like that one with David Johansen, great gore. The whole idea of cats stealing your soul. Some people already don't like cats enough as it is. Now they go in and steal your soul along with it. And it was fun seeing David Johansen, the guy who you're most known for being the music video guy, who was Buster Poindexter or something.
Yeah, before that, he was the lead singer of the New York Dolls.
He was the lead singer of the New York Dolls, of course, but a lot of people remember him for that hot sort of thing. And it's really fun to see him as this hitman, who's foul-mouthed and trying to shoot this cat. And William Hickey it was nice to see him as well. And I love the way it was shot with these the lighting and everything. And then the way that the cat comes out through the body. And, I think it's William. There's a hitman, yeah, through his body was just really a great effect. I always remember that being really impressive. And then the last segment's my favorite with I think it's James Remar, I think. James Remar and Rayon Chong, Lover's Vow. Elliot Gould's also in it. Spectacular practical makeup effects on the gargoyle. And it's got a good hook, a good story. I remember feeling really sad at the end. Where he, you said you'd never tell, and
when the kids come out, man, it's
great. I know, it's just like, oh, that's just terrible. But yeah, it's a good one. It's a good horror anthology. I would love to get Scream Factory or somebody to do it. I mean, Paramount I don't even know if they released it on Blu-ray or not. I don't think they have. It's just DVD, and then they re-released it multiple times, again and again, with new cover art. I think some of them didn't even have the audio commentary track, if I remember correctly. So, it is what, But, yeah, I'm a big fan of Tales from the Dark Side, the movie. So.
I like that movie. I think Debbie Harry's acting's a little cheesy in the wraparound story.
Yeah.
And she's not. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose.
She's doing it on purpose, totally.
But it just
like
comes
an easy
off as kind of
sort of thing.
wonky.
Yeah.
But the cat one is great. About the old man ran some kind of animal testing thing, and he killed a bunch of cats or whatever. And this cat was like the embodiment of revenge or some kind of thing. That was awesome. Yeah, good movie.
Cool. Let's move on. You guys want to talk about Sometimes They Come Back, the TV movie based on the Stephen King short story?
That's another good TV movie. I think it's, who's the actor in it?
I think it was out the sequels, but yeah, the first one's really good.
Yeah, the first one, I really like the first one.
It's the guy from Animal House?
Yeah. Is it Tim Matheson?
Yeah.
Tim Matheson. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Matheson did a great job. Concept of these bullies from his past to come back and terrorize him. Tim Matheson also was in a film the year before, a TV movie called Buried Alive, which he was really great in as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it was nice to see him in another, TV movie and things like that. It was surprisingly, I thought the direction was good. I think it was it Mick Garris who did that one, or
Tom McLaughlin.
Tom McLaughlin, yeah. Who I like him. I think he's the director who did Jason Lives.
Friday 6.
Yep, Friday 6. One Dark
Night. I like One Dark Night.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And it's a good story, about these bullies. It's another thing people are afraid of. If anybody's been bullied in childhood, and for the idea that when you're an adult, it begins again, and they're basically zombies, or demons come back from beyond the grave to terrorize you, and makes those bullies from your past even more horrifying and even more of a struggle to deal with, is something that I think is actually pretty cool and clever, and so kind of remind me of the bullies that remind me of some of the stuff in Christine, the way they're bullying, Keith Gordon and so forth. But for TV movie, I mean, it's pretty good. I actually think the whole trilogy is fairly underrated, to be honest. All three of the movies, I think, are actually pretty, for the most part, really watchable.
Well, the bullies in this kind of remind me of It. And didn't It have bullies in it? I was thinking.
Yeah.
And those kind of that was another kind of weak part with It, because I thought the bullies were too cartoonish. But in this one, they've done better.
Yeah. And Sometimes They Come Back. It's getting a Blu-ray release from Olive, I think.
That's cool.
Sometime this month. So I mean, not sure about the special features, but I know it's getting a Blu-ray release. So. And which one of the sequels has Alexis Arquette in it? That's the only one I think I've seen. It's got Hilary Swank in it too. Is that 2 or 3? I think that's Sometimes They Come Back for more.
Well, if it takes place in the ice, it's 3. Is something that takes place
more? Again, it's part 2, right?
Again, it's part 2.
Sometimes They Come Back for more.
I remember part 2. I don't think I've seen part 3. But I mean, I agree with you about the original. I think it was a really well done TV movie, and I think Tom McLaughlin's a good filmmaker. He doesn't get. I mean, it's too bad he didn't do more. Because
I agree.
Definitely, this Friday 6, One Dark
Night proved to me that I think he was really a very talented filmmaker, and of course he would go on to do Jason Lives. But One Dark Night is just it's a really fun horror film, but it doesn't have any core. It's not really. And the ending wasn't his idea anyway. The ending was something that the studio just shot and then really wanted to end it like that in the first place.
It's like rated PG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a PG movie.
Yeah.
But yeah. I think his passion is music, which is what he's doing now. But I mean, he's a pretty decent filmmaker as well. So, any other thoughts on Sometimes They Come Back?
It's another one of those that I liked a lot when it first came out and went back and watched, and it's not bad. It's just not nearly as good as I remembered.
Yeah.
The sequel is good too. I haven't seen part 3, but 1 and 2 are both solid.
I recommend part 3. It's crazy. It's in the ice and the snow, kind of like John Carpenter's The Thing in a way, and I like those type of movies. And
how do we get up to Sometimes We Get Come Back?
So it's sort of like demons and stuff. So yeah, I like Sometimes They Come Back. I think it's actually another one of those underrated Stephen King films. I remember watching it on a Vidmark VHS, I think, back in the day. So
the title really reminds.
No, go ahead.
The title really reminds me of my high school life. With the ladies, Sometimes They Come Back. Alright, sorry, go ahead. Just something logical.
You mean in the form of STDs?
Oh!
The gift that keeps on giving.
How did we get to 1996?
You just derailed everything, or
I know, just totally derailed everything.
Well,
Stephen King, why do you guys always go off topic and interrupt other people? I don't get it. What's like, seriously?
Who now?
Why do you guys interrupt people and just go off topic randomly? That's out.
I don't know, let's have more real talk about breakfast.
Anyways, dude, the bacon on Wendy's breakfast now is so good.
we like to call that a callback.
Since it's so close to Halloween work, what's your favorite Halloween candy of all time?
Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Okay.
Classic.
That's a good choice.
There you go.
I love me some Nutrageous and some Reese's Pieces.
All good.
Ooh.
Yeah. Put those Reese cups in the refrigerator for a little bit. Let them get a little chilled.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Like a drug, man. Like a drug.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's move on to The Lawnmower Man, which is Stephen King
The short
actually
story is so terrible.
Removed because of a lawsuit. Does anybody know what the lawsuit was about?
I know
What
in
he
the
did
I know
was
in the
he-
trailer they mentioned his name.
Yeah,
Stephen
so
King.
this is what happened with Stephen.
And he got
Stephen
pissed.
King, he got pissed because the trailer mentioned his name, and it was nothing like a short story. And for good reason, because the short story sucks, and it would not make a good movie anyway.
Well, pretty
Because the
much
whole
the
idea
guys.
is this
Actually,
guy
that's
running
true.
around with green pubes. This
Yeah, he's
naked
like
guy's
a
got
naked
running around
fat dude
naked
eating people's
with
grass.
green pubes, with grass pubes, pretty much. And that's your lawnmower
Ooh.
man.
Color me interested.
Okay, I heard green pubes. The rest, now, what's the basic premise of the short story?
Oh,
This guy calls a lawn mowing service,
Yeah.
and like the guy shows up, and they have like a weird, awkward exchange where
Yeah.
he mentions like some like Greek god or something, and he's like, that's weird. Then he just leaves, and then he while the guy's doing his lawn, he hears some like weird sounds, so he comes out, and like the lawnmower is going by itself. And the guy is running behind it naked, eating the grass. And then the guy just says, that's the more effective method that it's found out. Then it's something like his employer is the god, that trickster god, or whatever it is, Harvest Pan. And the guy's all freaked out and says, okay, and goes into his house. And then the guy still naked creeps up on him and murders him and leaves. And the cops are just some crazy sex maniac did this, I guess. And then
the naked guy, he happens to have grass for pubes. That's
I don't remember that detail, but you're
I remember reading that.
You're right. Anyway, so
Would not make a good.
know, but at least the title made sense.
Yeah.
Whereas The Lawnmower Man makes no sense for like this. I don't even know why they took the title.
Well, it's because Jeff Fahey's mowing the lawn, you know.
I guess so, but still, it's just one of these '90s movies that wants to talk about like virtual reality and all that shit that they had no understanding of.
Yeah, I like the movie though. I like Pierce Brosnan.
I love the movie. I love it.
I fucking hate this movie. It's a piece of crap.
I think, other than the terrible CGI in there.
Hey, it was great for the time.
It's a really good movie. Yeah.
It was really great CGI for the time, way ahead of its time. But yeah.
Jeff Fahey, Jenny Wright, Pierce Brosnan.
It's like the weirdest thing Pierce Brosnan's ever done.
The kid from Last Action Hero, right? He's in it, I think, as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Austin
It's
O'Brien.
been so long.
Austin O'Brien,
It's been so long since I've seen The Lawnmower Man. What is the movie? What is the movie about?
Well,
it's
hard to explain, actually. Somebody
Pierce
else.
Brosnan is a scientist working with VR, and I remember the beginning. There's an ape that goes, like a chimpanzee that goes crazy. Pretty much, he wants to make people smarter.
Right.
People with mental disabilities wants to see if he can
It's like Flowers for Algernon on like crack.
Jeff Fahey, he's a simpleton. Pierce Brosnan sees him, says, "Let me help you out." Gears him up in his VR thing, and pretty much as he gets smarter, he also develops some kind of powers.
Right.
Yeah.
And as he gets even smarter, he gets more he wants to be a god. And he wants to be the god of internet, or whatever the hell it was. He wants to be a god.
Wasn't it where he was able to use more and more of his brain capacity?
Yes.
And
yeah.
As doing that, he's telepathic and other things come along.
You have a
with
scene where he moves the lawnmower by itself, and he stands up more for himself. He has like the guy who's very religious who's beating on him. He gets revenge, kind of revenge on the people who tormented him, and then goes power hungry by the end of it.
It's a tragic story in a lot of ways. Think about it.
Like I said, it's like Flowers for Algernon, except like all sci-fi'd up and retarded. But
Doesn't he find out a way to like upload himself onto the computer and it goes
still
completely
that same
digital?
core concept. There's some really weird stuff with the woman, where like the woman is trying to teach him about sex or something. I can't even remember. It's
yeah, she is.
It's really fucked up. She's like grabbing him, and she's like, "Grab my breasts" or something. She's like, "Soft." That's all I remember.
Well, he goes from being a mentally challenged fella to being a playboy.
Yeah.
So he's just.
Now I really want to go back and rewatch this movie. I really want to go back and watch it again.
It's a pretty crazy movie. I know it's not like the short story, but I like it more than the short story.
Well, I mean, how the hell can you make that short story into a movie?
No.
I don't think anyone would ever see that. I think Stephen King was part of the Potena when he was writing that. And this is, again, from a point of view of the rapist, and I should know these things. When you look at that, that's batshit crazy. So.
And definitely, folks, stay as far away as possible away from Lawnmower Man 2.
Yes.
Job's War.
I didn't know that existed, but I should.
There's a second one?
Oh my god.
Pretty much all of these movies
is
have
one of the
sequels.
worst sequels, worst movies I've ever seen. It is so terrible.
See, I was a big fan of this one, so I was like all gung-ho for part 2, man.
Yeah.
I saw it. I was there like opening day in the theater.
Oh no!
Turd. Absolute turd.
Stars Matt Frewer. Max Headroom himself.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
But he was
surprised that
actually
even got
like
a
Jim
theatrical
Carrey in that movie.
release.
He was being more like a shitty character in that Generation X TV movie. I forgot the name of that guy. I don't remember. Some shitty X-Men villain that Matt Frewer played in the Generation X movie.
Man, I forgot all about that movie. Holy shit.
Well, good reason.
Yeah,
And then you have Patrick Burgeon, who you're like, he's a better actor than this, but he just ended up falling out and just kept getting like shit roles for like the rest of his career at this point in time. And then.
Well, I mean, I don't know what more you can say about Lawnmower Man.
So this sounds like.
I plan to watch it.
This sounds.
But it's.
Yeah, I plan to
It's
rewatch
crazy.
it very soon. Too.
It's crazy.
Pull
So
up.
they basically just stole the title of a Stephen King story.
Yeah, it's just the title.
And then decided to sell the movie as a Stephen King adaptation, even though it's not in any way.
Which is why he sued them.
Yeah.
That'd be like if they called the movie Ghost in the Machine Lawnmower Man. You know, same sort of VR sort of stuff going on there.
And I hated those movies.
That's a bad movie,
Those
too.
like early to mid '90s movies are all about like cyberspace and virtual
Arena?
reality and
Have you seen Arena with Peter Billingsley, the kid from
no.
Arcade,
one.
not Arena. It's called Arcade. It's
Ah.
got Peter Billingsley and
I'm surprised I
from
haven't done
Christmas Story. Full moon. flick.
There's
There are a whole
a good
bunch of
reason.
those like techno thrillers from that era, and they're all so
There's a
terrible.
good reason not to see it.
Full moon, say no
Virtuosity.
more.
Virtual reality would be cool, but it never got it right.
No.
Yeah. Well, the same guy that directed Lawnmower Man, he directed Virtuosity.
I like
You
like
guys
that.
remember that movie?
Leonard, yeah.
He was obviously obsessed with that kind of shit.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And
And-
Hideaway, another film he directed, which is a
Hideaway.
DC's adaptation.
That's
It
right.
had CGI in it as well, like these crazy CGI Lawnmower Man type sequences.
Yeah.
Of course, he also directed Man Thing, which is one of the worst things he's ever done. So.
Well, let's move on. Let's talk about. Do you guys want to talk about Sleepwalkers? Any? It's not an adaptation.
No.
Not really.
but-
No.
Okay. Let's move on.
I remember that movie. I mean, I
We'll sleep on it.
At least he
saw-
wrote the screenplay for it. I mean, he
I
wrote
liked
nothing
I
for
think
Lawnmower
it was
Man.
Alice Krieg. I liked her, but it just had the sense of humor that was just stupid. I remember like really stupid shit, like something with a corn on the cob. Like she killed some guy with a corn on the cob. If I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. The thing that kind of took me out of it was they're cat people and
Yeah.
there's incest.
They're
I don't
like
want to watch
hairless-
that.
They're hairless cat people. The makeup effects
Yeah.
are all right. And I like
yeah, that
Alice
sounds like a
Krieg.
party.
And
like
I liked the soundtrack. I thought the soundtrack was actually one of the more memorable things about the movie. There's a song by Extreme called "It's a Monster" I liked,
Oh man.
and they used a little bit of Enya's, a song
Ooh.
that I thought worked really well with the film. But
There's
it's
lots of cameos. There's lots of
Yeah.
cameos in it, like Stephen
Mark
King has a
Hamill's in
cameo,
it.
Toby Hooper, Mark
Mark
Hamill,
Hamill.
Clive Barker's in there.
Yeah.
Lots of cameos in there.
Ron Perlman.
Oh, John Landis.
I remember it was trying to be like Stephen King's first original, film. Like I'd definitely rather watch Maximum Overdrive or Sleepwalkers.
That's what made me watch it was phrases like that.
Yeah.
No.
No,
I was like
Matt-
10, and I was like, this is a
Okay.
fucking turd. I didn't like that movie. I still don't like that movie. I've seen it
I
a
don't
few
like.
times.
I remember ranting on the film because it's just silly. I mean,
I saw it in the theater, and I have yet to revisit it, and I doubt that I ever will.
and I
See,
didn't
I-
like the actress. I hated the actress, Magin Amchick or whatever. I thought she was a
Match,
shit.
yeah.
Just watch the
Match-
classic movie
match-
Cat People.
See,
I'll watch the
I-
remake directed by Paul Schrader again. I'll do that.
I was surprised to hear that all you guys don't like it because I mean a lot of people really like that movie.
Pretty much what you can do is follow the title and sleep.
I'm okay with
Instead of
it.
watching it.
I don't dislike it the way you do.
Because I mean like when we brought the show idea up, a lot of people were like, "Oh, Sleepwalkers, man, I love it."
It's cool. I mean, I don't think it's that awful. There's
I'm fine
some
with it.
interesting ideas.
There's some
that are
good
just-
gore.
I don't know.
I just I can't
I don't
still
know.
and I've not watched it in its entirety in a long time, but I don't like the lead actor in it.
I don't
that
like it.
dude.
I don't like him. I don't like the other
They
girl.
said-
So
I heard he was a little wimp on set. Like they wanted to do more
Really?
elaborate makeups on him and
so
stuff.
he's a
but he was
bitch.
just like,
Yeah.
yeah. He's just like, no. He wouldn't let him put, like he would only stay in the makeup for so long, and then he'd, yeah. So,
I'm
yeah,
claustrophobic. Please no.
Yeah, but
We
that doesn't
all-
have anything to do with the movie itself. That's not really a reason
Right.
to dislike
We all
the
see
movie.
how his career turned out after that. So.
All
I
I
don't
remember
know.
for the most part is hairless
I
cat
don't like him
people
in the movie.
and a core of the cob death scene. That's
I didn't hate it, but I just have no desire to watch it again. It's just one of those.
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
my feeling. My honest feeling of B-movie, Mike. I saw it and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I saw
I've
it
seen
once,
much
that's
worse, but I've seen much better.
It's like I like the concept of werecat. I mean, that's something different. I mean,
I like energy vampires. There's
but
not too many
then
movies that
there's
have
just
them.
stupid lines of dialogue like,
Yep.
cop kebab and maybe it was the wind. It was not the fucking wind. You're right. It was not the fucking wind. And then she kills the guy. Smashes their heads together.
If you want energy vampires, Cole, watch Life Force.
I have.
Much
Yeah.
Or
watch for the win.
Or watch One Dark Night. You can watch that too. That also has energy vampires.
Or watch Fightful Goes West.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
You guys mentioned that one, English with Stephen Railsback with the naked space vampires.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were like
with
energy vampires.
Matilda May.
Yes.
Oh man.
That's a good movie right there.
Yep.
We need to do commentary for that movie.
I'd rather think about Matilda May's just breasts than talk about sleepwalkers.
Well, I'll just go watch porn if I do that.
I know, but they are some pretty magnificent.
Sleepwalkers, I mean,
they were magnificent.
But wait a
Her
minute.
co-stars are very attractive, yes.
Cola, if you want to give some thoughts to sort of promote the film a little bit.
Promote Sleepwalkers?
I mean, not promote, but like
Yeah.
you said, you don't hate it like people do.
I don't know.
Some of the things you
It's
like.
been a long time since I've seen it, so it's fair to say that maybe I liked it and I wouldn't like it now because it's been so many years. So I'm not sure. So I think I will revisit actually. But I mean, I remember liking some things about it. I don't know, like how
You don't
cats
have
was
to
like
be
their
afraid. You
was
don't have
like
to be
their
afraid if you're a
weakness.
hipster, Cole. Come on.
The cats being the weakness, yeah.
Cats being their weakness and stuff. I mean, probably
Yeah.
wasn't done as well as it
that
could
was-
have been. Yeah, I don't know or like any of the actors, but then again, since this was an original screenplay and not based on anything, it didn't
But
really matter to
I
me.
didn't understand how cat people would be afraid of cats.
They're not really supposed to necessarily be cat people. It's just that
They
the
look like careless cats.
I
mean,
know they're like weird werecats. I know.
yeah, werecats.
So yeah, it's too bad they look like that. They could have made them look different, and it would have been better. I don't know. Like I said,
I'd rather see a were-snake movie. Let's do that right. I think that'd be cool.
The movie actually, wasn't a failure. It did fine at the box office.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, cool.
That doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Well, let's do a sleepwalk from 1992 to 1993, and let's talk about The Dark Half, directed by George Romero. What do you guys think about The Dark Half?
I really love The Dark Half.
movie.
I remember catching it, I think I just found the VHS. It was also one of the first Stephen King books I actually read. It was a book my aunt had, and I remember just being captivated by it because I love the concept of this writer who then his pseudonym somehow comes to life and starts killing people. I thought that was really unique. Like this dark half of his personality ends up coming to life, and I thought the way the book handled it was really good. And then when I saw the film, I just loved it because I thought Timothy Hutton was perfect. I thought he was fantastic in both roles as the normal writer and then the killer. It was really a great performance by Timothy Hutton. Michael Rooker I liked as well in the supporting cast role, and it had nice brutality to it. And I the whole. I remember the opening with the brain surgery. I remember that just completely came out of left field to me when I saw that. I was watching. I was like, holy shit! Like what the fuck? And then the eye, and then you're like, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty messed up. And then the whole, the sparrows are flying again and stuff, and and then the ending, of course, which was cut. I remember it was like cut up by the censors, and but it was some great makeup effects. The way he gets eaten by the sparrows and the way they handled it was pretty cool. Originally, sparrows were supposed to fly him away, but I'm glad they didn't do that because I think they're just stupid. I mean, come on, it was like eat him and then they pick him up and then he flies away. This isn't Hook. This is the Dark Half.
Yeah.
I would be like, that'd be dumb. But I also remember it was one of the last films Orion did before they pretty much went bankrupt and had to sell or liquidate their assets to MGM. And I remember they thought it was going to be a huge, big film for them and maybe save the company, but it didn't work out. And I think it was a little bit of a disappointment box office wise. And I guess I thought it was going to be such a big hit they made a video game. There was a Dark Half computer game of all things.
Wow. I don't know
So
if I knew that or not.
yeah, I don't think it was
Wow.
released. I think it was an unreleased like
Okay.
prototype thing. But
Uh-huh.
they had originally planned they were going to do a Dark Half game, which I was like, I thought it was
Wow.
really surprising to me. I was like, really, of all movies, the Dark
Yeah.
Half.
Yeah.
Sure don't match
What's your thoughts on
Overdrive.
the?
Oh man,
That'd
that
be
would be
awesome. That'd be awesome. What's your
like
thoughts
an
on
8-bit
Dark
Maximum
Half?
Overdrive game.
Oh, the Cole. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I don't know. I was never impressed with the book or the movie. To me, it felt like Stephen King phoning stuff in because, once again, we have a writer who's a recovering alcoholic, and, it was just like he wasn't trying. It didn't seem like he was doing much with his imagination. I think the movie is probably a good enough adaptation of the book, but I've just always thought it was a flat story. I just thought it was flat. I think Timothy Hutton does a good job, or whatever his name is. I don't really know the actor. I haven't seen him in a lot of stuff.
You're
I
right.
think, yeah, okay, his name's Timothy Hutton. I think he's pretty compelling, but the story to me is too paint by numbers. He gets like torn apart by birds at the end, symbolic of going to hell. I don't know. I don't have anything wrong with it. I just feel like Stephen King has a good imagination and I just feel like this is very forgettable, flat material.
It was the first book I read of his, so I didn't really know anything about this other one.
Like, I don't think
so
it's
it
a
didn't
poor
seem that
book.
cliche to me.
He writes, it's always written well. It's been years since I've read it and stuff, but I don't have anything, to tear it apart or really criticize. I've just always thought it was kind of flat. It wasn't a very interesting idea to me, and even if it wasn't executed in a way that I thought was that good. There was never really an explanation given for why Stark suddenly comes out. Because they don't talk about him existing years ago, really. He just seems to show up because he's going to kill him off. But at the same time, it's just like, so he has this maniacal personality that is completely fine not hurting anybody, but then as soon as he says, like, he's going to, like, change his career and stuff, like, then suddenly he just, I don't know. It seems very out of left field to me and uneven. So, I don't know. The movie's okay. The movie does a pretty good job of adapting the book to how I remember, and like I said, I think it's a good performance by that actor, but it's not one I really have any desire to watch or read again. It's just flat. Flat is how I feel. Like, nothing very memorable or interesting.
It's one of my favorite
always
Stephen King films. It's also one of my favorite George A. Romero movies, so I guess that's just me personally. I thought it was very captivating.
I always forget.
So.
Well, it's what I've always liked the movie, and I usually reference it when people people know George Romero just for Mr. Zombie. He's Mr. Zombie. He's the zombie. But I always say, watch The Dark Half. Watch Monkey Shine.
Yeah.
Watch The Crazies. Watch
I actually
these
like
other movies.
Monkey Shines and The Dark Half more than some of his zombie movies. I like them both more than Night of the Living Dead, the original Night of the Living Dead. That's just me personally, but I like them more. But yeah, I think he's an underrated filmmaker in that regard. He's not just the zombie guy. It made a great point there.
I agree with that.
And I think I always wondered about The Dark Half is if that was like an answer to him becoming Richard Bachman, or was the evil Thad Bowman, was that the dark side that he has to go to create horror fiction? And it's the dark side that's overtaking him. I always wondered about those things.
Most people think it has directly to do with Bachman, because a lot of people say the Bachman books are a bit more dark and cynical.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that to a certain extent. Either way,
Yeah.
Well, really enough, because they actually mentioned that in this book. Stephen King did an interview and says, when I write as Richard Bachman, it opens up that part of my mind. It's like a hypnotized suggestion where I become my idea of who Richard Bachman is. It frees me to be somebody who is a little bit different. And he goes on a little bit more, so I think that maybe was the gem of the idea for...
And I always thought that was a concept that was so intriguing to me, the idea that when he goes and writes these horror novels, that he becomes a different person. There's this different personality that takes over while he's writing these stories, which I think a lot of authors probably can relate to, because they're writing this really messed up stuff, And then in real life, they're nothing like that, and you have to get into a certain frame of mind anyway to write that type of material. So just imagine what would happen if
I think that's
that
probably true.
side of you came to life.
Because when you're writing a book, you kind of become the character because you're trying to think
Yeah.
like that character. When you have a really sinister character in your story, that could linger on, kind of a hangover.
Yeah.
Well, if I don't know if any of you guys have read On Writing, which was kind of it was a memoir and it was kind of a tutorial on how to write that Stephen King wrote. He talks about
somewhere. Oh, there it is.
He talks about like the blue collar.
There it is.
Do you remember cool. how does he phrase it, Cole, when he talks about how when he's writing he kind of he talks about like there's the blue collar workers that are inside of him. He kind of zones out and just lets them take over. Like he's almost in a different, almost possessed in a sense when he's writing. He doesn't try to think about it. He just sort of lets it happen. It's as if someone else is writing for him.
I think that's very specific to Stephen King, though. Like, I don't know how many, and I'm not trying to use this to, like, explain why I'm not as productive as I want to be, but I mean, Stephen King, I'm never going to take away all the hard work he's done, but, I mean, when you look at his body of work and just how productive he's been, you have to, it's almost a compulsion with him, honestly. Like, it's hard for me to make myself write even when I want to write and stuff like that, and I'm not trying to make excuses for myself as, like, a lazy person, and I realize I'm just some amateur author, so how can I speak for this anyway? But I just mean, I think there's plenty of professional authors that... Stephen King is like a fountain. Like, it just sort of flows out of him. But not all writers are like that. I'm more like the whole sculptor thing. Like, the story's in the rock, and I need to chip away to get to it, and stuff like that. So, it's an interesting concept because it shows that not all writers' processes are the same. But I totally believe that about Stephen King because it certainly explains why he can be so productive and how he's gotten so much done over the years. Because it's almost like he does sort of zone out and take over. Whereas for somebody like me, I'm very present when I write. I don't zone out. I mean, I try my best to just focus on what I'm writing. But I'm very present. I don't go away. I still think about things. I still see things through my own lens. Whereas Stephen King, I think, yes, he has an ability to go to another place inside himself or outside of himself or whatever, and this is why one of the reasons why he's been so productive. It has nothing to do with the quality of his work. I mean, you can be productive as hell and still not be a good writer, so that's not me taking a shot at Stephen King saying, oh, it's easy for him. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I do think that for certain writers it's more of a flowing out process, and how it's explained there is as good an explanation as any, but I don't think it applies to a lot of writers, not just unsuccessful ones like myself. But yeah. It's a great book. I really recommend this to anybody. Like, if you have any interest at all, like, not even it's just really interesting to read somebody who's been successful and doing this as long as him, just be so honest about what writing really means to him and how it's worked for him and stuff. And I haven't read it in many years. I haven't read it since it came out, probably. I should probably read it again, because it is a really good book, and it's a little surprising that he's obviously not the first author to write about this, but he was one of the more significant ones, whereas other ones I was always surprised. Like, I love somebody like Ian McEwan, who wrote, like, Solar and, what was that one that got made into a movie? Atonement and stuff. I would love to see him write something like that, but anyway, I'm straying off point.
There's a great moment in the book where, like, his writing career really took over after his parents had died. And he always imagined, like, his mother liked to read, what she called trashy novels. Mm-hmm. And he's talking about how, he would have loved for her to have read Salem's Lot and, like, with a smile on her face go, that's good trash. But, yeah. Any closing thoughts on the Dark Half?
I like it. I like the score by Christopher Young. But it's one of those films that I've only seen once or twice, so I don't have a big familiar with it.
As I said, I usually
remember,
appreciate
like-
films that talk about like writing in the process, but Stephen King's already sort of done that a few times, and I felt like by the time this one came around, I'm not interested. But
Yeah.
anyway.
What's your thoughts, Jay?
It's one I could never really get into, but I haven't seen it in quite a while, so
Right.
yeah, definitely due for a revisit.
It's not everyone's cup of tea. It's definitely one of those films where.
Well, let's move on. And let's talk about the 1993 TV miniseries, The Tommyknockers.
Oh God, Jimmy Smits.
Good soda.
Okay,
Or
Jay,
or do we want to talk about the Tommyknockers?
I want to
Put it
hear
that way.
Jay's side, so what's your opinion, Jay?
We can talk about it if you want. I'll do my best to try to remember.
Feel free, Jay.
Tommyknockers,
This is a-
Tommyknockers, knocking at the door.
Jay.
Full VHS art. That's all I know.
Let me put it this way before you start, Jay. I actually started reading the Tommyknockers at one point many, many years ago, and I stopped. So I didn't even really like the book. So I've not given the miniseries the time of day.
Okay.
Me either.
When this came out, man, it was like, I mean, so much stuff was coming out with Stephen King's name on it. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. Like, early '90s to like '95. It was like, I mean, it was constant movies, constant miniseries, and I like a lot of it. Exactly. And this is probably one that probably shouldn't have gotten made, but I mean, I watched this on television like the other miniseries of his.
Yeah.
I watched them when they came on, and what was it 2 parts, 3 parts? I don't remember how many parts, but
All right, yeah.
I don't really remember liking it all that much. I mean, I've got a few select memories of it, and
Yeah.
didn't really do it for me.
I remember a lot of green lighting.
Yeah.
A lot of green lighting. It's Jimmy Smits. I think was it Mark Helgeberger? Was she also in that?
Yeah.
Helgenberger,
Yeah, it was.
And Aliens. Oh, I gave it away. Sorry. Spoilers. Aliens.
Yeah, we
Well,
yeah,
ancient aliens, the ancient aliens guy, because aliens.
His hair's like up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Tracy Lords is in this.
I'm not
Oh,
saying it's
right.
alien.
Did she take her top off? Do I get to see some titties? Or
Well, it's
not?
TV, so if it is,
Yeah.
it's good TV.
There was some soft core stuff going on. I do remember a lot of that. Around 92, 93, I was into that kind of stuff.
But you grew out of it, I'm sure.
Skin marks and
Takes a little bit more than that to do it for me these days.
I just said
What channel OCT and Rambo? What do you guys call it again?
well, I don't know what B movie Mike was going to say. I just said it's kind of like the Skin and Max thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
I'd say the Tommyknockers is pretty forgettable because that's why I don't remember much about it.
I remember the VHS was like 2 tapes, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing
Yeah.
this.
I remember that.
And then I did one where it was like 1 tape, and then the quality was just so shitty that it was just like, oh, all right. But it didn't make much of it. I remember some of the visual effects being all right. Like the aliens themselves didn't look that bad. I remember like some of it was practical. But then I remember like some shit where like Mark Helgenberg or somebody's in the woods, and then there's like green glowing light or some shit. And
That's the majority of my memories are exactly what you just described.
yeah. That's some movie for you. Some great miniseries.
I actually like the Golden Years quite a bit more than that, which also has green lighting in it.
Golden Years.
I don't remember that.
I mean, compare it to Tommyknockers. Come on.
Oh yeah, but I just thought the Golden Years was also pretty boring.
Yeah, sure.
Anybody else seen the Tommyknockers? You want to?
I did, but I forgot
It's
it.
been a long time. It's
The common theme.
Because I got it for free. It was like one of those like buy some movies, get one for free type thing, and it was like.
I guess it's one of those movies that gives you amnesia.
Yeah.
Everybody does. Because some of us see it, and we can't remember anything. So.
It's like the Men in Black pen, the light, that goes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the movie's
Erases your
intention.
memories.
You see it, you forget it. We'll see it again. Or some shit.
A
I'd
chilling.
rather watch The Arrival with Charlie Sheen if I want to deal with aliens and stuff like that.
I like that movie.
A chilling thriller from the master of horror, the Tommyknockers.
Yeah,
Even the
it's not-
title
I
I
remember
thought was
that
like,
it's certainly
really?
not
Like,
chilling.
what kind
or
of
thrilling.
title is that for a supposedly scary story, the Tommyknockers? Sounds like a bad
I'm
90s
fine with the title. Just
hair metal band. It
Can't
sounds like a
remember
hair metal
anything
band.
about it. I'm fine with
Band.
the title. I just can't remember anything about it.
Bad
It's like-
rock band.
and that's really bad considering it's so damn long. You think I remember something?
I
Isn't one
remember
of them
the first
turned into
half
an
and the
alien?
second half.
Somebody turns into an alien or something?
Well, they're in
Yeah,
a small
I
town
remember
and they
that.
get affected by like an alien ship that's like buried and stuff. Is what it's
Oh,
about.
yeah.
Like there's like an alien ship that's buried and it starts to like
Oh,
affect
yeah.
the people and they start to get like paranormal abilities and shit, including
Yeah.
the ability to like invent crazy technology.
Yeah.
It has a lot of characters because it's a more of an ensemble thing, but it's not well done. It's a real muddled mess kind of a story. I think the characters aren't well done. I think they're undeveloped and boring. And
The direction wasn't really that great either. Seemed like it didn't have a cinematic feel like it or anything like that. Really.
Television feel.
Yeah.
Made for
Yeah.
television feel.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, let's
But I don't
let's
know.
knock that. Well, let's,
all I
let's
can
knock
say is
right
that it's
past.
actually better than the Langoliers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll be to the Langoliers very shortly.
Hey, that guy from Beverly Hills Cop was in. I guess John Ashton. I guess was in this.
Beverly Hills Cop, yeah!
Oh, he just made Orphanite.
You woke Orca.
Everything comes down to Beverly Hills Cop and Dial. You guys
Or
remember
something
that, okay?
familiar.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, let's,
Tommyknocker, the box art was great, but I mean, Beverly Hills Cop, clearly a better movie. Beverly Hills Cop 3.
Some killer box
Okay,
art.
that's my part. Keep going.
Clearly.
Box cutter. Well, let's move on. Let's knock on past the Tommyknockers,
Yes.
and let's talk about also from 1993, Needful Things.
Keep going.
Yes. No love for Needful Things. Actually,
I
don't
remember-
I'm just joking. I'm just
Don't remember the box art.
I remember. I thought the trailer was interesting.
Yeah.
I saw the movie.
The trailer was great. Movie sucked.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. James
I don't-
no, that's
Well,
I don't recall.
that's a clip for the review. Jay. That was great. Movie stuff.
I don't recall really disliking Needful Things, but I think I kind of felt about it how Cole felt about The Dark Half. It just kind of felt flat to me, really.
Yeah.
It felt like, it had that epic kind of quality where you've got a lot of characters, a lot of stories, a lot of subplots. You've got, Max von Sydow, who I like a lot. I mean, I can't imagine
it.
I
Max
can't
von
imagine
Sydow.
a better. Yeah, I can't imagine a better choice to play the devil for that film.
Yeah.
And I think he was fine in it. I just think, I don't know, the rest of it just feels,
It felt to
feels
me,
like a TV miniseries to me.
Yeah.
That movie felt like.
to me, it felt
Yeah.
like it was. I didn't like the tone. That's the big thing that threw me off. The trailer really wasn't really as comedic as the movie is. The movie's kind of trying to be like a black comedy or something. Like it's trying to be
Yeah.
like Witches of Eastwick. And if I want to watch that, I'll watch Witches of Eastwick instead of Needful Things. I just
I
that
remember
was disappointing to me.
by Charlton Heston's son.
Fraser C. Heston.
And I remember not minding Ed Harris and
Yeah.
J.T. Walsh, who was crazy as fuck. But
Oh, yeah.
Solid cast, for
Yeah.
sure.
the movie, I mean, I know it was like 180 minutes originally, and then they cut it down to like 2 hours,
Yeah.
and you can
Good
tell.
God.
See, imagine you could have seen a 180-minute version, Jay.
That's like a 6-part. I'd have to watch that in about 6 different parts.
And I could feel that watching it, and it just, I don't know. I mean,
Had bad pacing. Definitely did have pacing issues.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad movie. I like a lot of things about it. It just, I don't know. It is a little flat. I think it, like I said, I think it
that's a good
feels
word, flat.
TV miniseries-ish to me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'd rather watch it than the Tommyknockers.
Yeah, well,
That's a stamp of approval.
that's
I'd
comparing
rather
a
watch
piece of
it.
shit to another piece of shit, in my opinion. Like they both, they both stink.
Unfortunately.
It's better than Creepshow 3.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It is. No,
it is. It absolutely, and it definitely is. There's no
Which
doubt.
shit smells the least bad?
Yeah, man.
Oh God, it's better than Day of the Dead Contagion.
Oh God.
We're going downhill fast. Someone save the show, Mike.
I agree. I don't remember.
Pile of shit is better than that.
I don't remember it being that awful, but I think you used the best word, flat. It did feel. I don't remember
Forgettable.
too much, except parts that I remember from the trailers. So
It's forgettable and disappointing because you have a great cast, and I think a better director would have helped a lot. I mean, Fraser C. Heston, did he just get the job because he's Charlton Heston's kid? I think that's about it.
I guess Needful Things needed more things.
It did.
It's a lot.
What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on Needful Things, Cole?
I've never seen it.
Oh wow, have you read the book?
That's actually a weird one because it's a book that I started, and there's very few books that I start and don't finish. It's not because I threw the book away or discussed or anything, because I'm not like that. It's hard to remember. It was the mid-'90s. I was reading the book. I had borrowed it from someone, and I don't know, something sidetracked me. All I know is that I only got not very far in, only a couple chapters in, and I didn't resume it. So I really
think it's a really long book.
So I don't know. I mean, it's one I'll have to go back to, but no, I've never seen it either. So I can't really have any. I know what it's about, but apart from that, I don't really have any input on it.
Seems very similar to Storm in the Century, the same sort of, devil shows up in a small town type thing.
Yeah. One thing I did think was kind of funny about it was, Max von Sydow had his ledger, and he was like, writing people's names down whose souls he now possesses because he's driven them to do evil things. So I thought that was kind of funny, but
like I said, I think it's the directing. It's a big thing. Trim it up, make it a little bit definitely a faster pace. You needed a director who could actually handle the material better than some inexperienced director, and that's what Fraser C. Heston was. He was a very inexperienced director. I don't know why they went with him. They should have found somebody who could really handle the black humor really well, and I think that would have helped a lot.
He's Charlton Heston's son.
Yeah, somebody owed his dad a favor, man. That's how he got the
Exactly.
I would think that helps. At least back then.
Yeah, that would help.
Because I don't know, John Carpenter, of course he did Christine, but wouldn't that be cool to see John Carpenter do another Stephen King film?
Not an evil thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah. I'm sure that dude showed up at the producer, and he was like, my dad, he's Moses. Give me a job.
He parted the seas. So
yeah, he parted the seas. You got a job for me? Well, let's move on, and let's talk about a mini-series that I think we've all probably seen and have very distinctive thoughts on, and that is The Stand.
The Stand, I haven't actually seen that all the way through. I remember when my mom actually wanted to watch it. It was funny because we had Netflix when we still had Netflix, and she was like, "I want to watch something that I could just be quick with, and not have to watch till." I know it's like
not
the right movie. I know.
6 hours later.
And it was funny because she was all
and you're
like,
still not done.
It was like it was. I think what it was is a typo on Netflix's part, where it looked like it was only like a little tiny episodes. So Mom thought they were like little short episodes of something, and then it was like some really long thing, and then we got like 2.5 hours in, and Mom's liking it, and then she's like, "What the? It's too late. Like I need to go to bed, and this is just too long. Like this isn't 20. This isn't like 40 minutes long or something. It was like 4 hours."
Really?
Yeah.
So that's what I remember about The Stand. I have the DVD from I think it's Republic Home Video, and then there's another. I used to have the VHS, which there was like 4 tapes. I remember that. There was
I had
4
the
tapes.
VHS with 2 tapes. That's what I have. I used to have the DVD as well, but it was one of the movies I lost in a burglary years ago and never replaced. So actually, I've just
What an
recently been
asshole.
watching it on
Stole
You guys have crime.
and
broke into my
You don't have-
sister's denying apartment, didn't steal a thing of hers. Everything I stole was mine. She lost nothing.
wow.
Wow.
I lost 23
I'm so-
DVDs.
Maybe it was someone she knew.
It probably, yeah.
Because I was the electronics guy, right? The movies were mine, the PlayStation was mine, the games were mine, so yeah.
You don't have just random crimes in Canada. That was an inside job. I got that.
Oh, okay.
Heard he's
But,
got some bacon, eh?
I mean to derail things there, but
I really like
I
Gary
could do a
Sinise.
whole show just talking about the stand.
Gary Sinise is great in the Stand.
So,
He's a great actor. So.
It's my favorite Stephen King book. It's the book that I forever want to write and continue to rip off in everything I write, where I wanted to write a vast, sprawling narrative with multiple characters spanning a huge event and all that. Like, it was everything I wanted to be, and it hasn't changed too much even as I've matured. So the miniseries was another one kind of like it, where like it has a bunch of limitations and flaws, but I can't help but really like it anyway, just because I like the story so much. And as he pointed out, I think there were some actually good casting choices this time around, especially Gary Sinise. I thought Gary Sinise's Stu was actually a masterstroke. If you read the book, I think he's just perfect. I don't know the name of the actor that plays Larry. I hadn't seen him in stuff before, but he's actually very good too. Molly Ringwald is god awful, but she's also playing my least favorite character even in the book. Even in the book, I find Fran very unlikable, so it doesn't really matter to me that she's played by someone I don't like, because I don't like the character anyway.
The guy who played Larry is Adam Stork.
Okay. I have no idea who he is or what else he's done, but he's a very good Larry, in my opinion. I really, really thought he was good, so...
I really love Miguel Ferrer. You know, I love Miguel Ferrer. He's one of my favorite actors anyway.
Yeah, and
He
he's very
plays
good.
Lloyd.
He's Lloyd, one of the bad guys.
That's an interesting movie because I remember I saw it when it debuted. That was like a 3-night or 4-night one.
That was a big hit. That was a big step up above something like Tommyknockers.
And I remember
so.
The most that I liked was when it was the beginning, the virus portion. I don't know why, like that got me more involved with the story, and maybe because when I got to the second half, the ending, I don't know if that's how it is in the book. I don't know. For me, it felt anticlimactic or silly or something about the ending. I remember. I haven't seen it forever.
Stephen King's always said he's never really been satisfied with the ending either, but he couldn't come up with anything. A lot of things are like that, though. Like Alan Moore was never very happy with the ending of Watchmen. It's this big, epic, awesome thing, and then the ending is kind of not what you want. I think that happens to a lot of writers where they write something really good, but then
that's why I like the
come
movie
up with
Watchmen a little bit more than the book, because I think it has a little bit of a better ending. But The Stand, I haven't seen the last half. I only we saw pretty much the first half of The Virus, and I really liked what I saw with that, and so that's pretty much my memories. It's like half of The Stand. So I just saw the first half, and with the whole virus and everything. I really liked how they handled that, and I just love seeing all these different cast members. It's a really great cast. And originally, a film version was originally conceived when King, George A. Romero, and co-executive producer Richard P. Rubenstein first met each other while discussing a possible version of Salem's Lot from Warner Brothers. Steve gave us a choice of any book or story of his that wasn't sold, revealed Romero. We had the opportunity to buy the rights to The Dead Zone, which we read in manuscript form, but when it came to a choice, we chose The Stand. And around the same time as Creepshow was being made in the early 1980s, The Stand was already being considered as a $15 million project for Romero. Rubenstein told Fangoria at the time, The Stand will require a major budget, which means a considerable amount of time, which means spent arranging financing and a tremendous amount of work to film. The Stand is an epic, in the David Lean sense of the word, a piece of tremendous scope and yet also a people story. And King apparently wrote about 5 drafts of the script before he gave up and told Rubenstein to find somebody else to encapsulate the epic story. I'm glad I'm out of it, said the author. Because of the problem of the length, at one time Romero and King seriously considered shooting the film in two 2-hour parts entitled The Stand and The Plague, and then releasing them one after the other. It's a tough problem, explained Romero. It really needs to be a long film, and that's expensive. Other ideas discussed, including renting the scale model of Las Vegas, left over from the Francis Ford Coppola stylized musical One from the Heart. And Romero also talked about how much fun it would be to actually shoot in all the locations mentioned in the novel. We see The Stand as the godfather of horror films, Romero told Cinema Fantastique magazine, and that this is Steve's quote, not ours. The problem with The Stand has always been that we wanted to do it on a negative pickup basis, said Stephen King. We've got to have the final cut, and that's the most important thing of all. But however, when a number of adaptations of King's works flopped at the box office in the late 1980s, funding became a problem. So that's why they ultimately went with the TV miniseries idea.
Wow.
I could never be satisfied with a movie version of The Stand. There's just no way. I mean, it's the most epic thing he's written outside of The Dark Tower, which is multiple books. I mean,
I just feel really bad for Romero, though. I can't help feeling really bad for Romero, considering, yeah, he got to do the dark half, but there were so many other Stephen King projects he was involved with that just fell apart, and he was never able to really put a stamp on them.
I don't think The Stand would have been right for him at all. I wouldn't have wanted him.
Unfortunately, that's just kind of like his career.
Yeah.
What was that, Mike?
Well, George Romero talked about how during the 90s he had a hard time getting anything going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like everything he got involved with fell apart. It was a really frustrating part of his career.
Would have had to have been. Yeah. Only imagine.
But I mean, The Stand is one of the most problematic things ever if you wanted to adapt it. So it's still that kind of would have happened to anybody.
Big budget TV miniseries, regardless. I think at the time it was the biggest budgeted TV miniseries of all time. I think when it was.
Well, I think so.
When it was made.
Certain things they had to do, like stuff like in New York and stuff like.
Yeah.
But
I waited until it came out on VHS and then I marathoned it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw it on VHS first. I don't recall seeing it on TV during its first run. I'm pretty sure I rented it.
Yeah, Ryan rented it and I watched it with him and some friends on VHS in one night.
Awesome.
It had me from the very beginning. I mean, they start the movie, it's apocalypse,
yeah.
Blue Oyster Cult's playing. I'm like, you've got me. Let's go.
Don't Fear the Reaper. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Don't fear the Reaper, dude.
I just thought it was a little easy that the evil guy would pick Las Vegas as his, headquarters. It seemed kind of
yeah. I thought the guy who played him did a good job too.
Yeah.
Where's the devil gonna put his throne? I mean, what better place than Vegas?
Makes
Sin City. It's Sin City.
I know. It's too easy.
I don't know. I like that guy and I dislike him. I like things about him, but other things, he was a little too sunny, and the effects are bad, which is what it is. Like every time
they're not Langelier's bad.
No, but every time like his magic or something, he looks ridiculous. Like when his eyes are glowing and stuff like that, you're just like, But I mean, I still really like it. I think it's honestly maybe not the best they could do, but it's very close. Because again, The Stand is just almost impossible to adapt unless you adapt to something. For instance, Marvel did a comic of it a few years ago.
That's what I was thinking, like something like that.
In entirety, and it's very well done because that can really give, that can really give everything.
I really like the Bernie Wrightson art that's in The Stand. Some of the Stand novels, the copies of the actual book. Bernie Wrightson did some artwork for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have loved to have seen like an animated movie type epic with Bernie Wrightson artwork.
I mean,
brought to life. That would have been
in a perfect world. If something like that would exist, I'd love that.
Because then you don't have to. You can be as you can do everything because it's animation and it's not nearly as limited as live action.
Yeah. What's some of the major differences between the novel and the miniseries, Cole?
There's probably a laundry list.
Not
the big ones.
Not really. I mean, most of it is simply cutting out, subplots and some of the extra characters, and there's flashbacks and stuff like that. I mean, I mean, King really goes full on in this, and like, you know, backstory and stuff like that. I mean, there's an entire chapter that flashes back to Mother Abigail, like in 1902, when she's like a young girl playing guitar at some town hall, and like racists boo her off the stage. I mean, you don't need it, but it's there. There's this whole thing, like, there's two versions of The Stand. There's an uncut version too, which I do prefer, obviously, because it has some extra stuff, including like this whole part where the trash can man, remember the guy who's obsessed with fire, meets up with this character who calls himself the Kid, who's like this really fucked up, weird character who's really cool, but you could never have on TV. He like sodomizes him at one point, but I mean, really, the core stuff is kept intact, like, and the characters are represented the way they're supposed to be. The only character they really changed that much was the Harold character, who I'm not sure how old he's supposed to be in the show. Like, he's supposed to be 16 in the book, and he's fat. And in this, he's not fat, which isn't a big deal, and it's actually understood in the book that over time, because of the way he has to live, he actually loses a lot of weight. He goes from a big overweight fat kid to like actually quite good shape because, you know, he's on the road and doing.
So he's like Jerry O'Connell.
I guess
he's fat with a PH.
Yeah, so there are certain characters that are just aged up slightly, just so to avoid problematic things with sex and violence. But not, for the most part, I mean, there's really no major differences. It has the same ending. It has the same thing. The dreams. You know, I mean, they really approached it well. To me, the only thing that could have made it better is if they could have like had more subplots and stuff like that, and if they had a better bigger budget. But I mean, more so for things like effects and stuff, though, because I mean, I think a lot of people get the wrong idea, and they think The Stand, they think it's going to have also like the Stand is not filled with explosions and car chases or anything like that, you know. But I mean, yeah, there is a bit more action in like that. Like, there's this great bit that's in the book that's nowhere in the movies where, like, I can't even remember which characters it is, but we have a couple of the characters. It might be Larry and the girl he comes out of New York with, who, by the way, they eliminate.
What makes it so good is that it's epic, but at the same time, it's not explosions.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Car crashes.
Yeah, so sometimes they have to like
crashing and falling to the ground. It's a little bit more down home, so to speak. It's more relatable on that one.
Right. And what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so they have to eliminate some characters. For instance, when Larry first comes out of New York, he teams up with this woman who's like in her later 40s or 50s that he sleeps with that has a pill addiction, and she eventually either leaves or dies. I can't remember. They eliminate her in the book and take the Nadine character, the one who eventually is supposed to go over to Flag, the one that Flag wants to impregnate, and they basically just make him meet her earlier. They combine the character. Instead of meeting her later on, he meets her in New York, and she has the pill thing, and they sleep in the tent together. So there's a few times where characters are eliminated and combined and stuff like that, as you often see in these adaptations. But like I said, so there's actually more action in the book. There's a part where some characters save some characters where like there's this group of men who all have guns that have taken like a whole bunch of girls and women and turned them into like a harem. And they just march them around and rape them and stuff. And some of these characters get in a gunfight with them and rescue them. It's too bad that's not in the movie, but you can understand why it's not necessarily needed. So there's no big changes. Like, characters aren't really changed or anything. I guess that's why I like it so much.
I was also surprised about how somewhat realistic the idea of their Armageddon is. I mean, a virus. I mean, that's something, the plague that
a virus that we made ourselves.
People are still freaked out about. With the bird flu scare a few years ago and so forth and so on. And, of course, Ebola came back recently.
Right, so something like The Stand happened. Oh, sorry, you were still on.
Yeah, so like, I really like that sort of virus sort of thing. And the idea that we created it is something that I biological warfare is something I always have been scared of anyway.
Exactly. So if something like that had happened, we could actually sort of believe it. If we heard there was some base in California where a virus got out, none of us would be like, oh no. We'd be like, yeah, I could see that happening. Would any of us really be that surprised to find out the military was secretly fucking around with stuff like that? I don't think
like outbreak.
Maybe the Canadian military. I don't know. America wouldn't do something like that.
Yeah, America.
Pretty stand up.
America.
Pretty stand up.
Canada's pretty bad too. We have that Department H. Oh wait, that's just in Marvel.
Or Area 51 that doesn't exist according to the military.
It's Mexico's fault. That's what it is.
But Anyway, I've talked a lot, so come back to me if other people want to say their feelings on the miniseries.
Well, I mean, I think we pretty much. I mean,
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah.
definitely.
I think we definitely paid it enough tribute. I mean, it is an epic. I was actually in a used bookstore yesterday, as a matter of fact, and I found a copy of The Stand, and it was a really nice edition. It was like a leather-bound edition, but it was very worn. I mean, whoever owned it, I mean, they read the heck out of it.
Yeah.
And there was they put little notes. I love it when I open an old book and people have put notes on the sides. And
That's
I was
funny.
reading some of this person's notes, and I mean they weren't
What the hell? What's going on here?
One of the notes was, "What an asshole."
Like, was he talking about one of the characters, or?
I don't know. I was just flipping through it. And I was because I wanted to read the first. I wanted to kind of read the prologue and just kind of see what it was like. And it was a really nice edition. Like I said, it was a leather-bound edition.
Who the hell writes in a book?
Yeah, who does that?
What are you going to make fucking notes about
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like she would-
a book report.
I know, was it like their school project? Were they doing a book report on
I don't
the
know.
Speaking of school, I
there were
remember
no-
The Stand at school. It was I think it was available at junior high or something, or I think even earlier than that. I remember at the library. I'm like, is this really appropriate for elementary school? The Stand.
elementary?
I mean, seriously, in the library, it was
What elementary school kid, even the smartest ones, can pick it up and be like, "Oh, 1,300 pages, no problem."
Well, I mean, I thought
A kid like me who could
up,
read really well at a college level, when I was 5. So yeah.
I do that now. I'm like, oh man, over 100 pages? Fuck this.
There's some sort of a BuzzFeed article that'll tell me about this book here.
This
Well, I mean, I
is
thought it
my
was
latest
probably-
version, Dan. This
I
is
don't know how to read.
complete and uncut edition,
Holy
which obviously
shit, you can kill somebody with that.
my only problem with the uncut edition
Does
is
it have the artwork?
The Stand was written in the late 70s, and it's set in the year 1980. He thought it was problematic to keep it in 1980, so if you read the revised edition, he sets it in 1990, just so that he can update a few things. I don't like that. I still pretend it's 1980. Obviously, it's not really a big deal. But one of the things was he wanted to mention some things like AIDS, because obviously that was something, that would be on people's minds when there's a virus, and something that really happened in the 80s as opposed to the 70s and stuff like that. And there's a few things updated, there's some white trash woman, and she's upset that she's babysitting for the neighbors, but she needs the dollar they're going to pay her, so he updated that to $5 or something. So it's just weird little tweaks like that. But I just mean, but for the most part, it's just adding in a whole bunch of other stuff that he originally had cut out just because the length. What is the length of this one? It's just over 1,400 pages. But yeah, I read this about every 2 years. I fucking love it, and I really like the miniseries, even though obviously I wish there were things about it that could be a little different, considering all those problems something like The Stand imposes and presents. I think they did a hell of a job. The only thing I would really change about it was maybe a couple of the actors. I'd prefer somebody else. The effects aren't very good, but I mean, for the most part, it is really good. I think it's very powerful, even in the miniseries version, I think. But really like the music. I think they do a lot of that middle of the road, twanging guitar stuff. That's all over there. Or the whole thing that I think works very well and stuff. But yeah, it's my favorite Stephen King work. It probably always will be. So I have a lot of feelings tied up with it. And like I said, even when I'm not trying actively, I know I'm ripping off things about it. It's probably It's probably the book that influenced me the most, in that I'm constantly stealing and ripping off from it when I write stuff, and then being okay. Let's not be too obvious about this.
I mean, it's hard not to, isn't it? I mean, just because that's what you've absorbed, in your life.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to rip someone off at some point.
Right, exactly. It's sort of there are sort of two moments in my life, and they're both sort of silly, about teaching me about the kind of writing I want to do, which is more vast and epic, you know, and as I've gotten older, I still like that, but I've tried to adapt myself to write, you know, simpler, more straightforward things. You know, not everything needs to be, like, huge with a massive cast and stuff like that, right? But one was The Stand, and the other was a mid-90s Spider-Man comic, simply because it had an opening that had not. It was actually during the Onslaught crisis, and there's too much to get into. But at one point, those, you know, the robots that hunt the X-Men, the Sentinels, a whole army of them had invaded New York under his command. So there's this opening scene where it opens in the apartment of just this man, and it has like this narration going on about like how he's waking up and how like he hates the apartment and how much he has to pay for it. The landlord's a crook. The apartment sucks. It's so small. The only thing it has going for it, and then the next page is the view, and it's him opening up the curtains and there's a Sentinel's face right there. And I was always struck by that because it was like one of the first times I think I'd seen like sort of like you know, it didn't have anything to do with the main character. It was just a little aside. And I know that's just silly, but it had a big impression on me around the same time that this did. So it's no secret to people that know me that I like overly complicated things sometimes. But yeah. But, you know, if you're a good writer or you're a good storyteller, you can do it well. Like I said, I'm not obsessed with everything like that. I like lots of things that are simple and straightforward and don't have a million characters and points of views, but I am a sucker for a big epic if it's done well, and The Stand will always probably be my favorite.
Well said. Well said. Let's see. Let's see what people are saying out in Sausage Factory Nation. DJ Donnelly says, question for all you guys. What are you guys all doing for Halloween? Any special plans for Halloween?
I'm raping people.
He's going to go out and dress up and rape people.
I got a rapist costume.
Cool.
Bits. Film it for YouTube. Happy Halloween.
I'm gonna OD on candy like a mouse. Yep.
Like, what's his name from Charlotte's Web? What the fuck was his name? That stupid rat. Templeton.
Oh, man.
Everything's a smorgasbord. I'm not doing anything except, like, probably answer the stupid door and give candy to trick-or-treaters. That's it. I don't dress up. I don't do anything like that. I don't know enough friends where I live to go to Halloween parties. So
well, I can't have kids here because I'm on those lists.
Hopefully I'll get my girlfriend to wear something she doesn't want to wear and then go from there.
Sexy SpongeBob.
Oh, God.
There you go.
I'll leave it to the imagination, the type of thing that I want her to wear.
I got some cool masks from
my Halloween 3 Season of the Witch t-shirt and then probably watch that again. It's a Halloween tradition for me.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite Halloweens years ago when I lived at that apartment that I mentioned that I got burglarized. Back when I did have friends in this city. It's kind of like you. Most of my friends don't live in this city anymore. But is that I had several people over and we watched Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. That was a lot of fun. I was like, wow, that was like 2006.
It was a great movie.
Well, I have a feeling that maybe a little later on this month, all of us will be watching Halloween 3 together. So
that'd be cool.
Little spoiler there for you guys, and cool. we may have a special guest lined up too. So little spoiler, little teaser for you guys. Little teaser.
All right. And his initials might be JC.
Like I told you not to.
What?
Oh shit.
Orc.
Yes,
come on,
Jesus Christ has come back to
Oh my God. That JC?
Our Lord Jesus
Christ. I don't care about Jesus Christ.
Remo, you said we needed viewers, so this is what happened.
He's a big fan, and he's underrated, so spread the gospel.
Well, I randomly opened a page and found a passage with the kid. What the fuck is this? The kid raged. What did they all decide to deny to 10,000 motherfucking feet? Hey, you stupid fucks! Out of my way, you hear me? Get the fuck out of my way! Trash can man cringed.
Sounds like I wrote that book.
Sounds like Hob from RoboCop 2. That's what it sounds. The kid is Hob from RoboCop 2.
Just kidding. Spoiler alert. Our guest is the Pope.
The Pope.
That's all right. Let's see. Drunk Steve says, I guess I'm the only one who likes Sleepwalkers, LOL.
I kind of like it.
you're
Like I
not-
said, I'll
Yeah,
have to watch it again.
No
I don't
disrespect
have
to
anything.
anyone who likes it.
I don't think it's
Yeah,
that
you
big.
I don't
like
have
what you like.
anything against it.
You
I
know,
just don't need to watch it ever.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay.
AJ Roberts tweets at us. He says, "Great show as always, guys. Glad to see OCP and Jay again. Good stuff." Thanks, buddy. What are you gonna say, Raph?
I was disappointed. I thought OCP was replacing Jay, so I'm a little let down.
Yeah, I heard that last week. I was trying to.
Oh,
I'm crying on the inside.
Damn.
Are you just gonna take that, Stingray?
That's what he
I
does.
just be quiet. He's a much better replacement than I am. That's for damn sure.
Oh.
Much more of an
I
asset
don't
to
know.
the show
I
than
don't
I am. I
know.
just keep quiet.
I've also had several people ask me about the whereabouts of James and B. Jr. B. Jr. has embarked upon a lengthy vision quest in order to find
Arthur
truth.
Modine.
So he's currently on that vision quest, and we wish him the best.
yeah.
And James is just busy. James is working. James is making that paper. So,
Making it cheddar. Cheddar.
getting his guap up. So
Yep.
let's
This
move
won't
on.
quit.
Wampum, dead presidents, moolah, cash.
Move on to what?
Let's move on and let's talk about another big Stephen King adaptation based on the short story Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. The Shawshank Redemption. What do you guys think about the Shawshank?
This is always one of those movies that, I mean, for me, I don't really review a lot of dramas, but there's a lot of dramas I like, and and Justice for All, many other films, but this is one of the ones I always mention because I always thought it was just a very well-directed film by Frank Darabont, and it was a shame that it didn't do well when it came out, and I just thought it was a very well-acted, good, dramatic movie, made me feel something. Really cared for Tim Robbins' character. Morgan Freeman, I thought was a perfect role for that character. And I guess I'm in it. Bars.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. You could use a bit more rape.
Yeah. I was too tired that day. Maybe the sequel. I thought The Shawshank Redemption was always a very well done movie, and if I had to pick between that and The Green Mile, I would pick The Shawshank Redemption. That story sucked me in more. I just felt more for Tim Robbins' character and Willie escape, and of course what happens and such. I thought the score was very well done as well. I've always enjoyed The Shawshank Redemption.
I have to admit, I've not seen that movie yet. I haven't seen it.
Wow,
yet.
really? That's such a
So-
beloved movie.
I
Wow.
know, like I've heard of it and everything. I've never seen the film.
I kind
You
of
should
think you
probably
have.
check it out.
I kind of think you
You
have.
should probably check it out.
Probably will live up to the hype. I mean, it's one of those that
Yeah.
that actually is a pretty decent
It's,
film.
Yeah.
I remember
It's,
parodies of it, like the Robot Chicken parody they did with the Joker and Batman. I remember that.
It's a beautiful movie. It's a beautiful movie. I mean, everything about it. It's just a great movie. The acting is great. I mean, Frank Darabont is great. It is. I mean, it really is a moving. I was surprised not only that it was a movie that moved me, but it was a movie that moved me multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really powerful film.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Probably my favorite of Stephen King's films.
It's a good choice.
For a long time, that was the #1 rated film on IMDb for years.
Yeah, for a long.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what has it
Until
now,
it was
but,
overtaken by The Dark Knight.
Godfather now.
Yeah, I think it's Godfather. You know.
Kirk
Probably-
Cameron's Survivor
probably-
Christmas.
Probably Fast and Furious
I
7.
definitely believe it was better than. I mean, I like what is it, Forrest Gump, but I think Forrest Gump robbed it at the Oscars. Not that I really pay much attention to it.
Them's fighting words, boy. Don't you be talking about Forrest.
You know what?
Run,
94
Forrest,
was a
run!
great
I like
year.
both movies.
94
I'll be
was a great
honest.
year.
It's not like I dislike Forrest Gump. I like
I
it
mean,
a lot.
I agree with Cole in the fact I like Forrest Gump. But if I had to pick between the two, I would have picked The Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, it's.
That's how much I like it. But I like Forrest Gump too.
It looks
Go
like
ahead.
Shawshank is 1, Godfather is 2, but they both have the same rating, like 9.2.
Oh, that's cool.
Might be more people voted. Maybe that's why.
Probably, yeah. Possibly.
I know it's crazy. I just haven't been able to check that one out. I've been waiting to get the 2-disc, and I just haven't been able to find it. For
Yeah, I
the
think
cheap
it's
enough
worth
price
it.
for my cheap
Dude,
Yeah,
I've
it's got
got
on
an extra
DVD.
Blu-ray that I can send to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
Well,
if
that
I've
was
ever
a-
seen the movie not on TV. I don't know if I ever watched it on like DVD or anything. I just watched it on TV for
I
like
know my stepdad's a big
20
fan
years
of it.
of watching it on TV.
He has a recorded VHS and stuff like that, and like he recorded off TV or whatever a long time ago. So
Really, really good movie. You should definitely sit down and check it out.
Yeah.
Definitely.
we'll do
Have
sometime.
you read the short story, Cole?
Yep, it's better than the short story. To tell you the truth.
Okay.
Not that it just because I think it just has advantages over it where it can hit you more emotionally. I mean, it's a very well written short story. Not much has changed except that Morgan Freeman's character isn't black in the original. It's kind of funny. There's which is, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Morgan Freeman's great in that role, I think, because he's supposed to be like an older guy, and stuff. So it doesn't really make sense. This is kind of like what they said on like Family Guy, where he's just like, we're gonna be friends, and since I'm white and you're black, that's more special for the audience. But
That's a Family Guy used to be funny.
yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Was it funny? Was it ever fun?
It had its moments. But
It had its moments. It doesn't have its moments anymore.
Sorry, you were saying, Cole. Sorry.
Nothing really. Just I think it's a really great movie, and I think it was sort of like it showed a lot of people that Stephen King could write stuff that wasn't horror. I mean, you could say the same thing about Stand By Me, but maybe people thought that was a one-off. But I mean, he wrote a lot of stuff like Hearts in Atlantis and stuff like that too. But so it's a wonderful movie. I will say slightly overrated, simply just because of where it is with that. But I mean, I have nothing negative to say about it. It's one of the movies where narration actually works quite well, probably because the king of narration, Morgan Freeman, is the one to pull it off, right? This was back when they first found out. It's like, wow, movies seem really good when he narrates. He's going to narrate everything he's
He's an
in.
easy reader, that's why.
Yeah.
Easy reader.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, because this film is ranked so high, what would you guys rate this, those of you that have seen it? Like
out of 10?
Out of 10.
8.5.
Honestly, I mean, I would give it a 10 just for I don't find anything wrong with it. If I could, I thought the music really moved me. I even had the soundtrack, the score, the acting thing was top notch. The story makes me feel something I get invested in. And I can watch it right now, and it's not a short movie, but I thought I never got bored with it. So I just, it's one of those things that anytime I think drama, that's always the one that comes from my mouth because it's just the one when I saw it, I'm like, wow, this is just a really effective flick for me.
I'll give it a 9.5 only because there's not enough rape in it.
I did, I'm sorry. Apologize for that.
What about a 9.95?
Whoa.
Next time I'll remember to rape more.
Lack of rape and realism.
I mean, it's prison.
Orc, what's your thoughts on Shawshank Redemption?
See, OCP, you're not alone because I have not seen this movie either. Okay?
Good.
Oh,
Dude, you watched Grave Encounters today, and you haven't seen Shawshank Redemption.
That's the thing that I'm always saying to him.
You know, and I didn't see Godfather 1 and 2 till 2 years ago, but you know what? I did. So
Because like the other day,
I've seen
Orc's
those
like, I'm going to
movies.
watch
I've
As
seen
Above,
those.
So Below. I'm just like, you just told me all this stuff you didn't watch. You're going to watch As Above, So Below.
Hey, I like that movie.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah, I like
not
it,
only
but come on.
not
Shawshank.
only did you watch Grave Encounters, you watched Grave Encounters Part 2. Yeah, Grave Encounters Marathon.
Did you watch
I'd
3 yet?
definitely rather watch Shawshank Redemption than either of the Grave Encounters movies.
3 is not out yet, currently.
you have some messed up priorities there. I mean, it's just what's interesting for me is like, as emotional as it is, and well, it's the characters. Like the most emotional part of the movie for me isn't even a main character. It's when you follow that old guy that finally gets out.
Oh, yeah.
How disoriented he is, because all he's known is life in prison for decades, and now like the world is completely different from what he knows and stuff. And he's like working like bagging at a grocery store, and like his life is so sad and stuff, and he's thinking maybe he should hang himself. Like, oh, that is just gut-wrenching and so well done. Like, not tacky and, like, stupid, jerk your heartstrings around, like, but actually, like, honest and well done and stuff. Like, because lots of really great performances, even by actors I don't know, just because everybody was sucked into, like, the whole, I don't know, like, it was like somebody, it's like, you have it's kind of like sometimes the leads are so good that even, like, the other people, they just sort of, like, get caught up in it, and they're just as good, too, maybe. It's like a perfect storm.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen it, but it does sound like a great film. It does sound like a movie, too, that could have been easily too sappy or too sentimental if it wasn't handled right. And it sounds like it was definitely handled with the right hand and for example, Frank Darabont, the only film he directed before this is Buried Alive. So for him to come out with this type of film, probably honestly.
Well, and if you want to talk really about sappy and overly sentimental, he did follow this up with The Majestic. So there's your sap.
No Oscar for you, Mr. Carey.
But yeah, I agree with you. And I can't remember the character's name, but he etches his name into the thing before he hangs himself, whatever. Gosh, what was his name? I don't remember. But yeah, just gut-wrenching. Gut-wrenching. Yeah. Any closing thoughts on The Shawshank Redemption?
I'd probably give it an 8, only because rewatchability. I mean, it's a great film, great leads, great acting. It's a great film, but when I got done watching it, it was like I didn't feel the need to revisit it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was great. I enjoyed it. It was an awesome film, high quality, but there's no, I don't know, no rewatchability for me.
That's how I feel about The Dark Knight, which I think is really, honestly, even more overrated. I mean, it's definitely, even if once I do see Shawshank Redemption, I'm definitely going to like it more than The Dark Knight.
You know, I like Driving Miss Daisy, but I don't sit around watching Driving Miss Daisy all damn day. You know what I'm saying? I saw it, whatever, move on.
Yeah,
exactly. There was a time where The Shawshank Redemption was like on TBS and TNT every day.
Yeah,
I know, and that's basically how I saw it.
That's when they called it the Superstation, right?
For like 20
TBS,
years,
the Superstation.
I've been watching that movie on TV. Like I said, I've never sat down and like popped it into the DVD player or the Blu-ray or something. I've simply just watched on TV.
Yeah, me too.
Forever. But I mean, and that's sort of like the thing that Mike said, because like as much as I love it, I don't really feel the need to own it because I've always been able to watch it anyway, and it's not something where I'm that interested in maybe extra features or anything like that. But it is a great film, and it shows a lot about Stephen King and stuff too. That like he can do more than just scares. The characters are very human and very well done, and comes across very well in the movie. Good performances and stuff.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to a film that personally I find to be just as moving, if not more so, than The Shawshank Redemption, and that is The Mangler. What do you guys think about The Mangler?
Reality.
Well, it's weird that you got like people commenting that they like the film, because I remember when I first saw this, I'm like, I guess I'm the only one who likes this, because I know this has been considered one of the worst or the worst Stephen King film. And I think the reason I like it, I realized it, first off, Tobe Hooper, well, most say this is part of most of these shit that Tobe Hooper usually does, which is shit. But The Mangler, I liked its offbeat quality to it. I guess it was like, wow, Ted Levine, I like him as a character actor. Wow, they put him as a good guy. Interesting.
Ted Levine is awesome.
He's like the most hard-boiled detective in history. I like his performance. It's such a stupid idea. It is stupid. It's a fucking laundromat that at the end grows legs and shoots fireballs. But I'm like, you know what? I like Maximum Overdrive as well, so it's my kind of movie.
Yeah,
it's a laundry press. Yeah,
let's cut them in half. Okay, my kind of movie. Okay.
Yeah.
That description puts me on board immediately.
Yeah.
I had already seen it.
And I'm like, oh, here's a guy named Picture Man who one moment pops up and spits blood right on the camera. Okay, interesting. Maybe my kind of movie. Oh, here's a poor old lady that gets pulled in and munched so much that people got to carry her out in buckets.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I get my kind of movie.
You got Robert Englund in old age makeup and walking around,
Yeah, Robert Englund.
It's such a crazy idea. It's about a
Killer
possessed laundromat, like a press.
It's a laundry press. Yeah, I almost think a laundromat is like the whole building grows legs and then walks around and then grabs people.
It's such a crazy idea that, and I totally agree with what Rambo said. I like the fact that Ted Levine is like a good guy in it. I loved Robert Englund in it. I thought this was one of Robert Englund's best performances.
He was entertaining.
He was really good.
And I loved, I think
he looked a lot like the guy from Nothing But Trouble. He looked like the judge, Dan Aykroyd, that Dan Aykroyd played in Nothing But Trouble. He totally looked like that guy.
I think it's the last. I always thought Tobe Hooper had a style that really separated him. Like I could tell if it's a Tobe Hooper film. I think this is maybe the last film that really felt like a Tobe Hooper film. And I mean, he's done a lot of crap since then. But I mean,
he did crap before, like Night Terrors. Yeah.
I've not even seen that.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, the stuff he's done, like Mortuary and stuff. That's what I was talking about. But sorry, go ahead.
That's just
I'm Dangerous
that's just
Tonight.
Bad stuff.
But sorry, you were saying.
Actually like I'm Dangerous Tonight. But like how he, how he uses angles, how he keeps the camera moving, like it really felt like an energetic movie. Like the camera is always moving around people, and there's these great angles. And I love the part, like you were talking about, where the dude sits straight up and spits blood right on the lens, and it just runs down the lens. I mean, that's all. I loved that. I was watching that going, and I knew. Yeah, like I knew the movie had a really, really bad reputation, but I was watching it going, I like all this. I like this. I don't mind this at all.
I was introduced to it. Another film was introduced to by Matt one night. Decided, let's check it out, and I watched it with him, and I really had a really good time with it.
Because it was a movie that I'm like, it's like the makers of the film knew, come on, this is fucking silly. We know this is fucking silly. Hey, let's have them do an exorcism. Fuck it, just have it grow legs, go down the whole way. Cut a priest in half in gory fashion and shoot fireballs.
It's the same kind of craziness, like Maximum Overdrive. It's the same kind of movie like that.
So again, I guess it gets the rapist seal of approval. The main my kind of movie.
It's almost kind of like Maximum Overdrive in the way that it's like it's crazy. It's unabashedly it. You know what I mean? It's not trying to be anything else. It's just a crazy-ass movie.
Yeah, it's like, fuck it, let's go. Just go for it.
Exactly. Yeah,
it was nice to see Ted Levine not play, a transvestite killer or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't have a laundry machine. Let's make it the most built-up, deadliest-looking laundry machine, massive. Like the devil did his laundry with this fucking machine.
It's massive. The devil's laundry press.
And again, it's like beginning. Here's a sweet old woman. Just fucking mulch her to pieces, and then the coroner has to carry out in buckets. And I'm like,
depends on what version you, because there's an unrated version which has more gore, but it was only available on VHS and Laserdisc. And the DVD has the scenes as like deleted scenes, but they're not in the film. They're not put into the movie, which is just kind of lame. So it's it's a lot better than the shitty sequels. People should be talking that those sequels are the ones that should definitely get the bad reputation, and they do deserve that. But for a film that has such a ridiculous concept, it owns it. It has fun with it. It's Robert Englund playing, doing his best impression of Dan Aykroyd from Nothing But Trouble, and I love the kills. They're bloody, they're gory, they're over the top. I don't remember the exact line of dialogue, but I love this scene with Ted Levine where he's talking about, that's bullshit, reality, bullshit. This is, I thought that was pretty cool, and Ted Levine that really sold it for me, and the end with the thing coming to life and shooting fireballs and shit. I mean, I love that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, it's just I think that's one of those movies too that at the time it was just absolutely panned, but I think over time it's one of those kind of like Life Force 2, another Tobe Hooper movie. And over time it's kind of found an audience. People were attracted to it because it was called so bad, and then they're like, well, hey, this is just kind of a fun,
definitely offbeat kind of flick.
I'd love to see Scream Factory do a Blu-ray of this. Like that'd be cool. I'd be up for that.
That would be cool. I definitely would.
Yeah, don't hold your.
Anybody else?
I know.
Yeah. Anybody else have B-Movie Mike, Stingray, Cole? You guys have anything you want to add about the Mangler?
I somehow missed this one.
Hey, I haven't seen Shawshank Redemption, but I've seen The Mangler. So.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen the Mangler?
Oh yeah, it's classic. B-movie cheese. Love every minute of it. You know, kind of like Graveyard Shift. You know, it's one of those. I guess I don't have guilty pleasures, but I guess you could consider it one. But I thought it was great.
I don't feel guilty at all watching The Mangler. It knows what it is, and I know what it is too. So no reason for me to feel that bad watching
Stephen
it.
King even likes it. Stephen King even likes the Mangler. There's a.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a book of it's all stories that were made into movies. And before every story, Stephen King has a little write-up about it, and and one of them's The Mangler. And he was very complimentary of The Mangler, and he was like, I think Tobe Hooper's this mad genius, and he's like, hey, it's a movie about a killer laundry press. What are you going to do with that? And he talks about how crazy the movie is, and he likes it. So, I mean, hey.
Yeah. But yeah, he doesn't like Maps from Overdrive.
I know.
I don't get it.
There's also a haunted refrigerator too. I remember that. Yeah, that's pretty craziness. Filming took place in a converted warehouse where all the major sets were built. Hooper's son William designed the old industrial laundry speed pressing machine, as well as a computer-generated image of the demonic mechanism. It took quite a few operators to make the thing work, revealed the director, Tobe Hooper. There were people actually in the machine and people hidden on the set working the speed so they could shut it off instantly.
So, Jay, any thoughts on the Mangler? Have you seen it?
The Mangler is a lot better than the sequels to the Mangler.
Oh, God.
That's a lot better than Tommy Knox.
Or Mangler Reborn, or...
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
No, it's I mean, like some of the other stuff we talked about, it's kind of forgettable to me. It's
No.
I mean, it's got Stephen King's name attached to it, Tobe Hooper, so you're obviously going to watch it, but just not really anything that memorable for me. I saw it in the theater and watched it again maybe 5-6 years ago, but I haven't seen it since then.
Okay.
I just have a soft spot for it because of its reputation as like one of the worst horror films like ever, and like one of Toby's worst films.
I wouldn't say that at all.
I said Shawshank's not really rewatchable. It's a better film than The Mangler, but I would rather watch The Mangler.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
Yeah.
Put that on the box for The Mangler. I would rather watch The Mangler than Shawshank Redemption.
The Mangler currently has a 3.9 rating on
way too low.
Sweet.
Solid 3.9.
Yeah, I've seen a lot worse.
Hey, while you're on there, go check and see what Grave Encounters is.
It's higher than that.
Hold on.
Living Encounters 2 is higher than that.
I know it has a higher rating.
6.1. Suck a dick. Suck a dick, everyone. That's fucking retarded, man.
So I guess you're not a fan. I'm not. That's fine.
No.
Let's move on.
I don't
Let's
like
move on.
Okay.
I'm just comparing the two in the ratings. No.
Yeah. Exactly.
Does anybody have anything to say about Dolores Claiborne?
No.
Never saw
The
it.
film or the book?
I saw the
I've never seen
trailer.
it either.
I saw clips of it on TV, but
I liked it.
I have it on DVD, but I just haven't seen it yet.
You like
Okay.
to be movie?
You like it? You like
Yeah, I
it,
thought it was
Mike?
another great performance from Kathy Bates. It was, I don't know, it's kind of a slow, dark, uncomfortable movie, but it's another one that you watch it once, don't really need to watch it again. Maybe it's not quite up to the quality of Shawshank, but
Or Misery.
it's definitely good. Yeah, it's a good watch.
I haven't seen
Anybody
it.
else seen it?
Anybody know the story?
Let me think.
Kathy Bates is a wife that has a drunken, abusive husband, and Jennifer Jason Leigh plays their daughter, and there's some flashbacks to some molestation going on, and Kathy Bates kind of eventually takes matters into her own hands, and she comes away, basically gets away with it, and her daughter knows what happened, and they have like a grudge. And I don't know. Then the DA he's always known that she had something to do with this, and her daughter ends up representing her in court. I don't know. It's a really good flick. I don't want to. I'm dancing around. I don't want to give it all away, but it's actually pretty cool.
It's John C. Reilly.
Shake and bake.
So Dolores Claiborne gets B Movie Mike's approval.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I give it a 7. It's not the quality of Shawshank, but it's definitely good.
Okay. Anybody got anything they want to say about the Langoliers?
It sucks.
It's a goddamn mess.
Haven't seen it.
Got some of the worst special effects I've ever seen, especially some of the worst CGI. I don't know why they thought, hey, we have a really low budget here for a TV miniseries.
I'll be honest. I was kind of getting into the movie and the fact that I like Dean Stockwell, I like David Morse, but those goddamn effects are like a fucking preschooler did it. And then they was blind, and then they said, "Fuck it, just put it on TV."
It looks as bad as like the Nemesis sequels.
Kill eyeballs with it. And I thought,
the Nemesis sequels had some really
I kind of like the
effects.
idea of a group of passengers on a plane, people disappear, then they go somewhere and there's no one around, then they find out, of course, at the end what it is. It's just, for me personally, I wish the effects were not so horrendously, like, Birdemic level fucking pieces of shit.
It has Balky.
Yeah, it has Balky as well.
Bronson Pinchot.
I remember.
Get the fuck out of here!
I forgot about him, that's right. How could I forget about Bronson
From
Pinchot?
Meepos.
Holy shit.
Meepos.
Meepos.
Oh my god. I love that show.
I love that show.
Get the fuck out of here!
But not Tom Holland's finest hour.
Oh, it was Tom Holland that did that? Wow.
Yeah.
Really? Tom Holland? I forgot he did that.
He wrote
I forgot that. Holy crap.
I
Takes
think
it
it's
down
Tom
a peg.
Holland, yes. Not finest hour.
Didn't he also do Thinner?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Thinner's
Yes, he
much better than this, though.
Yeah, Thinner's at least.
Thinner's a lot better.
I think Thinner sucks just... That's just me personally.
You think it's as bad as Langoliers, though?
I don't
The
think
effects aren't as bad, but it's still a bad movie.
Yeah.
But that's just me personally.
Well, let's
I'd rather watch
actually.
Langoliers from Balky. Watch
Well,
Balky.
let's
I'm
actually.
sorry, go ahead.
Thinner actually came out the following year in 1996. And Thinner was one of those movies that was always like on Cinemax too, and for some reason I would like, Thinner's on, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I just think it's one of the weakest stories that Stephen King has.
Sure.
I mean, it's not really... Maybe if it was just a TV, like a little thing for Monsters, the TV series, or Tales from the Dark Side, or a Twilight Zone segment, it would work better. But as a feature-length film, there's not enough meat on the bone, so to speak, ironically enough.
Would have
The
been a,
story's too thin and thinner to really have a full plot. And also, Robert John Burke is just not, his performance in this is pretty awful. And Robert John Burke, I remember him as RoboCop and RoboCop 3, so...
Yeah.
And he was good in Dust Devil, but he didn't have to say anything in that movie. He was just an imposing presence. And in RoboCop 3, I don't want to talk about it because I'll go on for ages about RoboCop 3.
That's true.
How bad it is. But Thinner, not scary. It's just, he just gets skinnier. It goes on a deadly diet. It's just boring to me.
I've never understood
and then that kind of thing with the hitman and
why
Was
they
that Stephen
adapted
King or was
the
that
Richard
Richard Bachman?
Bachman novels they did and left the other.
Thinner.
It always felt to me like the Richard Bachman novels that were better and should be movies didn't get to be, and the weaker ones were made into movies.
Yeah.
Like this and Running Man and I don't know, like The Long Walk still doesn't have a movie. That could easily be a movie and be a really good movie.
I'm sure Mick Garris is working on it somewhere.
Cycle of the Dragon, or Eye of the Dragon, not Cycle of the Dragon. The Cycle.
I was disappointed in that book. I read that book. That was just him outside his comfort zone trying to write something for kids.
Eyes of the Dragon, yeah.
Eyes of the Dragon.
Thinner, I thought does have some good effects.
Yeah.
He
I
never
love
looked convincing when he was fat, though. He looked like
the end
he
credits.
looked like a skinny guy in a fat
So,
suit.
you know.
Yeah.
Really hot gypsy chick in it, if I remember correctly.
Yes, there is. There is. I can't remember that actress's name, but God, what was her name?
Well, I mean, like
Keep
the
it-
parts
you got
where
the
he's really
DVD or the
super
VHS,
thin and
definitely
skeletal.
keep it
However they do
for for the documentary on special effects, on makeup effects. I mean, that's the
It has
best
the
thing
guy
about
that played
Thinner to
Fat
me.
Tony. Joe Mantegna.
Yeah.
Joe
Yeah,
Mantegna, yeah.
Simpsons, yeah.
And he's
Joe
like a
Montana?
gangster in it, because he was always a gangster in those days.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's a
He's
gangster in
like-
real life who became an actor.
He's in Thinner, though. He seems to be 10 times more of a parody of a gangster than he is in The
Yeah.
Simpsons as a parody of a gangster.
Yeah.
Probably.
So-
I can't even remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, he's
But,
very.
yeah, I've never understood
I
why
just-
those movies got adapted, and they left like some of the best Bachman books still don't have adaptations. But anyway.
Yeah, Thinner. That's just a. It's just a weird. I'm not sure who read that story and went, that'll make a good movie. That one's very, very thin.
I'm fine with this. I'm fine with the idea. I mean, a guy who is getting thinner and wiping out existence. Just the execution didn't gel with me.
Honestly, it's better to watch Death Becomes Her
Yeah, I love that movie. I love Death Becomes Her.
if you want like kind of a similar type of.
Yeah.
I always thought that was an underrated movie.
It is. I really agree. I mean, Bruce Willis is so against his normal role in that,
Yeah.
playing this complete
That's one of the
loser.
things I like about it.
And Meryl Streep and Goldie Hawn were fantastic.
What's your
My
thoughts
favorite
on Thinner,
Meryl Streep.
Jay?
Thinner is one I
Corey
didn't like
Weaver.
when I first saw it, but it's kind of grown on me a little bit. I've
Yeah.
watched it a few times in
Girl
recent
from
years, and
George Fairlane.
yeah, she's been in a ton of stuff, man. She used to be super hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, she used to be super hot.
You got
But,
to shave before you come in looking like that. And I don't mean your legs.
It's just, I agree with what you guys said. It's not the most exciting story, going on, but
Yeah.
it's not terrible. I mean, it's like leaps and bounds better than a lot of this other stuff we've been talking about, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right.
I disagree. That's
I think it's bad, but you know.
Langoliers and Tommy knockers and stuff is what I'm talking about. It's,
Oh
sleepwalkers.
yeah.
It's shorter than those movies, but it's still. I still think it's pretty shitty. But
It would be a great
shitter.
like an
That's what it
anthology,
is.
like to put it like in the middle of an anthology
Yeah.
film or something.
That's what I was talking
Yeah.
about. Keep it stronger there. It's not.
I can-
There's not up there for a feature film.
Sure, I
That's
agree
why
with
I call
that.
I can see
shitter.
I agree. It was It was too weak. Just wasn't. Yeah.
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 Shitters. Shitters. Shitter.
Bittersful.
Does any,
He shit himself.
any-
That might have been an entertaining
What
flick.
was that?
Oh, it's called shitter. That's the whole thing. He just keeps shitting himself to death.
Well,
Yeah.
That's
what
Stephen
is
King's new book.
That'd be the sequel.
has anybody seen the TV movie Quicksilver Highway?
No.
I have it on DVD. I know Christopher Lloyd, I think, is in like one segment, I think.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd's in it. It's got stories by Stephen King and Clive Barker in it.
Yeah. That was,
Another Mick Garris, I believe.
I've never seen
it
it.
is, yes.
Never seen.
I haven't
I've
seen
seen
it, but I
it.
do have the DVD.
I don't remember any of it.
Must not be that good.
Uh,
Or anything.
Like I said, I try to watch this stuff, man. It's just, it's not very good. So.
Let's talk about The Night Flyer, which is a movie that I like a lot.
Me too.
That it just not many people seem to have heard of it. Not many people seem to have seen it, and it's pretty difficult to find on DVD.
I have it ingrained in my head.
I have it on Laserdisc. I have it, 2 copies of it on DVD. I have one in storage somewhere, and one that I found, like, I was absolutely blown away. I found it for really cheap somewhere. I was like, wow.
Then I can ask, what is the appeal of the movie? Because I remember seeing it and just not getting it.
I've seen parts of it, but not the whole thing. I know what it's about, like a killer that flies places and murders people, and there's some sort of like TV reporter or something. But
And Miguel Ferrer is the lead.
Yeah, Miguel Ferrer plays like a tabloid reporter.
I like the film for Miguel Ferrer and the look of the vampire, a little bit of the gore, but I'm not a fan of the ending. I don't really like the ending. I don't really care for it, but I like the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a really great sequence in that movie. It's like a dream nightmare sequence. It's in black and white, and it's like, you know, all these dead people are coming out of this fog, and it's really well done.
Yeah.
And it looks fantastic. It's a vampire story. The Night Flyer. It's like Dracula flying a plane.
Yeah. It feels like a Tales from the Crypt movie. That's kind of the thing I kind of vibe I got from it. It was an HBO video. I think it was released from HBO Video. That's what it does kind of feel like, a Tales from the Crypt movie. Like if the Crypt Keeper introduced the film, like it would be right at home.
Maybe that's why, because I'm not a big Tales from the Crypt guy, but I just never really understood the appeal of it. That's cool. People like it.
Yeah, I think it's just it's really well made. I like Miguel Ferrer. I like that it's a different spin on the vampire thing, but it's not too far off to not be recognizable as a vampire story. It's got a great mood. It's got a great atmosphere. I think it's too bad not more people have seen the film or have even heard of it. I think if they looked at the plot, like a vampire flying a plane, I'm not going to watch that. But
I've always really liked it. It's well directed. Cinematography's good, and it's got a good performance of Miguel Ferrer, Ferrer, however you pronounce his last name. But the ending just bugged me.
Remind me of the ending. I don't recall the ending.
If I remember correctly, big spoilers here. Miguel Ferrer, I think he dies. I think that's the ending. I think like he gets killed or whatever, and then I think that's what it is. It's one of those endings.
Yeah, I can't. It didn't bother me, but I can't exactly remember the ending. But I need to rewatch it. I really like it. I'd love to find it on DVD somewhere cheap. It'd be great if it got a re-release, but I think it's one of those HBO videos.
Well, if I ever do get stuff sent back, I don't know. I got because I have 2 copies, and I have one. I have a Laserdisc as well, which I think was at the time pretty rare as well.
Okay. But I've always enjoyed it. Cole, have you seen Night Flyer or read Night Flyer?
I've just seen pieces of it. And like I said, I know the gist of what it is, but it'd be interesting to see start to finish. It's one that I kind of forgot existed until right before we started doing this show.
Yeah.
But let's check it out.
Yeah. Mike, are you still with us? Have you seen The Night Flyer?
Yes, I have, actually. I caught it on, I think it was HBO or, I don't know, one of those channels back in the days, flipping around. That was a good watch. I enjoyed it. I mean, it's not a blockbuster. It's not the most amazing movie in the world, but I don't know, I like the story, I like the characters, I thought it was pretty good. It's entertaining.
Yeah, if you can track it down, I'd definitely give it a watch. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Let's see, we've got a whole lot of stuff for TV and a lot of shorts that Stephen King is responsible for throughout the late 90s. Anybody have anything that they want to say about Apt Pupil?
It's a really great story.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorite of the short stories. It's really well done and cool. I've never actually seen the movie. You'd think I would have sought it out because I like the story so much, but I don't know. It just got lost in the shuffle, I guess. Has anybody seen it?
Yeah.
I like the story a lot. I don't like that kid. I don't like Brad Renfro or whatever his name is. Though.
Oh, rest in peace.
I never liked him.
I think he was a good actor. Just clearing up a lot of demons.
The guy that played the old man nailed it, though.
Yeah.
That was Gandalf the White.
Yeah, Gandalf, yeah. Crap, what's his name? Crap.
Ian McKellen.
Yeah, Ian McKellen.
He nailed that.
Yeah.
Oh, Magneto.
Magneto, yeah.
I like how he kind of blocked it out of his mind and just pretended it didn't happen, and as the kid dug into his past, it started, coming back to him and kind of possessed him and turned him into what he used to be. I thought it was good.
Cool. Alrighty, let's see. Let's move on to The Green Mile, 1999. We got thoughts on The Green Mile.
Have you seen this one, Orc?
Nope, haven't seen it.
A little long.
I've actually not seen The Green Mile either. I've just not had the desire to watch it. Yeah, I've just never had the desire to watch it.
But I've seen Grave Killers 1 and 2 and The Night Flyer. Yeah, there you go.
You've seen The Night Flyer work?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Good job.
We're trying to speed through here, but I don't know. But yes, box cover art, but that was one of the best ones I remember in the video stores. Anyway, Green Mile.
Terrible box cover art.
Yeah, I recall it being pretty terrible. But,
no, it was awesome, man. Fuck you.
Sorry, man. Go
It was like reflective. I think it was reflective and stuff. Like,
yeah,
it said one a date. You pushed it and it said one a date.
I just remember.
What is that, Frankenhooker? Want a date?
Okay, I
love
flipped
it,
everything up once again. Green Mile. No, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna continue.
I remember being really confused when Green Mile first came out as a book because he released it. He went back to releasing it in really. Does anybody remember? In like really short installments.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the way like Dickens
Yeah, I
used to
remember
release
that,
his
yeah.
novels. I was confused by that also because the marketing I
no.
saw for it made it seem like it was a horror novel. I thought Green Mile was going to be a horror novel. I remember seeing like it in parts, like small parts at like drugstores and stuff, and I start to flip through it. I'd be like, huh? So it was actually a few years before I read it. I think I read it pretty much just before I saw the movie, which was a different experience and stuff. I like both. I like both quite a bit. The movie has the same flaws as the book, which I think is like there's one massive coincidence in the story that I think is lazy, that people will know what I'm talking about, and it's in the movie too, which I think is kind of stupid, but it's still pretty cool. I think it's one of my. I really like Tom Hanks in it. It's one of my favorite Tom Hanks roles. I really enjoy him playing that character, I guess. Once again, King did something that to me doesn't seem that interesting and makes it interesting. Like, I don't really give a shit about this death row thing, but they make it interesting. I like the characters and all that stuff. I mean, it had a certain amount of hype around it. I think it was supposed to be a pretty big deal. I think I'd never talked to anybody that didn't really like it, but it's a bit of a long one, but it's holds your attention throughout, I'd say.
Again, though, not really rewatchable. Good though.
Yeah, I mean, if you like Shawshank, you'd be probably good at
It's got a supernatural twist on it, but it's still really cool. It's prison drama. You got the bad guard, the understanding guard, the really crazy fucker, the innocent guy that was, the usual kind of thing. And turns out the guy has a power, and even though they don't save him, the guy could, like, you kind of feel like he could give him clemency. He could say, we're going to cancel this. But he just, even though the guy does him a favor and saves his wife, he still lets him be put to death.
Okay.
That's
So
kind of a bummer
I
ending, but,
I will say with the coincidences, since we're not worried about spoilers, and it's the same thing. It's just like, he didn't kill the little girls, but, oh, look, the crazy guy that happened to arrive, he just so happened to be the one that did it. Like, I never liked that.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of stupid, and that's in the book, too, so I'm just like, really, but anyway, what's his name? He's a cool actor, Rockwell.
Sam Rockwell?
Oh, Sam Rockwell.
I always like Sam Rockwell.
The singer, Rockwell?
He's one of the more underappreciated.
I always feel like somebody's watching me.
Barry Pepper's in there. Jeffrey DeMunn. Come on, guys. You gotta get on board with this one.
So creepy.
I don't know.
I still haven't seen
I've
the
never had the desire to watch it.
Surprise, surprise.
James Cromwell. James Cromwell's pretty cool.
I mean, Piz, you would probably like it. Like, seriously.
Yeah, I'd say you'd like it.
I probably would, yeah. I'm sure I would. I don't know. I've just never had the desire to pull the trigger on it.
Mm-hmm. The only thing it's really missing from the book is the book has like a framing device.
Not my type of film. I think that's the big thing for me. It's not the type of movie I usually like, sit down and watch. I'm more of a, so dramas or, yeah. bit iffy.
Yeah.
But
I called it a good drama. Actually, I think it was probably one of the first like things of substantial quality for King in a few years, at least as far as being on the big screen
Yeah.
goes. Like, you know, he'd just done like some TV bullshit for a few years, but this was, you know, another Stephen King movie that was going to be in theaters and have big actors and stuff, and I think it came across pretty, like, it's not amazing, but it came across quite well.
Well, didn't he do like a Shining TV miniseries? Didn't he do
Yes. Everybody I know hates it. I've only seen like a little bit of it.
And I'm a big Steven Weber fan, so I mean, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I remember watching it.
Good
I remember
film.
watching it when it first aired, but I just wasn't.
Yes.
I mean, for me, The Shining is the Kubrick Shining. That's the only Shining for me.
Yeah. And then he did, I think around, of course, you know,
Shine TV miniseries can eat my dick.
Gonna beat it with a croquet mallet.
Sure, why
Yeah.
not? It'd be the same feel as watching it.
I've seen that people. That one came out
Okay.
before, I think before Green Mile.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly. Do you like that, people?
I do like Eye People. I discovered it through the Fangoria book, 101 Most Unheralded Horror Films, and they mentioned it, and I really liked it. It was not an easy film to watch, because the subject material, you know, Nazis and all that kind of stuff, and so forth. But Brad Renfro did a really good job. Ian McKellen was great, and I thought the direction by Bryan Singer was actually really solid. Actually, one of my favorite films of his. It's a film not very people talk about when it comes to Bryan Singer, and I thought he did a really great job with it. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I do remember really liking it, though. It's very subversive, very, you know, realistic Stephen King type film with the horror that it was dealing with.
Right. A different kind of horror.
Yeah.
Not a supernatural kind of horror, right?
Yeah, that's one that I saw back when I was working at the theater, and I probably wouldn't have watched it otherwise, just because it's not like the type of film I generally go see. But it's a really good film, you know. It's good flick.
But it's better than Trucks.
I think I breezed past Trucks.
You drove
what
right
about,
past Trucks.
I drove right past it. Yeah, speeded right past it. Has anybody seen
Trucks? Yeah.
What one?
Has anybody seen Hearts in Atlantis?
No.
That was one that never interested me.
I actually saw the movie and I've read the book. What's funny is the story that they use in the movie is not the story that's called Hearts in Atlantis.
Yeah, I knew that.
So that's weird. So I think if you went into Hearts in Atlantis expecting the story Hearts in Atlantis, you got a rude awakening.
Sounds like an album title from like Europe or something. Europe's Hearts in Atlantis.
So they don't go underwater to find Atlantis. So.
Yeah. I don't remember the movie being bad. I did like this story. I think the story was called Low Men in Yellow Coats or something like that is what the story that the movie was based on was called. But I recall liking the book.
I like The Mist. I like The Mist with Thomas Jane. I like that one. I thought that was a good good adaptation.
We'll be getting to that one. Let's see.
Cherry pick.
There was the 2012 Carrie TV movie. Anybody want to say anything about that?
I think it was earlier than that. I don't think it was 2012.
2002. I'm sorry.
There's nothing really wrong with it. I've seen it. It's
meteor showers.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I remember.
It's wholly unnecessary.
Showers.
Yeah, I feel the same way as you.
It's unnecessary. Yeah, it's unnecessary, but I don't remember not liking it. But I thought Angela Bettis was great as Carrie.
I thought she did.
It just kind of seemed unnecessary, really.
Yeah, unneeded.
Yeah.
Storm of the Century. I remember watching. I remember watching that with my dad. Like we caught it on we had like a VHS and rented, and I don't mind. I mean, it's long, and I've never read the story or the book, whatever it's based on. But I liked the guy. I like Colm Fiore. I thought he did a good job playing Andre Lenogue, and there's a few good things. I like Tim Daly, so yeah, it's just it's a mini series, so and I remember liking that. All right, and I actually like Rose Red.
Really? Oh man, Rose Red. I couldn't. I watched like a half hour of that. That's one of the things I gave up, man. I rented that specifically, and I gave up about a half hour.
Because I just like the haunted
I
house
agree with Cole.
aspect on it.
So bored. All the characters were so flat.
Rosewood.
But I haven't seen it in forever.
Fucking
So
And that's like
I
the
don't
only
say.
time he ever wrote something specifically for that purpose too. Like he wrote it to be that. Like it wasn't a book or a novella or anything. He wrote it for that, and it.
Yeah.
That's like a double feature of fucking shit. Storm of the Century and Rose Red.
Rose Red's like 17 hours long, I think.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it like
I thought
forever.
it was 18.
I mean, who
I thought
knows?
it was
Like I saw
18
this stuff when I was a kid, so I don't know.
If you could edit that bitch down to 90 minutes, it'd be awesome.
I saw this stuff as a kid, so it's been forever. Right? This and I've seen these.
It'd be just
other
as
two.
awful.
I like Kingdom Hospital. I like that.
9 minutes.
Yeah, I really tried with Rose Red, but I was just like, I can't believe it.
All these movies, I'm like, boring as fuck.
Kingdom Hospital is
What about-
pretty long, but I like
What was
that.
it, Pizzo?
I was going to say, what about Dreamcatcher? 2008.
I saw it in the
monsters.
theater, and I
Terrible
regret
book,
it.
terrible movie.
I
That
like the
movie,
book, but I didn't like the movie as much.
that movie can kiss
Yeah.
my ass. I thought it was such a clusterfuck of kitchen sink proportions. It's like, let's have 50 things. Here's a shit weasel, and then there's the guy from Kevin Smith movies, and then let's have Thomas Jane Holder Gundus, or he's a fucking phone gun.
Yeah.
And then that was like, oh, here's an alien called Ripley. And I'm like, this movie
Jonesy,
can...
Jonesy. I had to hear the yell Jonesy like 76 times.
And then the
That
English
movie just
guy,
gets
Were
me
they
a
looking for the
headache.
cat, Jonesy the cat?
and then
What the hell are we
other
talking
phone
about?
guys. Dreamcatcher.
We're talking about Dreamcatcher.
I kind of like in the book the battle with the alien inside of his mind, and he's locked away in this little office, and he's trying to figure out what memories that the alien's trying to acquire. And of course, that's
So,
done in this
Yeah.
whole,
yeah, so it's
Well,
like inside John Malkovich or something.
I think
Yeah,
I hate
he's
everything
locked himself
ever
inside
did.
his brain. He's got one room left that the alien hasn't infiltrated,
Yeah.
and that's where all his
Yeah.
precious memories are at.
Right.
And the guy keeps knocking at the door, trying to get him to open the
And they
door.
kind
What
of
about
did that
you?
in the movie.
And he's making it, and the alien's controlling his body, making him do things he doesn't want to do, obviously. So he's trying to put ideas into his brain to make the alien eat things that he's allergic to make him sick, hoping he can get his body back. I mean, in the book, that's so much more entertaining. In
Yeah,
the movie,
I'd say the book is better, but I still was massively disappointed in the book too.
I like the book. The book was actually the first Stephen King book that I read was Dreamcatcher.
I liked it too.
I like the movie.
I liked the book, and when we were talking about this earlier, how mentally challenged people are usually Stephen King uses them as like conduits to the supernatural or whatever. I actually thought he did that very well in the book with the Duddits character.
Yeah.
Then when you watch the movie and you've got Donnie Wahlberg as Duddit,
In the movie, it's borderline offensive.
The new kids on the
it's
block.
offensive.
Yeah.
It's offensive.
And
he
another thing,
goes-
Dreamcatcher kind of seemed like a ripoff of It a little bit.
Yeah, because it had like
out of here.
Power and the thing.
Guys, I think Duddit says the right stuff. I'm just saying.
There's a part in the book where somebody's written on like a bathroom wall, Pennywise lives. Do you remember that? It's somewhere written on some wall somewhere. It says Pennywise lives.
Well, I mean, there's lots of links throughout the books. If people aren't aware of that, like all the books allegedly take place in the same universe and have all sorts of links to them. For instance, it has links to The Shining, for instance. Yeah, well, I mean, there's tons. If people don't know that, you can look it up on like Wikipedia and see all the links. There's like minor characters and things and places. Obviously, like Shawshank Prison is mentioned in multiple Stephen King books and stuff like that. So
It's easy to tell how they're related, but It and Dreamcatcher, there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, they feel really similar to me.
But feel free, Jay. I know you're a fan of the movie. That's fine.
I've got a lot of problems with it. I'll tell you that. I haven't read the book, and
Yeah, me neither.
I love like the first half of the movie, like when the guy goes in and like this worm just like blows out of his ass. I love that shit, man. It's awesome. Like the creature effects are awesome.
The battle with the shit
really
is
cool
even better in
idea.
the book.
It was when the whole everything after they left the cabin. I didn't really like. Jason Lee I thought was good when he was alive for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I've always been a fan of Jason Lee.
Yeah, I like Jason Lee, and then they kill him off so early, and like.
Isn't Morgan Freeman in it?
Yeah.
He's been one of those movies. I remember the trailer being better.
He's like government guy.
Yeah, I like the.
I like
Actually,
the trailer.
no offense to Morgan Freeman, he's a great actor, but I preferred the character in the book versus what they turned him into.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I'm okay with, say, maybe the first 25 minutes, half hour. It seems pretty interesting, and then it just, once stuff starts getting revealed, I'm just like, are you serious?
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, that's exactly my feeling.
I don't know what it is.
I remember the
thing. Go ahead, Piz.
I remember the trailer being really good too. Somebody mentioned the trailer being really good.
Yeah, I really like
the trailer being really good. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I could be wrong about this, but it seems like Stephen King, whenever he's doing stuff like vampires or like weird powers and stuff, he's usually pretty good about being subtle. But every time he's doing aliens, subtlety just goes out the window, and it's just ridiculous. I don't think I like a single thing he did that had aliens besides maybe Under the Dome. I hope that doesn't ruin it for people that aliens are behind the dome.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was in the movie or not, but the dog that was infected with the shit weasels was trying to get to the water supply so it could.
I mean, this is the whole
Oh,
concept.
Something like that.
I mean, shit weasels. I mean, really, just the whole concept is just silly, goofy.
I love the worms and shit. I love it.
And I maybe even would have been okay if like.
I want to see worms. I'll watch Tremors.
With like the government, I would have liked it more if it was just sort of them on their own. But like they have like government troops getting involved and shutting down the area. All that kind of put a damper on it for me too.
Yeah, cliched.
Yeah.
Because it seems like a good enough horror setup.
X-Files episode.
That haven't really, it seems like a good enough horror setup. Friends that haven't really hung out much lately, but have a history together. They go out to a woods and like somewhere, and it's winter, like, and stuff starts to happen. That seems pretty good. But then, just
and then they say fuck it because they all separate, and then they just
all
this other shit.
Yeah, Stephen King. He's done other stuff that's not just TV miniseries. There's been like little adaptations of his short stories and stuff like Tales from the Dark Side. I just wanted to quick mention some of this stuff because Tales from the Dark Side, the word processor of the gods, which I really like that episode. It's directed by Michael Gornick, who would go on to direct Creepshow 2, and it has Bruce Davidson in it. And I like the whole concept of it. It's like this computer that a friend of his built or something, and then it enabled him to be able to lose some. Okay, I don't. It enabled them to be able to like wishes come true. So it was a nice story. And then there's a Twilight Zone segment from the 80s. I don't know if anybody remembers that Bradford May directed. It was called Grandma, and it had Barrett Oliver in it from Neverending Story. And I thought it was a really creepy, scary episode. And like the grandma was like possessed.
Yeah, I know the short story, Grandma. Yeah, good story.
It's really well done by Bradford May in the Twilight Zone, the 1985-86 revival, and he also did an X-Files episode, Chinga, which I liked. I liked that episode. That was really good. Creepy episode. I think I had to deal with the doll. So.
Yeah, I remember them really playing that up. That it was written by Stephen King.
Stephen King, the X-Files. Yeah.
I was on board. Shit.
Yeah, I love
two things I love right there.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything they want to say about Secret Window?
Movie sucked.
Boring and disappointing, and you can see it. And you can see the twist coming a mile.
Exactly, that's a big problem. You can see it coming. Just
it's weird. It's just like Johnny Depp is playing the exact same character he played in
Astronaut's Wife. No,
something.
That's a terrible movie. That's another bad movie, but yeah.
Something gay.
Yeah.
Oh, The Ninth Gate.
The Ninth Gate. He's like the exact same guy, except in this one he's a writer instead.
Another movie that I
But he's
didn't
just like this. He's just this weird, sort of flaccid, passive type of guy that just goes around frowning at people. That's what I remember about the movie. He's just like,
You just described every movie he's done in the past 20 years.
I know. What happened to his energy, you know? But I just mean...
What pissed me off, this is a minor thing, but I read the short story, and the short story's fine.
Short story's fine.
And the short story's pretty close to the movie. But, like, in the short story, the guy's got a cat. In the movie, he's got a dog. And little things like that, like when the director goes, I'm going to put my stamp on this movie.
Yeah,
I'm going to change
for the sake
cat to a dog. Yeah, it's like, why do that? I mean, that just, for some reason, that just kind of put a sour taste in my mouth. And this is another movie that I think is just really flat. You know, like there's just, you can see the twist coming a million miles away. Johnny Depp is kind of sleepwalking through it. I'm sure he got a big paycheck. It just seems totally uninspired.
Secret Window. This one.
Yeah. Secret Window. Yeah.
Uninspired is a good word for it.
Yeah, that's one that I was fucking like really because I watched the trailer and I guessed the twist from the trailer.
That's right.
And then when I saw the movie, I'm like, oh shit, I guessed the twist from the trailer. I'm like, I thought it was smarter than that, but no, it's not. So
I watched that
night
I watched Ghosts of Mars.
I love that movie.
I watched those movies back to back. What a disappointing evening that was.
Even the twist, and you can see it coming in the book. I mean, even the novella.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not really that. You know, yeah.
And it's a stupid twist. I mean, it's been done 1,000 times before.
Yeah. Stephen King, you'd expect more, right? It's like.
yeah, I mean.
This is one of those movies that was on everybody's radar, like mainstream wise. Like everybody was going to see this and renting this when it came out on DVD, VHS, whatever the hell time it was. And like your aunt would pay you to check out Secret Window because it's really good or some shit, you know. And it's like I watched it and it fucking sucks. And I still hear people say how good it is today. How much I love it. Like,
I can't think of a single thing that's good about it. There's nothing good about it.
I can't either, honestly.
There's no memorable scene or anything, or memorable character or music. It's just all by the numbers.
I guess chicks are just like flicking their bean to Johnny Depp in there. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I mean, that's all. Well,
that's true. Women really were absolutely obsessed with Johnny Depp for a certain period of time.
Like they still are.
Young and their being. I mean, you know,
he's so mysterious.
I mean, it started with Jack Sparrow. That's where it really just went absolutely crazy.
I know. I didn't know that chicks were so obsessed with dirty pirates.
I've never heard that, flicking your bean.
He converted Amber Heard back from being a lesbian, so
interesting.
More power to him.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, and now she's going to Australian jail for smuggling dogs. It's hilarious.
Oh.
What, Johnny
The
Depp?
Australians are going to lock Amber Heard up for like 15
I thought
years
Johnny
for
Depp
smuggling dogs into the country.
Depp was in jail in Australia for smuggling dogs.
It's her.
He was in jail for his roles.
He was with her, but she's the one being
charged. He was in jail for Transcendence. Yeah, that's.
He was in jail for his acting. That's fine.
My mother tried to watch Secret Window, and she said, I stopped it. Ain't no woman would ever cheat on Johnny Depp with Timothy Hutton. So,
there you go. Timothy Hutton was in there?
Mom's got good taste.
So that just that alone blew the
goes
illusion.
From Dark Half to
blew the illusion.
Yeah, so she was like, "No, this movie sucks."
So, even the title gives it away. Think about it, Secret Window. I'm like, I wonder what this secret window. Oh, yeah.
It's the bean that's been flipped.
Secret window in your mind, the window of your soul.
The window in the
what do you, Cole? I know you're a big fan of the Salem's Lot, 2004 Salem's Lot TV movie.
He GTFO'd.
Got the fuck out of here.
He saw what was next and bailed.
I don't remember this one, Rob Lowe.
I remember it.
I haven't seen it.
Never saw it. Don't Sutherland.
it's not bad. It's really not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really not bad. I think it's closer to the novel, closer to the novel than the Toby Hooper version.
All right.
Yeah, but I don't remember it. I don't remember it being bad at all. And Cole, where did Cole? We're talking about the Salem's Lot,
2004.
I
the
love it.
2004 Salem's. Okay.
Love it. It's one of my favorites. It's right up there with Misery and the others. I know that people are going to be like, really? But I really love it. Sorry, I had to get a granola bar so I don't faint.
It's much closer to the novel than the Toby Hooper version, right?
As I recall, the old one is just a blur to me. I just remember hating everything about it in sort of an irrational way. Like, I'm not even going to say, like, I had good reasons. I just couldn't stand it. It was all very dreary and bleh. But, I mean, the only thing this one really lacks is it's too bad it's not rated 18 and had a little bit stronger on the violence. But, I mean, really cool actors. I really like Rob Lowe, and I have a huge crush on Samantha Mathis. Love her. I like that they made the kid a little older, actually. Usually when they age up kids, it pisses me off. But in this movie, I think it's well done. I like the kid in it, too. I don't know. This is kind of like The Stand, and it's one of my favorite of his novels. So it makes me happy to see a good adaptation of it, really. I just really like the story. I like the idea of this vampire coming around and slowly taking over this town, and the town having this weird, creepy history and stuff, and this house, the whole thing about the house looming over the town. I think that's all brought across really well. I'm dying to watch it again. The place I rented it from doesn't have it anymore. I even offered to buy it from them a few times, and they said no. And now they say they don't have it, so I guess it got broken or something, which pisses me off. I guess I'll have to find it online. Because I really, really want to watch it again. But, I mean, you know, for a TV movie, it has a lot of good names in it. Donald Sutherland is really good in it. I really like Donald Sutherland. But really, who steals it for me is James Cromwell as Father Callahan, who's one of my favorite characters in any Stephen King novel. I really like Father Callahan. He's one of my favorite characters in any of the books. And I don't know. I just think it's really done well. I was really surprised because I didn't think it would be good. I can't even remember what drove me to watch it in the first place. I guess because I maybe had just recently read the book again. It's another one that I read all the time. In fact, it's the last Stephen King book I just read now. I read it a few months ago. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's people that have problems with it or whatever, but for me, it's one I'm really high on. It's easily like in my top 3 or 4 of the adaptations. I like pretty much everything about it, even the things they changed. Like it has this weird framing device that's not in the book, where it's like they're like in New York or something at a what is this, like a soup kitchen, and then they find like the Father Callahan is there since he got turned into a vampire, and they're trying to hunt him down and kill him to get rid of the last and stuff. I mean. And it's also one of the ones where I actually feel satisfied with the ending, because sometimes, like I said, even The Stand, as much as I love it, has a bit of a letdown ending. I really enjoy the ending because even though they take care of like the main problem, all the damage is still done, and like it's really great in the book how it opens, because it opens with like a newspaper article talking about how this small town in Maine has just disappeared, how like nobody's left in it and nobody knows the fuck what's going on and stuff, and that's pretty much kept intact. So I like that, but yeah, I'm really dying to watch it again. It's been a few years since I watched it, but I really like it. It's one of my favorites, easily.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot too. I think they did a really excellent job of pacing and showing. And we may have talked about this last week. I don't recall with the Toby Hooper version that there doesn't seem to be a period of time in which this is happening, right. or at least enough of like a scope of period of time where you could feel like, okay, time's passing, more people are disappearing or being turned into vampires. In this version, you definitely get that, and you get a much broader point of view on, you know, how this is happening.
I think that's its main
turned
success.
into vampires and stuff.
Because Salem's Law is the first book he wrote, and he'd returned to this again, most recently probably in Under the Dome, where he like set up an entire town and let us get to know the people. Here's Jim down at the hardware store. Here's the chief of police. And it would jump around and really let us get to know. And I feel like this adaptation does a pretty good job of introducing a lot of characters, keeping tabs on them, even when they have small screen time. Like the mayor and his little teenage slut of a daughter, and their like bad relationship and stuff like that. Like, I really go for all that stuff. You really get to see, like, the breadth of the town and the differences of the people and the relationships they have with each other. And it would explain, like, when this person doesn't come into work, these people notice. It has a ripple effect, you know, and I think that's actually carried across quite well. Not quite as well, obviously, in the novel. The novel's a much easier thing to do. But I think the movie carries it off quite well. And it explains, too, because it's a tricky enough thing, because it's tricky. There's a lot of people watching. It could be like, well, why wouldn't this person notice? I think most of this stuff is presented to us in such a way that it's satisfying to most audience members, where most people watching aren't going to go, oh, that's just stupid, or why would that happen? You know, like, I think most of it is explained and presented in a way that I think would satisfy most people, where they're just like, yeah, I can see, you know, how this chain of events is going and why people are only reacting to this and that and stuff. I think that comes across pretty well, too.
Yeah. I love the line in the movie right before the priest gets turned into a vampire. He asks Marlowe, he's like, is there a God? And Marlowe goes, whoever feeds you is your God.
Which is in the book.
I always thought that was cool. That was kind of cold-blooded, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a film that, or I guess, is it a miniseries, TV movie, or whatever you want to call it?
What was it?
It was on in 03, 04, I believe, and it premiered on TNT.
Yeah, it was a TV
I remember
movie.
seeing ads for it while I was
It's
still
on TV.
watching wrestling. So I remember that, like, you know, because it was like, you know, so I remember seeing ads for it.
It's
So I was flipping back and forth, and so I've never
what a
seen
lot
it.
of people didn't watch.
I haven't seen it yet.
It's a Stephen King adaptation on television starring Rob Lowe. We need to keep in mind that Rob Lowe was still washed up at this point.
Yeah.
He hadn't broke back into the big time like he has now. So, I mean, on the surface, this seems like a piece of shit.
It's one of my favorite things Rob Lowe's ever done.
That's what it looked like to me. I think that's why I avoided it. I was like, Rob Lowe?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I love it. Someone recommended it to me, you know, a few years ago, and I picked it up. And, yeah, I love it. It's great.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, different than the Toby Hooper version, but I like them both.
Yeah, I like them both. Yeah.
I'll give it
And
a
I
look.
like Samantha Mathis, too.
Cover the Toby Hooper film, you know, review that, and I'll watch the TNT.
I mean, I'd like to revisit the
sure.
original, too. In fact, maybe I'll look for that this month.
Yeah.
But I just remember watching that one with my mom and being really underwhelmed and disappointed by it. Like, there wasn't anything that, like, I hated or made me mad. It was just, I don't know. I guess it's one of the books I feel the most strongly about. I really like the book. I read the book all the time. It's what, you know, I really like vampires, and obviously in the past 10 years we've seen vampires really take a shift that most of us don't like, and, like, I get really specific about the way I want to see vampires portrayed. It's one of my favorite ways to see vampires portrayed. I like the way they work and act and the way they're described and all that stuff, so, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's well, and what about the casting of Rutger Hauer as Marlowe? I mean, come on, that's some good casting there.
Yeah.
He plays the vampire?
How do they? Yeah. He plays the main vampire. Yeah.
He played a vampire in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I remember that.
He's Barlow,
Oh, that's right.
and what's his name?
The movie, not the TV show.
And Sutherland is his like guardian. He's like.
But that's
human.
funny.
Yeah.
Donald Sutherland is also in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie, Christy Swanson as well.
That's true. That's true. I never thought about that.
I assume that's
true,
how they
yeah.
got their jobs. Yeah. Like you've got
How do they? Is it Marlowe or Barlow?
Barlow.
Okay, sorry. I've been calling him Marlowe. How do they explain Barlow in the book? Because in the
Bogart or that writer or
in the
whatever,
movie-
Mola Marlowe.
in the movie when he gets killed, when he gets staked, he like shape shifts into different like. Do you remember that? He like shape shifts into different people. Like I'm assuming all the different forms he had taken throughout the years.
Yeah.
Is that how they explain him in the book?
I think he just dies in the book. I don't think they have that added thing. But the idea is, yes, that he's been around for hundreds of years, and he's even been to this town before. Because there's a whole backstory thing in the book was the person, you know, the mansion that he buys, it used to be owned by this guy who was rich that everybody pretty much suspected but couldn't prove had, like, ties to the mafia. And that was why he was rich. And then, like, the whole thing was when he got old, it was like the 30s or 40s or something, he, like, I think, shotgunned his wife and then hung himself, and that's why, like, and then the house has sort of, like, been empty ever since. And then you find out later that Barlow said, like, he'd been around, but he was originally summoned to the town by this guy who'd, I guess, made, like, deals with demons and spells and stuff, and had called Barlow in to help him, and that's part of the reason why he was successful as a gangster. Like, he was able to, like, kill his enemies because Barlow helped him or something, I guess. There's something like that. Anyway, Barlow talks about how he would do, like, dark rituals in the house and stuff like that, and commune with him.
Sounds like Lovecraft sort of stuff. I know King did a short story that was very heavily inspired by Lovecraft. I forgot exactly what it was called. I remember it had to deal with a church, and there was, like, you know, these forces underneath it and stuff like that. And it kind of sounds like similar to what was going on with that sort of story that was in you know, what you're talking about, where it brings to life all that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
I forgot what it was called. I think it was in Night Shift somewhere.
I get all those ones mixed up. I'll find it.
Does anybody have anything they want to say about Riding the Bullet?
Never saw it.
Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. It's a weird story.
I saw it. I don't remember a thing about it.
Into a lot of uncharted territory for me.
Sounds like a slang term for suicide. Riding the bullet.
It's a really roller coaster.
The guy that picked up a hitchhiker and
Played by David Arquette, who's like some sort of zombie hitchhiker.
He talks a lot.
That probably sounds better than it is.
That's about all I remember is
WCW David Arquette, zombie hitchhiker.
Former WCW champion, yes, zombie hitchhiker. And the kid goes to ride he rides the Bullet, which is a roller coaster. That's all I remember.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it sounds like a roller coaster. Yeah.
That's all I remember.
Something to do with like his mom or his grandmother.
Something to do with his mother. Yeah, his mother dying.
Him like
Mick Garris. Did Mick Garris direct it?
I never watched it.
Mick Garris directed it.
I read the story.
It's another Mick Garris joint.
It's a very odd story.
Is Dolan's Cadillac the same sort of story? Like with, you know...
I have no idea.
I think I've read it too, as a matter of fact.
Dolan's Cadillac.
Never remember.
I think I've seen this movie.
Riding the Bullet? Yeah, most of it is just driving.
Yeah, it
It
is.
should be called Driving the Bullet, not Riding the Bullet.
Well, that's what Riding the Bullet is.
They can call it go to sleep while you're watching it.
Driving to bed.
Oh, Barbara Hershey's in there.
No, Riding the Bed. That would be good. Riding the Bed.
Riding the Bed.
Matt Frewer's back again.
Matt Frewer, yeah. He's in a lot of these things.
Set in the 60s.
Mick Garris gets Matt Frewer on the phone. Hey, you want to tag team for another piece of shit Stephen King movie?
Let's do it.
Jeez, man. I mean, I hate to say that. I like some of Mick Garris' stuff. He's a nice guy. It's just these movies aren't any good, man.
He did the Sleepwalkers too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. Sure, whatever, yeah.
Sure, why not?
Does anybody have anything they want to say about 1408? This is
I
what
like I like that.
I've heard good things about it, but I've not seen it. What do you guys?
I would recommend it.
I enjoyed John Cusack, a little backstory of him.
Basically a John
It's in a
Cusack
hotel room.
one-man show. Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
No, I mean, I thought for one two-man show it was a hell lot better than something like Secret Window, where it's just like,
Oh, yeah, way better.
just everything that happens in the room with John Cusack, Sam Jackson. I don't think he says motherfucker, which is...
No, he does. He goes, I'm tired of these motherfucking ghosts in this motherfucking hotel.
Yeah, that's one of the ones where, like, they really had to expand it because it's not a very long short story. So they had, like, for instance, like, in the book, or the story, like, Sam Jackson's character is there, but he has, like, 2 lines. In this, they had to, like, actually, you know, if you're going to get Sam Jackson, you have to actually have some lines. So, yeah, because in the book, it's just like, he's like, I'm the hotel manager. Okay, you're a journalist. You want to stay in this room. I don't think you should, but okay, go ahead.
For the longest time, I thought this was related to The Shining. Like, it's the same room. You know, it's related to the room that, you know, Jack Torrance went into. They had the fucking creepy naked old lady in it, and
Nah, because it's like a hotel like right in the city. Like it's not an isolated.
I know. It's just,
Exactly.
it's just a kind of similar sort of thing, though. Maybe that's what you know.
But that was a pretty good film. Well done.
Yeah.
And good performances. And,
I haven't seen it in a while,
it's
but I
worth
liked
a
it.
look.
Yeah, I like the story, and it's a pretty good adaptation. Like I said, they actually had to stretch things out because it's not a long story, and
Yeah.
most of it is just sort of like John Cusack reacting to crazy stuff.
It's a lot better than
In the room, yeah.
Identity that John Cusack was in.
I kind of like Identity. I'm not going to say it's good, but I kind of like that movie. Again, you can see that twist coming too, but I still.
Yeah, that's another one. I saw the trailer and
like
went,
Identity.
shit, I guess.
Give it a take. Take or leave it.
I like Identity because its setup is so like murder mysteries like I like. It's like a bunch of people, they're in an isolated place, people are getting picked up. Like, even if that's not executed well, that's still the sort of thing I like. So I guess that's why I like Identity.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about Identity?
Because John Cusack's in
John
it.
Cusack.
But yeah, Fortune
It's my fault, sorry.
Fortune
Okay.
I enjoy.
I'll have to check out 1408. I've not checked
1408 is in Everything's Eventual, which I read all in one sitting just standing in the bookstore one day.
Standing, that must have been awkward.
I just stood there for like
you know?
40 minutes. I just stood there for 40 minutes and read the thing cover to cover and put it back.
I'm surprised no one else like working at the store would come and check on you. It's like, you need help with anything, sir?
That's what I used to do with Crystal Lake Memories when it first came out. I just sit there and read, just read it in the bookstore and put it back and come back a day later and read more. But I've read Everything's Eventual, but I don't remember reading 1408. Maybe I skipped over that one. I don't know.
I'm sure it was in Everything's Eventual, but anyway. I thought that was the longest story in Everything's Eventual. But anyway.
I may have skipped over it. I don't know. Doesn't sound familiar.
If I'm wrong.
Let's move on and let's talk about
1408
the
in it.
Mist. Okay. It doesn't sound familiar. I may have skipped over.
Snow is riding the bullet, which is funny because I don't remember that.
I don't remember that one being in there either. I don't know. Maybe I've either forgot him or I skipped over him. I don't know. I definitely remember The Mist. What do you guys think about The Mist?
I like The Mist a lot. It's I've read the short story and it ends similarly, but I like the way the film handles it more. I think it's more personal. It feels more like something that it's not as just there's emotion behind it. It's definitely a heart wrencher. The way the story ends is just like, I mean, they drive into a giant monster and that's about it. It was just kind of okay, really. I think they handled it better in the film. Thomas Jane, I think, did a phenomenal job in the film.
Yeah.
Great acting performance. Direction was good. One of my favorite Stephen King adaptations, actually, is The Mist.
I like Thomas Jane. Oh, sorry, go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, I like it a lot, too. I like it for a lot of the same reasons. I like Thomas Jane. I liked... when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, man, this is like some kind of Fog ripoff.
Yeah, it's like The Fog.
Yeah,
it's like John Carpenter's The Fog, yeah.
Yeah. But I really liked it. It almost comes off to me like an old school black and white creature feature, which is weird because if you get the special edition DVD and Blu-ray, you can watch it in black and white on like the special edition DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah, they aired that on some television channel like last year. Some TV channel showed it in black and white.
It's the one with The Walking Dead on it.
AMC.
AMC.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember there was an audio tape I have of the Mist. It was called The Mist 3D, which I thought was funny because it was just an audio tape reading of The Mist, and it's called 3D because it has sound effects in it. Whereas you normally don't really see that kind of thing in an audiobook. So I always remember that. That's my first introduction to The Mist, and then of course it ended up seeing the movie as well. And much like Fizal, I was like, this is like The Fog. I hated The Fog remake.
Yeah.
I don't want to see another remake of John Carpenter's The Fog. But it was different enough. It definitely was different. And the effects were there when they were there were good, and yeah. I don't know about this TV show they're gonna do with it. I don't know because I heard they're doing a TV miniseries or a TV show with the Mist. So
Yeah.
unless they think they're gonna do a better job.
I don't know how they're going to stretch it out into a series or even really a mini-series, but more power to them. I just, I really enjoyed it. Like you were saying, Thomas Jane really does a good job. He's really carries that movie. I like the cast. I like the creature effects. I think it's got, and I like the ending. I think the ending has that old school, Stephen King, kind of ending where I don't know. A lot of people really hate the movie because of the ending. I go, no, that's like old school Stephen King. Stephen King's gotten soft in his old age.
Yeah,
that's old school.
Yeah.
Although he has sounded off and said he likes the way they changed it. So.
Real quick, do you guys remember around the YouTube movie community how much this movie was talked about when it first came out?
Yeah.
They're like, oh yeah, great movie, but then the ending, and I was like, what the fuck could the ending be? Why is everyone talking so much about it?
I mean, if you read the story, it ended similarly anyway. They drove into a giant monster, and it was just ambiguous.
I'll be honest. I do not like the movie. It's not because of the ending. I like Thomas Jane, but I feel it's rather overrated. I did not like the effects.
I think it was overrated.
I did not like the creatures. The religious nut. You're supposed to hate her. I didn't hate her. I just thought she was so fucking annoying. I wanted to turn it off.
So
I'm tired of these. Oh, she's religious, so she's crazy. Yeah, I've seen that many times.
To get in here, it's like that one
that's
person.
The point. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I cut you off, but it's like that one person who has like the dumbest fucking idea in the world, and everyone starts listening to them. Doesn't matter what movie it is.
Oh, it's like Prometheus.
I think that's pretty realistic, though.
I get that's the point. Yeah.
Space.
It's just I found her. I get that's the point.
On the planet.
It was just one of those things that I just don't have time to deal with this bullshit.
Well, it's just like other people were supposed to represent like different factions of humanity.
Yeah.
So she was all of the religious freaks in one. So she was like, on 11.
Well, I understand that. I just thought she was annoying as fuck.
I think you're supposed to be annoying, but
I know, but a different kind of annoying. Like not annoying like I've seen other movies. Just like I don't give a shit, and just the movie I just found it a boring, overrated movie, and I'm fine with the ending. I like Thomas Jane, but I just thought it was a boring, overrated flick.
I totally agree with that.
I agree with you on the effects. I agree with you on just pretty much everything. The ending didn't bother me. I thought it was actually pretty ballsy, and I thought it was like, wow, that's a way to end the movie. That's some shit right there. Now this dude's got to deal with, he saw his wife being munched on by these spider critters, and now he just shot his kid in the face, and he realized that they're safe. That's it. For a minute, he saved his kid. Now he's ready to die. He's the brave one. They're out of bullets.
Yeah.
He'll face it, and next thing you know, it's actually their saviors.
Yeah,
he just had to think. You can see the thought, like, holy shit, I just shot my kid, Fuck.
Yeah.
That part was very good, but getting there, some of the
that was handled a lot
story,
better than something like Extraterrestrial, where the ending is it doesn't earn it. It's just automatically, oh fuck, they come from space.
I know The Mist
all the way
is,
back,
a lot of people like it. I just couldn't get into it. I thought it's a Frank Darabont's film.
By the government at
it's
the
a
end.
lesser film of Frank
bits and
Darabont.
pieces, but overall, it was kind of disappointing, really.
Yeah, exactly. I just didn't get it.
I really liked it.
It's like a
That's
shitty
just-
version of Assault on Precinct 13 with some shitty-looking monsters.
Yeah. I didn't think they were that bad looking, but that's me personally.
I thought it was like CGI of a silent film or something.
Well, we can look at
It
it.
looked really good in black and white.
That's what I was going
I
to
didn't
say.
see the
If
black and white.
like it was originally intended to be in black and white, and I think the studio made Darabont change that. So he wanted it to be seen in black and white. So I mean, it probably would look a lot better in black.
I
and
didn't
white.
It
see
does.
the
I've seen it, and it looks
That
better
shit's
in black and
not
white.
going to play for a modern audience, man. I don't know what in the hell he was smoking to think that was going to fly, but it's not working with
But he should
today's
have been
audience.
100% sure before.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean, you know how people are, as fickle as they are. They're not going to watch something that's 5 years old,
Yeah.
much less something that's in black and
Well,
white.
I mean, you look at something like Ed Wood, make sure
Yeah.
you're sure.
That was at a different time, though. That was still pre-internet, and I think that
Yeah.
really had a
Yeah.
lot to do with it.
That's got a lot of cult traction too. That's not
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
mainstream
The
wise.
internet totally ruined people's attention spans.
But
yeah.
making money is what they're looking at here.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
part of it. I have some good memories associated with the film. I watched it with my dad, and my dad and I don't really get to go and see a lot of movies together. So, I thought, so seeing it in the theater or stuff like that. So, I mean, that might be a part of it, but I genuinely like the film. The effects could be worse, in my opinion, but
Not to me, but that's fine.
I like it too.
Then again, I haven't
I
seen the
like
film in
it.
years, so I didn't have much to compare to when I saw it.
But anyway,
I've seen so many of these other films that if things could change, but I haven't seen it in a while, so.
I can cut a little bit of slack on the effects, but the ending is my favorite part of the film. I think the ending really does it for me. I love bleak endings like that. Really awesome.
Yeah.
I think it earns that ending, though.
The
That's
bad
what I
news is
like about it.
the memory of the death of his family.
Mm-hmm.
It earned the
actually-
ending. It didn't feel like it came out of left field, like an extraterrestrial.
Right.
I hate that fucking ending.
Let's move on. Did anybody see the TV miniseries for Bag of Bones?
No.
I read the book, but I did not see the miniseries.
No.
I've seen it.
Pierce Brosnan's in it, I think.
Yeah, he is. It's another author.
Okay.
It's okay. I think it's fine. It's just one of those things about sort of solving a bit of a mystery and stuff. It has to do with like a jazz singer and stuff. It's not going to be scary. It sounds scary, but it's not scary. There's really no scary. But I mean, I enjoy a little bit of a mystery to it. It's nothing special, but it actually looks pretty good compared to a lot of the TV stuff. A lot of the TV stuff in the 90s looked cheap. This doesn't look cheap. It looks good. Pierce Brosnan is, he's all right as an author. What?
Nothing. I'm just bored.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's what I do when I
Suffering from
off the
brain
top of my
fright.
head. I'm trying to stay away.
I picked up Bag of Bones for 3 bones at Big Lots, and it's not worth that. It's
you think it's that bad?
boring as fuck. I've seen about half of it. Don't waste your time.
I
You didn't see it all the way
I
through. That's a bit. I mean,
remember liking. I
I'm
remember
not
liking
going
the
to stand up
book.
for some great thing.
I'm not watching the whole thing just so I can stand up and say I've watched it all and it sucks dick. I'm not going to sit through that.
It
Just
came
'cause
down
his
to
name's
it.
on it.
Fuck it, my life is worth more than this.
Fair enough. I'm not trying to convince anybody it's great. I thought it was okay, but I wish it could have been scarier. But it doesn't have any scary moments in it. But the mystery is okay. It's all right. Like I said, at least it looked kind of good.
We've got lots and lots of short films that were based on Stephen King short stories. And then in 2013, we have got another remake of Carrie. Do you guys want to even talk about the 2013 remake of Carrie?
Do we have to?
Watered down and unnecessary.
I think we kind of said
As
that.
pointless as the 2001 remake was.
We started out with Carrie, and I think we kind of already pretty much said that this one was
Yeah.
a waste of time.
I mean, yeah. The only thing they could add is they have people filming her with their phones. Okay, yeah.
Or show Carrie start smacking some bitches around. Yeah.
I mean, yes, that's modern, I suppose, and people can relate to it. But who gives a shit? I mean, it's the same thing.
Selfie.
Let's
do a selfie.
Let me take a selfie.
Let's look ahead at some upcoming Stephen King adaptations.
They're gonna make.
Let me know.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I remember this was the Jennifer Lopez movie.
That's another one that I only got about halfway through, and then I was like, why am I still reading this? I don't like it. So I stopped.
Terrible book, man. I don't know what he was
Yeah,
thinking.
the sale's supposed to be coming out next year. It's actually completed. Gerald Game is supposed to come out at some point. It's been announced. The Dark Tower has been announced.
Impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Fucking possible.
They've been talking about the Dark Tower for 10 years now.
There's no way.
There's no way.
According to
longer than that. I remember hearing rumors about they were trying to do stuff in the 80s for the Dark Tower.
Unless you can do a Harry Potter series where you have 8 films or something, but there's no way. No.
According to IMDb, The Stand, a film version of The Stand, is in pre-production.
It would be great, but I doubt it'll work.
Yep, we'll see. What would you guys? What's actually going to happen on this list of 50 things? There'll be 3 things that actually get made out of that list.
I remember hearing about a Creepshow remake.
Still
So
I think
the
that's
stuff
our-
that's new will get made, but the stuff that's
You haven't
old
heard
won't.
anything about that since then. Since the rumor started, a Creepshow remake. I don't want to see a remake of Creepshow. They fucked up Goosebumps. They're gonna fuck up Creepshow. I mean, they made Goosebumps a fucking Jumanji ripoff. They had
Yeah,
an
I know.
opportunity
It's just a bunch of
make
stuff
it
running around.
No,
That's not
I
what
mean,
Goosebumps
maybe
was.
stories
at
for
least be
kids,
fun.
but
Who
no.
knows?
But I mean, Goosebumps might have been for kids, but it still tried to like be scary. This isn't scary. It's just a bunch of stuff, chaos. Like,
I'm still going to watch it.
well,
Honestly, Jack Black is
better than
becoming
Bag
my
of Bones.
kryptonite, so.
Huh.
The Cell movie actually stars Samuel L. Jackson and John Cusack, so they're bringing them back for another Stephen King adaptation.
won't matter. Nothing can save that train wreck.
I've read the
does anybody-
synopsis and I was like, wow, this is what the movie, the book's about. Fucking cell,
We've-
evil cell
we
phone.
talked
Is that
about
what
it.
it is again? Like,
Yeah,
Like cell
they
phones
sent
like turn people crazy.
into monsters. Yeah. Turn them. Yeah, make them go crazy. We talked a little bit about Under the Dome. Do you guys want to? Do you guys
Under the
who've seen
Dome
Under
is
the Dome
like-
wanna?
Not really.
Like
never
one of the
saw
only
it.
good books he's
Don't
written in the
watch
last
it.
decade, and the show is nothing like the book. It's another one where they're like, okay, there's a dome, and we'll call it Under the Dome. Everything else is different. Everything else is different.
Is it like Biodome?
The characters are different. The whole thing, like I said, the whole reason why the dome is there is different. Everything's different. I tried watching the show. The show's stupid.
Thunderdome?
Watch the
That's a
first
good-
season.
That's a good first episode, and then it just lapses into the ridiculous very quickly. I was really happy reading The Dome because I hadn't read like a newish Stephen King book in years, and I really enjoyed it. Even though, again, ending's a little weak, same sort of thing. But I mean, I was happy because it was sort of like old school. It reminded me of things like The Stand and stuff. In a certain way, it wasn't as good. But I mean, it was a lot better than reading like Through the Keyhole and Lisi's story and all that stuff that he'd been trying lately. That I'm not going to call bad, but it was not what I wanted. This was more the Stephen King novel I wanted. Like he attempted to write it way back in the early '80s and found it too overwhelming and stopped, which is kind of crazy when you think about all the stuff he's done. But whatever. But no, the show does not compare. The show. Like, everything's changed. And again, I like Brian K. Vaughan. I think he's awesome. But why is he throwing everything out the window? I don't get it. Anyway.
And by the way, Lassie's story is being made into a film as well, according to IMDb. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call it right there. Lassie's story, or Lisi's story, whatever it's called.
I don't
Oh, God, was that Stephen King made a Lassie movie? He wrote a Lassie book?
It's Cujo Part 2.
Stephen
Cujo
King's
Part.
Lassie.
Well, guys, I'm going to call it. That is the end of the Stephen King adaptation special. I think we've gone for, 9 hours, 10?
I really think we left some stuff out.
Yeah.
I want to go back and touch on some of this stuff.
We didn't quite go
I
in
think
depth
we've
enough.
concluded is like 80% of the adaptations are bad.
Do you want to touch upon all the TV stuff? I already talked about it, the TV stuff.
A lot of this, no, we skipped over a lot of the short stuff that he, like the short movies, the shorts that were based on his stuff. But
Wasn't he on The Simpsons?
we covered
or something?
we covered the big ones, and I want to give a big shout out to DJ Donley. DJ Donley has been with us the entire time.
I assume
Says-
nobody was watching like an hour ago, so...
Thanks, DJ.
DJ says, this is probably one of the longest episodes of the Sausage Factory ever. I've been watching this since 1 a.m. UK time.
Oh,
It is
dang.
now 6 a.m. here in the UK.
He's
Damn.
in the UK.
That's a
Oh.
dedicated,
I know. It's only because
Right
of
on, DJ.
it's because of our crazy October schedule. Like we would have made it 3 parts if we could have, but there wasn't a way to do it.
Wasn't a way
Working
to
hard
do
for
it,
the money, you know what I'm saying?
Flashdance?
So we're going to go ahead. We're going to wrap it right there. Thanks so much, all you guys who tuned in tonight. We've got, I think I checked, there's still 14 people watching us at this point. So
Wow.
God bless all of you
Oh, thank
for
you.
staying with us all this way. We appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in for both weeks of our Stephen King special. You guys are awesome as always. We'll be back next Thursday continuing our Sausage Factory October 5-week just horror-a-thon. And we'll see you guys next Thursday live at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on the Sausage Factory YouTube channel. Have a great week. And until then, you guys, take it easy. Peace.
What do they say in Canadian?
See ya.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Peace out.